Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they call the lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures that were circulated at that point in time,
ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, that's I got come to know. Yeah, dear, good man. Oh, quit that, me, my amiga, boy, a baby mo. Since I was born, But now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be clear. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, Namigata, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring up. You will be moved, I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my miracle, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, to be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. I hear you.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. You be the Mugu and he be the master. That is the way he would have it. But would you have it that way? That's the question. He can want you to be the Mugu and he be the master. But would you have it that way? I would rather not be a Mugu to anybody. I'm enough of a Mugu to myself already. So you be the Mugu and he be the master. So there it is right there. So good day to you and all that. Good day to you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. All that. Good day to you and how are you? You know, if I miss a day, then to get back into the rhythm of it is somewhat. If you hear me oohing and erring, it's me trying to gear myself up back into the flow of it. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The Nigerian politics is now in full play. I think we all know that now. And we are seeing now alignments, realignments, people moving here, people moving there. We saw a lot of movement throughout 2025, by the way, but it seems to be a one-way traffic. All destinations APC. That seemed to be the tapestry of the flow of 2025. But now the rhythm seems to be going in a different direction, all over the place. So we had Governor Adeleke of Osun State. He left the PDP, but he did not go to any of the main parties. He went to a Accord party. He's up for a re-election, and a lot of people are saying even his popularity might not be able to sustain his governorship because the party that he has gone to has no structure. But it's just a tiny little state, so he may be able to pull things together and make things happen there. So we saw that movement, and then we saw movements, a lot of them from the PDP into the APC. We saw that. We recently saw the governor of Plateau State, Caleb. I keep struggling with his last name, but Caleb. We saw him resign from the PDP to destination unknown, but almost certainly going to the APC. We saw that as well. But the big move last year, just at the last minute, it's like a last minute winner, isn't it? Like Arsenal did to Newcastle in the opening of the season, which I still have not gotten over. I've been a Newcastle fan. But the big move of last year, just at the final hour on the 31st, it was, of course, Peter Obi defecting from the Labour Party to the ADC. So now that singular move, it changes the entirety of the dynamics of the Nigerian political landscape. Everything changed from that singular, every single thing changed. Because, of course, Peter Obi is a movement. I think, like him or love him, there is no escaping that Peter Obi is a movement. And when what's that song? Was it Skepta? Everywhere I go, the gang go. I think it was Skepta, wasn't it? If you know grime music, then you should know that. Everywhere he goes, he takes the gang with him. So the mass wave now into the APC, at least the ADC, at least the wave that is under the influence of Peter Obi. So now that now changes the dynamism of the top end of politics, which is the presidential space. So that dynamism changes, but where does it all condense? That's the question. When it boils down to its core essence, in the final moment, what shape does it take? So the Peter Obi move was a big move, but there is still one final big decision yet to be made within the Nigerian political paradigm. And that big decision will come out of Kano State, because there's only one left juggernaut that we don't know quite what his sway is. Of course, the unmistakable red cap of Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso has now put himself fully in play now, but he's being courted. Is the beautiful bride left? But it's being courted here and it's being courted there. But who is he going to yield his favors to? That's the question. So we'll be looking to tackle a lot of that in the course of this session. So, pardon me. So there's a lot to happen, by the way. We'll be touching base as well with the goings on with Aisha Yesufu, who has now firmly lost, and not that she ever had credibility, but the veneer of credibility that she vaunts, that she affects, is now completely gone just by this move now. As you know, or if you don't know, then know now, Aisha Yesufu, not that she's of any political sagaciousness. Let me just use that word, sagaciousness. I don't even know if it's a word, but I'm using it anyway. I think it conveys a message. So Aisha Yesufu, she's also moved. She's followed her dad into the ADC. What does that mean? Credibility completely short. And then Rabiu Kwakwanso, he is now speaking to the center space of politics now. But his message is somewhat convoluted and very... there's an ambiguity to his narrative, but his desires is very frontal. So we'll be going to all of that. But before all that, good day, as I said. Hope you're having a glorious day. What will make me have a glorious day is if you subscribe. Of course, you know I was going to ask that, so subscribe. So wait in anticipation for all of there are a lot of heavy-hitting news that we'll go through. And by the way, Wike seems to not be in a fight with the entirety of the PDP, with the well, he's fighting with the PDP anyway, but Wike now seems to be in a fight with the APC for reasons of a top functionary of that space of that party fraternizing with the governor of Rivers State, Fubara. So that Fubara versus Wike. And Wike even came out recently to tell us that one of his bigger regrets, or one of his regrets, is that he put that guy in office. So that's in play as well. So a whole raft of everything. The tax bill is no longer a bill, it's now in effect. So it's a regime now. The tax regime, as you know, it fully kicked off on the 1st of January, and very, very quickly, people are starting to use it to run all manners of scam. So I'll show you an example of the sort of scam that people are already running of this freshly crafted, still just coming out of the oven tax bill. So we'll be going to all of that as well. So a whole raft of everything. So you have no reason not to be here. In fact, tell your neighbor, go upstairs, knock on Momsy's door and say, Mommy, come and look at this weird guy on the internet talking nonsense. So gather all your people to come and listen to the nonsense being spoken here. Like, share, subscribe. So do those two things just at the direction of my voice. Like, share, and subscribe. So those two things, of course, everybody that streams, those are the meat and drinks. We need 10 new. So actually, let me put it up. We need 10 new subscribers to get us over a particular threshold, just a minor little threshold. So we need 10 new subscribers to get us over just a tiny little. In fact, if you have two YouTube accounts, make sure all of your YouTube accounts, if you're an avid follower of the platform, make sure that all of your YouTube accounts are subscribed to the platform. We need to get numbers up so that we have that punch to punch at the elections to come. So all those things. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream, of course, and more importantly, say hello in the comment section. So say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. First to make a comment, which sounds somewhat like a complaint, is your friend and mine, Chioma, who I think may well be back from Nigeria now, back in the warmth of the embrace of Donald Trump in the United States, live at 1:50 a.m. You got to be kidding me. That, of course, you can listen to that in an American accent. I cannot affect an American accent, and I'm not going to even try to affect one. But in the American twang of Chioma, live at 5:50. Oh, if you're saying 5:50 a.m., then she must still be in Nigeria, because I think Nigeria is an hour. I'm in the United Kingdom, so Nigeria will be an hour ahead of us. So if she's making that comment, that then indicates that she's still in Nigeria. So I hope you are listening, Choma. And if you are listening, then why are you not in bed already? So that's the delectable Choma right there. That's Isaac Ojo, who once upon a time regular and hopefully now making his way back. So good to see you. Everybody keeps saying hello. As you are just coming in, say hello in the comment section so I can say hello back to you. Agbadori and Omotinobo, of course, hello, one man. That is Hassan right there singing along with the opening song right there. The Kwakwanso na the master. So that already tells you how he inflects in the conversation that is being presented. So any and everybody coming in, as you are subscribing and liking, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So all those nice and funky things. Do all those nice, funky, and cozy things. Before we get into this, and by the way, if you're watching this in watch back, all that I'm directing still applies. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you're click on the like button, of course, please do that. Like and subscribe. So this is the reaction space for Nigerians following the Nigerian news space. We do, and if you are new to this space, we do daily discussions around Nigerian news. That's Larry right there, of course. Happy New Year, Larry. I think this is the first time I was seeing him this year. So it's just the weight of settling into a new year. A lot of people just overwhelmed by all manners of activities and everything. But of course, this is part of your daily diet. So diet away with the dailiness of it. That's Lato Rich right there saying hello. As you're coming in, as I said, say hello in the comment section. Let's just get started, shall we? We will start off. We don't usually start off with the headline piece, but we will be starting off with the headline piece. And we'll be touching base with all manners of heavy hitting political stuff as well. So stay in the round, stay in the loop, charge up your fura de nunu and make sure that you are geared up. Fura de nunu. Do you get intoxicated on fura de nunu? I've always suspected it to be alcohol, but I'm not quite sure if it is. But because of course I'm not from the north. So all that. Let's just get started, shall we? So as I said, do you want to see what's on my shirt? This is for my kids. If you read it the other way around, can you see? Yeah, so that's what's on my shirt. You know, if you think I'm a ridiculous man, you may not be far from me today. I am somewhat ridiculous. I handsome. I can be somewhat ridiculous, but sometimes I get moments of sparkle which are inspired. Let's just get started. Let's go straight in and immediate. I'm a bit delirious actually because I've had quite an involved day. Maybe I should even be in bed, but I'm not in bed. I'm chatting to you guys. So I think that's what a subscription. But let's start off with the headline piece. I'm going to play you this clip right here. But as I play you this clip, I'm going to mute the voice because the words are spoken in Hausa language. But I will read you a text that interprets it. So this is where the story is. So we pick it up from here. This is your good friend right there, Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, speaking to his loyal followership at the Kwakwansia movement. So there he is right there. I'll let that play on silent as I read you what he says. He says, I am open to political alliance to become president or vice president. This is what Kwakwanso is saying in that clip showing right there on your screen. I am open to political alliance to become president or vice president, Rabiu Kwakwanso. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, 2023 presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has declared that he is open to political alignment with any political party that will position him as Nigeria's president or vice president in 2027. Kwakwanso, however, stressed that such an alliance must be based on shared political ideology and must not compromise the core principles of the Kwakwansia movement. According to him, discussions on partnerships would only progress with groups willing to accommodate his leadership ambitions. So that had always been the sticking point. So what does that tell us is the question. What does that tell us? So the Kwakwanso has never shied away from the fact that he wants to be the Nigerian president. He even contested the last elections now gone. So now is the last bride left at the ball, the last beauty left at the ball, and there's still ravenous young men still cutting. So he's now saying the criterion for his alliance with other people. So he's saying the two conditions are if he gets the presidential ticket of whichever party or he gets the vice presidential slot. So what does that mean? So that almost automatically excludes him from the APC because the APC space is totally locked down. Of course, it's not going to get the presidential ticket of the APC because that ticket, it already has an occupant. That somebody already owns that ticket, which is your president, of course, Bola Tinubu. So it's not likely to get the APC presidential ticket, but is it likely to get the vice presidential slot of the APC? That's where the question is. So there was a time, we have to go back about 6-8 months when the now still sitting Vice President Kashim Shettima, when he was under real pressure because his position as that vice president was under consideration. That was when the conversations, the discussions, negotiations between Rabiu Kwakwanso and the APC at that time was at its most fervent. They were really in the heat of it, and considerations were given to the possibility of possibly having Kwakwanso have that ticket, and Shettima was under pressure at that time. But it looks as though that ticket has now settled to a rinse and repeat. So the ticket at the APC is almost certainly totally locked down. That's just what it is, because we're seeing no indication that they're looking to abandon Kashim Shettima, which then tells us that the ticket of the APC is totally locked down. So if the ticket of the APC for president and vice president is totally locked down, then that then means that Rabiu Kwakwanso's ambitions cannot be satiated at the APC. So if it's not the APC, then what other options are available? So he has the PDP, and then of course he has the ADC. So where is the intensity at within the Nigerian political space now? The intensity outside of the ruling party, the intensity, the propulsion, the forward thrust, the people moving forward are the ADC. So if Kwakwanso is looking for those ambitions of either being a presidential flag bearer or a vice president to a flag bearer, if he's looking to have those ambitions satiated, then those ambitions can only be satiated at the ADC or probably the PDP, but we'll leave the PDP on the shelves and then we go to the ADC. So now, if Rabiu Kwakwanso defects to the ADC, what does that mean? That ends his political career, essentially. That's what that means. Rabiu Kwakwanso is not likely to get the presidential ticket of the ADC because similarly to the APC, the presidential ticket of the ADC is already locked down. It's locked down to Atiku Abubakar, who's the front runner, and then is locked down to Rotimi Amechi, who is a close chasing second, and is now also locked down to Peter Obi, who is now the new entrant into that space. So I think there's a universality, there's a universal acceptance that the ADC ticket goes to one of those three spaces. Almost certainly Atiku Abubakar, probably Rotimi Amechi, or Peter Obi. So the ADC ticket is not going outside of that trilogy. I think we all know that. So now, if Rabiu Kwakwanso goes into that space, what ambition can he realistically have? The only ambition that Rabiu Kwakwanso can realistically have in the ADC is for a vice presidential slot. And he also opens himself up for that, by the way. That was what he was saying in that clip that you saw, and that was what you heard in what I read out. He says if for him to form that alliance, he either gets the presidential ticket or the vice presidential slot. So the two key parties, their presidential slots are locked down, but there's a possibility. It is a sliver of a chance. It's just a tiny little speck of a vague possibility. That's all it is. But there's a sliver of a chance that Rabiu Kwakwanso could get the vice presidential slot of the ADC. So what permutation permutates that? The only permutation that permutates that is if Peter Obi, if he gets the presidential ticket for the ADC, that is the only circumstance that gives, because I think it's very remote that Rotimi Amechi will get that ticket. It's almost certainly Atiku, probably Peter Obi. If Peter Obi gets the presidential ticket of the ADC, then the probability very strong then of Rabiu Kwakwanso getting that vice presidential slot. And he opens himself up to that. He does open himself up to that. But Rabiu Kwakwanso opening himself up to possibly being Peter Obi's running mate is a real turnaround for the books. You know, they say 24 hours is a long time in politics. I'm sure you've all heard that phrase, that 24 hours is a long time in politics. Let me take you on a time portal back in time and take you to Kwakwanso. Just, did I download that? I didn't even download it, but let me take you back in time and time portal you. If you can't hear this, by the way, tell me if you can't hear it so that I'll just download it and play it to you. But this was, let me show you this. This was Kwakwanso.
They're even thinking that you might be the running mate.
So this was Kwakwanso as early as 2023. It says Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso said on Channels Television, this is in 2023, that the northern voters will not vote for a candidate from the southeast as president due to the realities on the ground, and that the primary reason why he would not want to be VP candidate to Peter Obi, and that is the primary reason why he won't want. Actually, let me play you the clip rather than read it out. It's all captured in here. So let's have a listen. This is by the way, this clip you're about to watch and listen to now, it goes as far back as the build up to the elections of 2023.
To Peter Obi, that they're even thinking that you might be the running mate to Peter Obi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what the enemy outside there is saying. The implication is that if you put somebody from the southeast, unfortunately, there are many issues in the southeast. You see, northern voter is the worst hit on this issue of maladministration in this country. But even under that circumstance, a northern voter also believes that he is better with one united Nigeria. And therefore, most of the things that are happening in the south, especially in the southeast, people are not comfortable with that. And as long as you have somebody from there in any party, it will be very difficult for the northern voters to vote. And that's the situation now. And those workers who are against, in the actual sense, working against LP, Southeast, and so on, what they believe is if you put anybody under this arrangement from that side of the country, the North voters will not vote. And who will they vote? Their own candidate in the Southeast, I mean, in the North.
So, can you or would you be a running mate to Peter Obi?
That's what I'm saying.
Would you like to be as a person, personally?
Ordinarily, you see, I'm jobless now. I'm not doing any job. So to become a vice president,
can be a vice president.
But what I'm telling you is that if anybody from the South is now under this circumstance becomes the presidential candidate of our party or any other party, the implication is that because of the activities and many other issues that are real on the ground, northern voters will certainly go for their northern candidate in another party.
So the thinking
is that it's not whether I like it or I don't like it. The fact remains that
the numbers,
everybody will lose. The number he will lose, I will lose.
So if Peter Obi is coming to join you, he will be your running mate.
That's as long as you want to vote from the North, that's the situation, fortunately or unfortunately, today.
So that was the politics as far back as or as early even as 2023. But like they say, 24 hours is a long time in politics. This is the same Rabiu Kwakwanso that's curved and murked at the idea of being Peter Obi's running mate, is now on his knees begging Peter Obi to give him a vice presidential slot, because Rabiu Kwakwanso going to the ADC is essentially Rabiu Kwakwanso on his knees begging Peter Obi for the vice presidential slot. That's the turnaround of politics. So that's Rabiu Kwakwanso. But then I also said there was a further chance of a PDP. So if Rabiu Kwakwanso goes to the PDP, then that tells you that he has no realistic ambitions of being the president, but he just wants to be a participant in the race. The PDP will welcome him with open arms because there's nobody left in the PDP. I even saw clips of them going to beg Goodluck Jonathan to speak to them just a couple of days ago. But those are the options available now. So what is the realistic anyway? When conversations open, hopefully people turn up and we have conversations around that. But that's Rabiu Kwakwanso in play. Let me take you from there to this one article. No one is stepping down in ADC. All aspirants will present themselves freely. So this is Atiku Abubakar then asking the obedient space not to make any unnecessary noise. You know, in the build up to the ADC primary, it's as guaranteed as night follows day that the whole of the obedient media space, it will be subsumed with Atiku stepped down. Atiku stepped. All this, you know, the usual wildly noise making. They will subsume that space with all that narrative. But Atiku has no intentions of stepping down for anyone. I think every human that is conscious of the Nigerian political space knows that Atiku is not stepping down for anyone. But in anticipation of that, Atiku moves first. Atiku, no one is stepping down in ADC. All aspirants will present themselves freely. So it is the owner of the party now laying down the law. Our former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says no aspirant or aspirant will withdraw from the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential race ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement issued on Tuesday by Paul Ibe, his media advisor, Abubakar accused the All Progressive Congress APC of attempting to intimidate and weaken the opposition ahead of next year's elections. He said all qualified aspirants would present themselves freely when the party begins its selection process. And by the way, can people make sure they are subscribing and sharing and especially liking? Like, share, and subscribe as we carry on. Like, share, and subscribe as we carry on. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says all aspirants will withdraw from the African Democratic Congress ADC. No, let me do that entirely all over again. Our former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says no aspirant will withdraw from the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential race ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement issued on Tuesday by Paul Ibe, his media advisor, Abubakar accused the All Progressive Congress APC of attempting to intimidate and weaken the opposition ahead of next year's elections. He said all qualified aspirants would present themselves freely when the party begins its selection process. The former vice president spoke amidst reports that he was under pressure to step down for a southern aspirant to emerge as the ADC's flag bearer. Atiku said opposition leaders rallied around the ADC to build a credible national alternative to the ruling party. Predictably, agents aligned with the presidency are now attempting to destabilize the ADC from the outside, issuing reckless prescriptions about its internal affairs, particularly the choice of its presidential candidate. The statement reads, let me state plainly, pardon me, before it states plainly, let me have a sip of water. Let it be stated plainly, the ADC is on a national rescue mission. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, alongside other committed patriots, is central to this effort. Any call, overt or covert, for Atiku to step aside is a gift to authoritarian ambition and a betrayal of the Nigerian people. Atiku stressed that the ADC remained committed to an open, transparent, and competitive process to select its flag bearer. So on and on it goes. So that's Atiku essentially telling them to get lost. So Atiku tells them to get lost. So let's go on from that to what next. What else do I have for you? I have plenty for you, but I don't want to overwhelm you with do we do a little bit of Aisha Yesufu, who is now reversing on herself somewhat? Where is Aisha Yesufu, the funny woman from Edo State? Did you know that she was from Edo State? Let me play you this clip, actually. This is Aisha Yesufu reversing on herself.
In the past, you said that there are personalities that you don't want to work with, and perhaps even your leader decided to work with the rescue Nigeria. But there are places that you're not in the party, and all kinds of characters will come. How do you want to handle this?
Absolutely. I've always said that politics is not a romantic affair. I'm not looking for people that we are in love with, or we love each other. We might not love each other, we might not like each other, but we have a singularity of purpose, and that's to give Nigeria good governance. And one of the things I want people to understand, those people.
There was a time, once upon a time, fairly recently, that this same lady told us that she would never fraternize with dirty politicians like Atiku. But now, of course, she's now moved over fully to the ADC.
What we talk about or wherever, we did not go to meet them. They met us in opposition. We've been here, and I'm not going to clear the place where I've been holding government accountable because other people are joining me. They are welcome. Even whoever, those that are giving bad governance today, if they want to come and join and begin to think of how we're all going to come together to give good governance, they are all welcome. This country is Nigeria. It's our country, and we are not allowing anybody to use any reverse psychology or mind engineering and say, oh, you said that you don't want to work with those things. As long as they are the ones coming to us, we are not the ones who join them in the place where they're giving bad governance. For those people that you're talking about, they have seen the place where they are in. There's a place where they're giving Nigeria bad governance, insecurity, and what have you, lack of employment. And they've decided to atone for their sins. It's not for me to tell them whether we will be together or not be together. It's for them to do the best. One thing that
Are you hearing what I'm hearing? She's telling you that what's his name, Atiku Abubakar and El Rufai and Rotimi Amechi and the rest of them, Rauf Aregbesola, they've made her the promise that they want to atone for their sins. Can you imagine that? The audacity of that statement, the sheer crudeness of it. It just in Yoruba land we say oro pala pala, you know. It's pala politics now that we're, you know, just a random nonsense from empty heads. It's just the lack of self-awareness or compunction or anything dignity or integrity. She just does a volte-face, a complete turnaround from where she was previously, and she's fronting it out with bravity.
No, and I assure every Nigeria is that wherever I am, it has to be about Nigeria and the betterment of the people of Nigeria.
Well, you know, a lot of people are losing their integrity. They're losing their, integrity, I will use that word, in this process that is ongoing now. So with Aisha Yesufu now joining fully now the ADC, she's lost whatever moral authority, or she should lose whatever moral authority she has with her followers. She put her essentially the obedient space. She should lose that moral authority, but then there's no morality guiding the obedient space. You know, it's just desperate politics. These are people that lost her after power and are willing to do anything to go and get it. So that's just all that offers us. Let's see her trying to continue to justify the unjustifiable.
So let me go back to the Mr. Peter Obi conversation where everyone's sort of like, oh, you know, where these people are like, he should run as vice. Me, and I'm giving you people my word now. Not us, I no talker. If Peter Obi is running with anyone, as the vice president of that, as the running mate to that person, me, Aisha Yesufu, in my little, I'm not saying that I have any influence, so I'm not saying that I'm one big anything. In my little capacity, I will work against that ticket. If that's the only thing, even if I don't support any other person, is to work against that whatever ticket, I will. Because what is this? Why are we always asking?
Okay, so we're seeing a lot of, I'll play you one more along the same lines, but we're seeing a lot of this social media obedience and the abundance of the obedience space as social media people. So we're seeing a lot of this social media obedience telling us frontally now that if Peter Obi deputizes for Atiku, then that will be the end of their journey. We saw one guy called Magnus something. He made that statement just about in the last stream we did. We played it. So we're now seeing Aisha Yesufu as well, one of the front faces. In fact, when Peter Obi defected to the ADC, Aisha Yesufu was the MC of that ceremony. So we're seeing all the frontline obedience now tell us now that if Peter Obi subordinates his ambitions to Atiku, that will be the end of their journey with the Peter Obi narrative. So they're saying it now, but as early as when the primary start, which will be around about April, thereabout, we suspect, as soon as they start to pick tickets, the language it would immediately change again. But then, of course, we know they lack integrity because she's already pivoted from a finalized definitive statement. She told us that she would never fraternize with these people. Now she's telling us now that they're reformed characters. So now when she now tells us now that, well, the pragmatism of politics now necessitates that Obi subordinates his ambition to Atiku, we already know that she's a very flaky sort of a character that doesn't stand on principle at any final hill. So this is Aisha Yesufu now telling us categorically that if Peter Obi deputizes to Atiku Abubakar, she will leave that ship. So we're documenting that now, only then to go back on it when she reverses her position, which you almost certainly will in a few months' time.
The best to be second. They've turned Peter Obi to the case of the way they put a woman, the way they put women in Nigeria. They will always put you in the deputy position, deputy whatever position. That's where they always put you. Nothing else. Deputy this, deputy that, running mate. I'm sure the other time I said to them, even if it's a goat that is running for president, you people will put Aisha Yesufu as vice. Because as far as you are concerned, as I'm a woman, automatically you see me as vice and nothing else. That cannot, we cannot have that situation. Peter will be right now. You talk about empathy, you talk about somebody who cares, somebody who.
All right. So that's Aisha Yesufu right there, making a categorical statement. But then, of course, like I said, she's made several categorical statements that she's reversed on. Let me take you to another one of the social media obedience who is speaking similarly to what you just heard from Aisha Yesufu.
Needs to hear this. Let me share this clarity. This is just for clarity. I don't know who needs to hear this. Let me share this video as widely as you can, so the non-obedient can understand. I'm not going to shout so that you know, so that because she shout and not listen. Listen carefully. I'll pick my words one by one. In fact, I'll put them in syllables. One. Sorry, I'm not shouting. One, the obedience movement is for Peter Obi and Obi only. You understand? Make worry not the monoblight who can the cost now join for parts where we gather D. There is no obedience for ADC. There is obedience for Peter Obi. Of course, if anybody comes at ADC, we will be there to mount roadblock, and that is because Obi is in ADC. Obi is the factor. Do you get? Because I did see some news. If Obi does not win the primaries, obedience will become. We are not democratic here. We are, see, it's as straight as ice for Obi, and Obi move, we move. Like before even the reach where they go, we don't let them wait for him. If he go as fellowship partner, there we did. If he move again, go Susu meeting partner, there we meet him. It's a matter of I will there they wait for him. We ain't loyal to no motherfucking party. We are loyal to just our principal, which is Peter Obi, the light we see, the water we drink, the music in our studio. Yes, he's the thunder we strike. Don't play with us. For sure you love is because of him. He out of the equation. War. Kind precious come. Do you get? You get what they explain details? So.
All right. So that's another voice right there. But should I really explain to you what's going on? Let me tell you what I think is really going on. In fact, what I almost certainly know is going on. You see all these people coming out to make all these categorical statements. This is what we are seeing are business transactions going on. What these people are calling out essentially is for a payout for them to take the adaptation of Peter Obi becoming the vice president or getting that vice presidential slot. So what these people are doing now is they are making firm stances on a particular on a particular view. Let me put it that way. They are digging their heels in on that particular view to tell them that this movement, it comes at a price. So when they get the dollar back to this girl now, you see her car will change. Before the end of 6 years, she'll be driving some expensive SUV as ditto Aisha Yesufu. Or you know all those money that Aisha Yesufu collected in the last cycle of elections, all those diaspora money that was never accounted for in the obedient movement. So what they are actually doing, these people are just negotiating a price that for them to pivot to where the narrative now is. Obi joining the ADC is Obi already subordinating. Obi is going to the ADC to pick up the vice presidential slot. Everybody knows that. But these people, with all their social media output, they're essentially asking for a payout in order for them to sell that idea to their followership. So that's all that is going on there. So still staying with the Peter Obi narrative, I want you to listen to this guy's perspective, because it really goes to a lot that wraps up the Peter Obi space. Let me play you this guy. A lot of what this guy says, it makes a lot of sense. Where is he? Did I just drop him? Oh yes. Share, is that being shared? Okay. Yes, let me play you this guy.
I see a lot of people condemn Peter Obi's move to dump the Labour Party and join the ADC. But let's be very honest. Peter Obi's move is nothing new in the Nigerian political space. A lot of Nigerian politicians have dumped one party to jump to another party where it is more favorable and the chances are high. In fact, a lot of loud voices condemning Peter Obi right now did not just jump from one party to another. They totally switched candidates. Many of the loud voices today have once criticized, condemned, and ridiculed a particular candidate and political party, and right now they are in support. So condemning Peter Obi or criticizing Peter Obi for dumping the Labour Party and jumping to the ADC where he thinks his chances are high is nothing but hypocrisy. But the challenge for me, the concern for me, is Peter Obi's competence. Let's be very honest. If there's one mistake,
you see, ultimately, that is what it all boils down to. You know, a lot of us have been highlighting that Peter Obi is completely lacking in capacity to govern a country as complex as Nigeria. He has no grooming, he has no training for it. Peter Obi managed Anambra State. Anambra State is a monolith in all of the matrices that you want to use to assess somebody that can govern Nigeria. I'll explain what I mean, but just go with me. I'm not being unnecessarily English wordy, but Anambra State is a monolithic space in all of the matrices that you use to assess the suitability of somebody governing the Nigerian space. So what do I mean? Anambra State is a good 90-something% indigenous single ethnic. Is 90% Igbo. Anambra State. Anambra State is 95% Christian. So what Obi managed in Anambra State, because people don't migrate to Anambra State as they would Kaduna, Kano, Lagos, etc. Nobody goes there, or River State. So Obi essentially managed an Igbo, almost exclusively Igbo population, and almost exclusively a Christian population. So that is in no way any grooming or training for him to be the Nigerian president, because you know that the Nigerian space is a multiplicity of all manners of pockets of interest, religious and ethnic. So there's nothing that prepares Obi for this job in terms of his experience in governance. So that's one. Talking about Obi's competence, but the competence that this guy is actually talking about is talking about his personal capacity in terms of having the accoutrements, the mind space, the brains is essentially is what he's talking about. But listen to him in his own words.
Peter Obi or criticizing Peter Obi for dumping the Labour Party and jumping to the ADC where he thinks his chances are high is nothing but hypocrisy. But the challenge for me, the concern for me, is Peter Obi's competence. Let's be very honest. If there's one mistake Peter Obi made after losing the 2023 election, is granting multiple interviews. This has exposed.
Yeah, just to pause him there. We said it endlessly on this platform, because Peter Obi has not stopped campaigning since the last election. He didn't even take a moment's break. Every single day since the ink dried on the pen when Tinubu decided to be president, every single day since then, Peter Obi has been out campaigning in one form or the other. And we were saying on this platform that at some point he will run out of steam or he will undo himself, because he cannot sustain that pace for 4 years solid. And that is essentially what this guy is saying here.
In the 2023 election, is granting multiple interviews. This has exposed him so much to show his level of intellectual and mental capacity. Peter Obi is not intellectually fit to lead a nation like Nigeria. Peter Obi only tries playing the emotional card.
So now, when that guy said that Peter Obi is not intellectually fit to run a country like Nigeria, a lot of people actually, they recognize what he's saying. Peter Obi cannot even answer a simple question in an interview. I've watched countless attempts at an interview with Peter Obi, and not on one instance have I ever seen him give an answer that correlates with the question that the interviewer is asking him. He just talks to all intents. Let me show you an example. He just talks gibberish every time that anybody tries to interview him, and you wonder if he's 100% in the head. This was Peter Obi's last outing in the media space. This was him speaking to his followership on Twitter.
So a lot of the things that you're sharing with us, we already know. We believe in your capacity. My question to you is, I haven't heard any question about insecurity, for instance, because it has worsened over time since the last election. I would like to hear your thoughts on that, and I appreciate the opportunity.
There's somebody who worked for Lagos state government, for Fasholas government. She might be listening to what I'm saying now, or can use it as an example. She works with a law firm. We are coming back on British Airways years back. I'm a serving governor. The entire toilet was messed up. She opened that toilet to use it. It was messed up. She walked away. I went in there and she came back. The entire place was cleaned. She didn't even tell me. But he told a minister and told somebody else where she works in the office. Said, I can't believe this. The people called me. I said,
So that's Peter Obi right there. You heard the answer, and you heard the question, and then you heard the answer. No correlation at all. They asked him what he would do as president to address the insecurity in Nigeria, and his response was that he will go to Boko Haram and clean their toilets. How do you even begin to condense that? How do you digest that? They asked him, how will you fix insecurity? And he's talking about cleaning toilets. So that's Peter Obi right there. And any interview, I can bring you 10 interviews of Peter Obi. There's never any correlation between the questions being asked of him and the response that you get. So that's what that guy is really speaking to, that he's not capacitated intellectually to even run a primary school group.
For me, is Peter Obi's competence. Let's be very honest. If there's one mistake Peter Obi made after losing the 2023 election, is granting multiple interviews. This has exposed him so much to show his level of intellectual and mental capacity. Peter Obi is not intellectually fit to lead a nation like Nigeria. Peter Obi only tries playing the emotional card, the tribal card, and the religious card, which all three put together is no match for President Tinubu's performance since they assumed office. I'm waiting patiently to see the lies Peter Obi will be telling this time around to emotionally cajole Nigerians into supporting him. Or will it still be the same lies of I have only one shirt, I have one shoe, I have one wristwatch? Or should we wait till that time where he gets his advice from a madman?
I got the advice from a madman.
Yes, he got the advice from a madman. So, the tricks that Peter Obi played in the last election is not going to work in these elections, because this upcoming election, as early as next year now, and you know how quickly the years go, the next election, it's a show your workings election. It's not about dog whistling. It's not about Sakama J. It's not Babima Gbabe. It's not a Babima Gbabe. It's not obfuscation. There will be no abracadabras in the next election. There will be no Tinubu in the next elections. These are the things that the Tinubu administration is doing. Which one of them are you going to cancel, or what better plan do you have that supersedes that? So that's going to be the narrative of the upcoming election. It's not all this dancing around, making noise, dog whistling to ethnicity and religion and all of that. And when it boils down then to you having to show your workings, then Peter Obi will completely collapse. He cannot even answer a basic question, never mind being able to chat about a pathway to evolve any country. So that's Peter Obi right there, just speaking all manners of gibberish. Let me just show you this one, just this headline. I'm not going to read you all of it, but let me show you this headline. There are three parties in Nigeria: the APC, the ADC, and the PDP. People keep forgetting the PDP. It's raining heavily where I am, by the way. That's why I'm talking so loud. And please, people, make sure you are liking and you're subscribing. We need 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. Jonathan has pledged support for PDP. This is Turaki, the now new chairman, I suspect, of the PDP, or maybe not. He's not yet ratified. I think we will kick him out soon. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Tuesday met with former President Goodluck Jonathan at his Maitama office in Abuja. Addressing journalists after the closed-door meeting, National Chairman of the PDP, Tanimu Turaki, said the visit aims to brief Jonathan on the party's state, ongoing legal battles, and prospects ahead of upcoming elections. We have his assurance that he remains an active card-carrying member of the PDP and feels obliged to support the party. The PDP has done enough for him, and he will try his best to do more for the party, Turaki said. So, a curveball in this just permutations that is permutating, a curveball could well be a Goodluck Jonathan and a Kwakwanso ticket on the PDP. So that would throw a cat amongst the pigeon, wouldn't it? Goodluck Jonathan and a Kwakwanso PDP, Peter Obi, Atiku ADC, Tinubu, what's his name? Kashim Shettima, APC. Imagine how that election will go. It will be a bloodfest. There will be tears before grown-up men will cry. But I think that's enough from me. Let me play the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to have conversations around these topics, then please come in. I'll send the links again, play the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens after that. I should know where the Kegite, there it is.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neruwa, which may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Larry. It's been a moment since saw Larry. A delight to have him here. Our son, of course, one of your favorite voices on the platform. And here is our Patrick Glory to Dabaru the whole session, no doubt. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. I'll send the link again. I want the room to populate just as much as it can. Important conversations taking place here. Equato, safety domain. Good to see you, safety domain. And by the way, if you're a voice that's never been on, please come on. It's been a while since we broke the door of a new voice. So hopefully we can break the door of a new voice today. But as we wait to break the door of a new voice, let's break the door of Larry, who joins us for the first time this year. Happy New Year to you, Larry.
Hey, one man.
Okay,
How are you, sir? Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Yeah.
Oh God, Nigeria matter, a never-ending saga. We're still escaping from Trump bombing us, and then Peter Obi joins the, and then so we're just running from one heavy hitting news to the other. But what are you making of the goings on? The Peter Obi moved to the ADC, and now Kwakwanso telling us the criteria for him forming an alliance with anybody.
Yeah. One man. Let me start with Kwakwanso. I think Kwakwanso actually boxed himself in a corner. And he miscalculated and is kind of like, falling back on it. A lot of people do not really know what is really happening in Kano. Somebody close to me that is very close to the Kano state government, give me hints of what exactly is happening in Kano. Kano is worse than what you see in Rivers. Kano is worse. Kwakwanso basically caged that governor. Kwakwanso nominated almost all the commissioners, almost all the head of agencies. Kwakwanso nominated all of them. To the point that even they said they have this anti-corruption guy in Kano that was just sacked. The governor even wanted to retain the guy, but Kwakwanso insisted that the guy had to go. And even at that, Kwakwanso, aside all those things, Kwakwanso now had intention of even denying that governor ticket in NNPP. He wanted to use the deputy Guazo. So I think the person said Kwakwanso actually felt he had the majority of the House of Assembly. He called them when he started hearing that the governor might actually move to APC. So he felt the next thing to do is to look for a way to impeach the governor. He called all of them. So he thought he had the quorum to do that. Unfortunately, it was in the meeting he had with them that they basically told him that they are basically with the governor. So as of today, in Kano House of Assembly, out of 44, as of today, Kwakwanso only had 4 people that are loyal to him. So basically, it doesn't have, if Abba Yusuf leaves NNPP, the other thing he wants to do, impeach him, that is not going to work. He can't do it.
Sorry, Larry. Was Abba Yusuf not meant to announce today? Today was meant to be the day of the defection, wasn't it Monday?
No. So what Abba Yusuf is still doing, right? I think they are still, with what the person told me, he's still consolidating more in the House of Assembly, because that was Kwakwanso's plan. Kwakwanso's plan was, so probably if the guy leaves, he thought he had the quorum in House of Assembly, so they'll start impeachment process, right? But he doesn't have that. So they are basic. So as of today, they said they had like 40 people loyal to the governor. Kwakwanso only had 4 that are loyal to him. So, basically, he has to do his assignment very well, right? Because Kwakwanso has a game plan, and the game plan is already out. Because this is somebody that has been loyal, almost 100% loyal. Kwakwanso, they said Kwakwanso was basically most of the documents, Kwakwanso is basically treating files. Basically treating files. Rivers is not as worse as that now. But the guy has been, he doesn't talk too much. Abba Yusuf doesn't talk. He's a quiet, very quiet guy. So, but it's got to a point where the guy just had to like get his own freedom. Because if he goes through primary in NNPP, because Kwakwanso basically hold the whole structure in NNPP Kano. So they were just going to embarrass that guy. Because they had interest in the deputy Guazo to be their candidate. So the governor had to just go to somewhere else where he also needs to get his own independence and do his things. Everything is just politics. It's not really personal. It's not like Yusuf had personal issues with Kwakwanso.
Yeah, but Larry, we had the anticipation that even Kwakwanso himself was going to move to the APC. As early as about 3-4 months ago, the negotiations were being done publicly, and all of that. We thought Kwakwanso will be the counterweight to Peter Obi moving to the ADC. We thought he would move to the APC. So what has changed, or is this still part of the negotiations?
So basically that last 3-4 months, right? It was almost everywhere, and they tested it and they saw that no, it's not really a good ticket, right? So they felt that they could take Shetima out, right? But I think when they kind of like weighed the whole thing, right, with the whole thing coming from the Northeast and everything, and people kind of like, yeah, this is Kwakwanso, so it's not really been, he can't come in, and just take that ticket. So basically, Kwakwanso saw the whole thing, and I think at the end of the day, he went back to Tinubu. Probably they told him that no, they were still going to keep Shetima, because Shetima has always been loyal. The loyalty is there. Forget about whatever anybody says. He's been a loyal person, quiet person, very brilliant person, right? Because even Kwakwanso, if you give Kwakwanso ticket, so the problem is this: Kwakwanso is high in 2031, right? And it's definitely, Kwakwanso is not really that person, that can be under Tinubu's shield, right? He wants to come because he has an ambition. So it's better to keep a Shetima who is more loyal, who is ready to, who's been working, who even despite everything has been loyal to his boss. So, that thing is not going to fly. They tried it and they saw resistance and everything from northeast and some other quarters. And I think they looked at it and they said that, yeah, the best thing is even better because they saw the crack. So the crack was there, right? They felt, okay, fine. The crack was not that visible. But when they now saw that the crack was visible, and I think people from Kano basically, told them in the presidency what was actually happening. So they look at the whole option. It's better for them to have a governor that has, that has power, that has everything.
Is that your daughter disagreeing with you there?
No, he's my son.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably making more sense than you, but carry on. Say hello to him from us.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So I think it's better for them to keep the governor, right, than Kwakwanso at this point. Because what Kwakwanso needs is, it's more of, because I don't even know, him saying he wants to be deputy, that time has gone, sincerely. Probably if it were to be 2023, that ticket.
Which ticket gives him a realistic deputy? Where can he possibly get that?
Not in ADC. Party? So basically not in ADC, right? Not in ADC. Probably, I don't know. Because for me, personally, if I don't know, probably if they do the ADC primary, Obi loses out, probably Obi leaves to somewhere else, they start looking at another alignment. Probably that's what's going to happen. Because it's not going to get it in ADC, right? PDP is already gone. Wike has captured everything in PDP. I even heard that this guy wants to even leave. Bala Mohammed wants to go to ADC. Because Wike has done the finished job for PDP. Right, so Kwakwanso is kind of like, I think he's kind of like stuck. I think Kwakwanso is kind of like stuck now. So the only thing he needs to do is to look for a way. Probably they just need to settle with the governor, release some things and not let the governor leave. Because that's the only stronghold. that he has. And if you have a governor in Kano, you have the deputy speaker in Kano, you have some other machinery in Kano, and even some of the politicians in Kano, right, align more with the governor. Because there is even the NNPP that you see, there's still a lot of legal thing, right? A lot of cases in court as per NNPP. So there's still this, we are not really sure how that thing is going to end. So basically, I think Kankaso should just wait. If I were him, right, I would rather
Which ticket gives him the best pathway to which move gives him the best pathway to a ticket in 2031? Because I cannot see him outside of if he has any real presidential ambitions, I cannot see that realistically outside of the APC.
no, that's just the truth, right? That's just the truth. But if he's still insisting on what he wants, then he should not go near APC, because APC is definitely not going to give him vice president, right? Probably needs to go and renegotiate for something else in APC. But if he's still insisting, no, he wants to be president or vice president, obviously APC is not going to give him that, and APC is the only vehicle that can give him whatever he wants. Because, if he has a party like APC, 2031, it's going to be North versus North, right? And everybody is going to, whatever it is, if it's Ribadu, if it's Chetima, Kwakwanso, all of them are going to, slug it out.
Do you think the northern interest will welcome him in the APC? Because you are mentioning those names there, we know that Ribadu has presidential ambitions. He contended under AD back in the day. We know that Kashim Shettima has presidential ambitions. Everybody rumors that Baba Gana Zulum has ambitions. So there's so many pockets of ambitions within the APC that would the northern clique, the northern caucus within the APC, would they welcome the idea of a Kwakwanso joining them? And of course, Ganduje is a mortal enemy, is also there.
No. The thing is this, right? He's a politician, right? So if he drops that ambition and forces his way, because basically if he still goes to Tinubu today, like, yeah, I want to get into APC, then he will definitely get into APC. Then with his crowd and everything, right? All these other people that you just said, right? Nobody has the crowd that Kwankwaso currently command on their own self without government backing. At least for now, in the north, Kwakwanso is the only one that I know, within those guys that you just mentioned, right? That has at least that organic followership in the north. So look at the Kwakwanso in APC, then probably in 2031, without he might not really get the president, but he's going to negotiate for something bigger than what you definitely have done. Because now I think I'm seeing desperation. I'm seeing a lot of, he doesn't know what to do. He's tired. That's what I'm seeing, right? Him now coming out and say, oh, probably they see anybody that's going to give. No, this is not kind of like probably you're selling suya now. Anybody that just wants to give president and vice president. People that are serious, right? They've left. And that's why if the obedience are saying probably Obi wants to get president, like sometimes you just sit down and look at it. It's not realistic, right? Atiku knew what he wanted. He left for ADC. He put all his machinery in ADC. Took over the structure in ADC. So anybody joining ADC after that time is basically joining ADC to go and follow Atiku. So if anybody thinks that, oh, probably someone is going to join ADC and take over the structure of ADC, no, because the structure of ADC has already been taken. So every other person that joins ADC now is basically just going there to go join Atiku and his team. So that's just the reality. So Kwankwaso being in ADC, it's not going to work. But if he feels that he wants to go to ADC, it's just going to be unfortunate for him, because he's going to go to ADC, join Atiku and the likes of them, and if they get defeated, that's the end of his political career. Because if peradventure Tinubu wins, the governor is definitely going to win in Kano. whatever it's going to take, they would ensure that the governor wins in Kano. Then automatically, Kwankwaso is out of the game. So I think for now, the best bet for Kwakwanso is
What concessions can the APC make to Kwakwanso that will persuade him to join?
No.
So they
for
can't
now,
give him the presidential ticket or the vice.
no,
But what
they can't give.
concessions that
So
can they give him?
so the thing is this, right? He has lost his relevance. He has lost his
But
relevance.
he still owns Kano, though. Does he not still own Kano?
No. One man. People can say whatever they want to say, right? It is good when it is different when you have power. The power that Kwankwaso has in Kano now is the governor. Because that's the person that has the money, that's the person that has everything. So if Kwankwaso loses that grip, because that's the only thing that Kwankwaso is holding on to, and that's why, he's saying all sort of things, right? That's the only thing he's holding on to. And they know. So a Kwankwaso with the governor is good to strike a deal with a Kwankwaso with the governor. But striking a deal with Kwankwaso alone, it doesn't carry that weight. It doesn't carry that, what they are really expecting from him. That's exactly what's happening. So basically, but based on his relationship with Tinubu, and probably, you can say, okay, fine, don't worry. In the next dispensation, probably we'll just minister, probably let's give you minister, that's what I'm saying, right? That he can actually go in for. But if it's just, I'm this Kwankwaso, that this big name, no. Kwankwaso with the governor, that's the big name. Kwankwaso with the structure, the total political structure in Kano, that's the big name. But Kwankwaso as an individual,
sorry, Larry. The problem with the candidate, with the person like Kwakwanso, is that he's too big for every other job outside of the vice president or presidency. He has managed one of the biggest states in Nigeria, which is Kano State. I think that's the second biggest state. He has been the Minister of Defense. So what else? Anything outside of being president, then he's already done it.
So that's why I said, give him minister, he might not really go in, right? Just give him a slot, right? Probably put one of his loyal boys. Then being in APC, focusing more on, getting more grounded in APC. That's what I see. Because as at now, I need to be very candid with you. For me personally, I used to think, Kwankwaso is this, not until somebody that is close, kind of like demystify the whole thing. And that person, because this is somebody that I know that is a close ally of these guys, basically demystified everything and told me exactly what is happening. So, and the APC guys also know it. That's the unfortunate thing. They know it. They know what is happening in Kano. So that's why, ordinarily they would have gone to Kwankwaso and leave the governor, right? Just like, okay, fine, you're talking about Rivers. You believe that, okay, fine, it's better to talk to Wike, right? And probably leave the governor. But in this case now, they are directly talking to the governor. They were talking that 4 months ago, they were basically talking to Kwankwaso, not the governor. But now they are basically talking to the governor because they know that the governor, as they are talking to the governor, they are talking to the members of the House of Assembly. So it's not just the governor leaving. So if the governors leave today, you see a lot of those guys in the House of Assembly living with the governor, which is basically the structure. Currently in Kano State, I think APC currently have, in Kano State House of Assembly, APC has 14.
One more. Good morning. Can I come in?
It's up to Larry. If Larry, you want to take an interjection?
No, you can.
No. I want to submit, please.
Well, let Larry finish, and then I will bring you in.
So
He's talking too much now.
Yeah, but it's talking sense now. Let him land, and I'll come to you.
No, not talking any sense. I don't understand what the guy is talking about.
Well, that's exactly why it's talking sense. If you understood, then it would not be talking sense.
I know understood. Can I come in?
No, let him land because it is in the flow of a thought now. Let him land. Carry on, Larry.
So currently in Kano House of Assembly, APC currently has, I think they have 13 or 14. So if the governor, at least if the governor is able to get probably 20 people, that's probably like 33 out of like 44, that is currently in the House of Assembly. So for me, I like Kwakwanso, but I think no, he's played himself out. So he's more desperate now. So him and Obi probably in another party, but not in ADC. Probably in another party, probably there are other parties, YPP, because if Obi had not left Labour Party, right, probably it would have been easier for probably Kwakwanso and Obi, Labour Party and NNPP merging to form an alliance, right? But if it's just now, I do not say it. Kwakwanso, the best bet he has is to go to APC.
All right, brilliant. Before I go on to Patrick, just give a very brief answer to this. Do you think this move to the ADC by Peter Obi, do you think this is his final destination before the elections, or do you anticipate that he will still make one more move before the elections? Because I can still see him making a move outside of that party to somewhere else.
No. I don't see him moving to somewhere else. Obi knows that he's going to ADC for vice presidential slots. But it's just that it's difficult for Obi to tell the obedient that that's what he has agreed on. Right? So because Obi himself knows that, which structure is he going to use for ADC primary? ADC is not doing direct primary now. So it's just going to be basic indirect primary, delegates, and so which structure? How is he going to get the delegates to win? So he's not going to get the delegates to win in ADC now. The only person that has the structure of ADC now is Atiku. So big going is just going there to join the queue. Even Amechi, in ADC today has more things. So to win primary is different from election. To win primary, you need that structure. You need the delegate from, for you to win that primary. So Obi does not have that. So no matter what the obedience, say, they are not going to get it. So Atiku already has it. That's why it's confident. I think Atiku is confident because he knew that he was not going to get the same thing he got in 2023 in PDP. That was why he left for ADC. And he has gone to ADC. He has put his people in places. He has taken over structures across the whole spaces in ADC. Planted his guys everywhere. So Obi just joining them and thinking that, and obedient. Basically, Obi knows the truth. But it's just that it's difficult to tell the obedience the truth.
All right, brilliant, excellent. There's not a single word that you have said that I don't agree with. I think I agree in totality with everything you said. So stay with us. I still want to push on that obedience or obey space, but as you see people impatient to speak, so Patrick, floor is yours. Come into the conversation, Patrick.
Okay, is it me?
Yes, you are Patrick.
Okay. Thank you for that, for giving me a chance. This
Patrick, your audio is very bad.
My brother is talking about Kwakwanso.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, if you are using Bluetooth, remove it. Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on. Patrick, man. We are waiting, Patrick. Earth to Patrick. Are you there? Over. Can anyone hear me? Because you are breaking quite heavily.
Hello?
And gaps of silence in between.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you sort of. It's quite quaky and the quality is very poor.
It's your country now, Nigeria. Can you hear me now?
Are you in Nigeria now?
I told you last time now.
Oh yes. I thought you said you went back. All right. All right, carry on. Just give us a little something. The quality is poor, but we'll
Okay,
manage.
can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes,
me loud and clear now?
we can carry on.
Okay, see, my brother say about Kwakwanso and the Kano people, you know. You see, in Kano, no Kwakwanso, no Kano. No matter anything, no matter House of Assembly governor have, doesn't mean governor will win that second election. No. Kwakwanso have Kano in hand already. If you said that governor defend to APC today, he must lose second tenor because Kwakwanso is already Kano people like that man. Kano indigenous like Kwakwanso already. No matter anything, if you say that all of them they come to APC, all those Amajiri people will stole them. They will show them pepper. They will stole them. If they watch all those senator they come to APC, you see what these people they do them in North. So don't bother about that. Kwakwanso have a Kano. No Kwakwanso, no Kano. Okay? So about P2B, you see all those things you guys you're talking. P2B have candidates already who vote for him in primary election. P2B have many senators, many House of Assembly will vote for him that day. I don't know Atiku have anybody. Atiku will spend money that day. He will spend a lot of money that day. But he will still lose that primary election because you know why? All those PDP, 4 governors of PDP still remaining now. Most of them will they come back to ADC. They will vote P2B. In Lagos State, all the ADC in Lagos State candidates will vote P2B. All the South candidates will vote P2B. Who is vote Atiku? They will collect money from Atiku. They will vote P2B. We will see that the primary election is going. Tell me how many senator, how many governor, you know, they come from follow Atiku, they come to ADC. No one. But P2B take all the whole senator, all the whole state House of Assembly, the whole Southeast, they come to ADC. You telling me P2B will lose that that election? No, I'm done on that. P2B is already have that ticket, 100%. Only thing Atiku will do, Atiku will spend a lot of money, but after everything, he will still lose that election. You know, so come 2027. P2B will be our next hope in that country called Nigeria. P2B will be next president. He will take over from Tinubu. I hope Tinubu will surrender in that election. You see, Achia Yusufu, all those people will vote that day. You know, they will still move it. I moved too. You know, I moved already. So that election, no P2B, no election. I understand now. Hello?
Well, I understood until you said no P2B, no election. If it's P2B, they are chairman.
No, you see what I told you now. And that's a primary election. P2B have many people who vote for him. If you say not other people, okay, let me tell you. I tell you before about a come to South now. From Southwest, South, and Southeast, P2B have all those people who vote for him already. In North, then P2B have many governors. All those most 4 governors of PDP now, they will come to ADC very soon. And most of APC people.
There are only 3 governors left in the PDP
now. No, 4.
4. Right.
Yeah. All those 4 people now, most of them, from now to March, you will see them. Most of them all of them will come to ADC because there's no PDP any longer. And most of PDP, all of them will support and the ADC. Is all those people are allowed to vote P2B, not Atiku. Atiku cannot get that ticket because they know if Atiku get that ticket.
Bala Mohammed will vote for P2B.
Yes. He will vote for P2B.
And David Mark.
Before P2B decamp, you see that now you say Atiku have ADC. ADC is not belong to Atiku. You see Atiku, P2B, Rotimi Amoechi, and the former governor of Kano, Kaduna State. All of them plan this. Yeah. All of them plan this ADC. Bring all those ADC. Not only Atiku. You will say Atiku first to the camp before all of them begin to the camp. All of them bring that ADC to the board. So not to Atiku. Atiku don't own ADC or P2B. This is a coalition. Everybody, So that primary election, P2B have many people who vote for him already. I don't know about Atiku. I don't know where. Maybe Hope spend the money like last primary election. But they cannot do that again. People will collect that money and vote for P2B because they know if P2B won that election, then Kwakwanso will be a vice. The Kano is gone. Kaduna is gone. Katsina is gone. There's nothing like somebody can leave Kwakwanso, go and vote APC. No. They come to South from Lagos, but the P2B will carry all the day. P2B will win. From Lagos to Southeast. I don't think Tinubu cannot win that election if P2B match the candidates of ADC. Just forget that election. Forget that 2027 election. ADC will take the day.
You don't think that the appetite for Peter Obi is starting to wane a little bit? Do you not see that the P2B space is losing quite a lot of energy, and people are moving away from it quite significantly?
No, P2B is not losing energy. If you see that the P2B the camp, you see many former governors, senators. You see all of them, all the South.
But most of them are Southeastern people now.
Yeah, it will be Southeast now because the camp from Southeast to ADC now. And that day, you see most of local government of Lagos State, all of them was there. They camp too,
Local government of Lagos State. What
yes, like this Ojo, all of about 2 or 3 local government chairman of Lagos State. Most of them the camp enter ADC. See them.
There are no Igbo local government chairmen in Lagos State.
Yoruba people, I say Yoruba. Most of Yoruba people, the camp to ADC that day. Oh. Yeah. So, and the second is wait, I forgot what I wanted to know. So, and that election, P2B will carry the day. P2B, and the question. You show us here now more small video about P2B answer the question. My brother, let me tell you, anything about security as a candidate who want to come out 2027 election, he cannot answer that question in public. P2B have brain. It cannot. P2B continue answer question about insecurity a long time ago. So he cannot come out now. Is he want to come 2027? Election. He asking, what do you do different about insecurity in Nigeria? He cannot answer you that question direct now. P2B have wait now. If you answer that question, if you want to get 20% or 50% in North, most of them will run away from you because they think it will kill them where you enter that power. That's wash toilet.
The Northerners don't want insecurity stopped.
Most of them know what. Most of them know like if you where they buy his people, whether Boko Haram, bandits, kidnapper, where governor will buy them. They know like that. They support all those people. They give all those people information. If you don't know where it come, they buy them now. They know like the good luck. They better go to Jonathan try now. They pursue good luck. Good luck want to buy them. They pursue in that seat.
That was why he was talking about cleaning toilets.
Yes, that cleaning toilet. Let me clear you. That cleaning toilet. That cleaning toilet means something. If you very wise, he say he will clear insecurity. He,
Come on now. Come
where
on
he will
now.
clear insecurity. Where he come as a president, he will flush everything, clear and flush. He cannot say, I will hide it. No. Use your brain. Where somebody were educated talking, you will begin to laugh. When you say this one washing toilet, watching, maybe he cannot. If you say Jesus Christ, where answer Jesus Christ a question, Jesus Christ answer that question with a Bible. You don't understand. Jesus Christ cannot answer you a question that direct. I don't understand. Where people be talking, just listening to him. Where say I will clean, I will enter, plan, flushing toilet, washing toilets, flushing, clear everything. You know where he is going. He cannot come and tell you, I will bring machinery, I will do this, I will do that. No. You can use your brain. Go and read Bible. What's Jesus Christ? All the answer Jesus Christ they give his followers. You see the answer.
You may be right, actually, Patrick, because I saw a clip once of Peter Obi walking on water. So you may be right.
Yeah, Peter Obi, I don't know what walking. Yeah, Peter Obi is a very intelligent man, but you guys, you don't understand that young man. Give him power, you will see what is happening in Nigeria. No kidnapper,
But
no bandit.
he has not demonstrated any reason for us to give him power now. That's not the first interview he's misjived now. He's always misjiving. He has never been able to answer a question directly, ever.
Yes.
Bring one interview that they asked
I'll give you a question. I'll give you an answer. Do Jesus Christ you follow today, worship today? Do you answer you the direct question?
All right. So Peter,
all the questions, all those
who Mandela to Jesus Christ.
Well, let me tell you, all the questions Jesus Christ, a disciple, answered. We say where Jesus Christ entered this thing, and this thing. They asked this Jesus Christ a question. What do you say? You don't answer the question direct. You answer it indirect. They don't understand.
All right. So Peter was talking in parables. That's what you're saying.
Yes. You know, as a well-educated man, you're supposed to know where somebody answer a question. Why can you do difference about insecurity? You begin to answer. You enter flat. You see the toilet is messed up. You begin to wash the toilet, flush it. You know where you're going. You cannot say, I will bring machinery, I will do this, I will do that. No, you cannot say that in public, as a candidate. You cannot say that in public, But just asked him the same question. After he win primary election, we see what you answer you. For now, we cannot answer that question direct. For me, I don't know about you,
Yeah, all right. All right, Patrick. Thank you. So, Patrick, let's do 5 minutes because so many people waiting.
I never finished. I have another this thing. Where is your topic?
No, let me move it around and I'll bring it back to you. Hopefully, you can stay with us. But if you dip, you can come back. Let's go to because I'm conscious of like you, Hassan is also in Nigeria, and like you, is staying up early hours of the morning. And can people, by the way, tell us where you are in the comment section? I think I spotted a few people in Thames Mead, which is just about half an hour's drive from where I am. But tell us where you are in the comment section as we listen to Hassan. So Hassan, I suspect is the Kwakwanso conundrum that you want to address, Hassan. Hassan.
Hello, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Good morning, everyone. So late into the night, but early into the morning. Well, the Kwakwanso thing, I would like to first of all say that the way Kano politics is quite different from the way a lot of the politics is in all other states of Nigeria, if that makes any sense. What is peculiar about Kanu is the fanatic nature in which they have a following for the godfather, who is, of course, Kwakwanso. Now, I have had Larry, talk about, the situation. Yes, he may have a friend or somebody who is there, but I would say what he explained was what will be easy to hear on the ears of people who support APC, and may not necessarily reflect the full reality of what is actually happening on ground. And now, of course, with anything politics, it's going to be controversial. And at least the caveat is to say that the person who is actually giving you the information may also be an interested party, and therefore may paint a picture that supports your position so well. And so there is an aspect of confirmation bias that you may fall into. So when you address controversial topics like that of politics, it's always good to be as balanced as possible, not to sway it too much to your side. What I wanted to say is just that, yes, Abba Yusuf wants to, decamp to APC. And Kwakwanso obviously is insisting that even if he should decamp, he wants to dictate how things will go. Now, for somebody like me, who and many other people who have followed Kwakwanso's, political trajectory right from 1999, because a lot of people look at Kwakwanso, and because he entered the game quite young, he looks as if he looks like a novice, and he looks kind of clumsy. But it's just like a Ruchi and a professional chess master, like someone who like Papaski, someone like that, and then an Eruchi. So he is thinking in the second, third order, fourth order magnitude of things. And if you quietly analyze what is actually happening, is that everyone is rushing to go and join the ruling party, to solidify, and then ensure that they get re-elected. And everyone is trying to take a side where, but Kwakwanso is the only person who is not actually, kind of moved one way or the other. The very fact that you are just so focused on what you are trying to achieve that you are not too easily swayed to get into one camp or the other, but to serve the interest that you are going after. It takes guts, it takes courage, it takes somebody, who has tasted defeat, overcome it, who have tasted victory, overcome it. He has seen almost everything except for that, level that he now wants to go that he has not been before. That is to be an active player inside Aso Rock, or being a vice president, because there is nothing you can compensate a Kwakwanso with apart from that, as you said, vice presidency or presidency. Now, don't be surprised. So Kwakwanso is not a fool, and he's not myopic to demand that he gets the 2031 presidency, from Tinubu or from APC. He will know that there will be a lot of challenge, and that he will not make a good case. I think what Kwakwanso is vying for is VP position probably in 2027, which of course will not fly because
in which party? In which party?
In which party? In APC now. Which party is the ruling party?
No, because it's leaving itself. It's leaving its options open. Yes, it's talking
Yes,
to
good,
both sides.
yes, yeah, good.
So we're looking, and it's a negotiation ploy, by the way. Him fraternizing with the ADC is essentially trying to put pressure on the APC to make him concessions. But if he's fraternizing with the ADC, then we have to on the face value. Then you want to know what his lot will be within the ADC. Because
Okay,
there's
let me give
nothing
you
about.
another bomb.
Yeah, go on.
Gucci. I don't want you people to just read meaning out of these public squabbles between Abba Yusuf and Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a Maradona that you would underrate at your own peril. He is doing this intentionally to, spread his tentacles into ADC and APC. It is a smart move that from the outside, you wouldn't be able to know where his direction is. Abba Yusuf decamping, because Abba Yusuf will decamp. She will decamp to APC. All what you are seeing is staged conflict and drama. Kwankwaso has been known to do that in Kano politics before. Yes, this may be real, but because of his antecedents, I am not ruling out that this is drama. Now, if Abba Yusuf, because of course APC's principle is that if you are the governor, you are number one. That is, he has essentially finished off Ganduje and any of his remnants, and their political career in Kano. So because Abba Yusuf becomes number one, APC leader in Kano, that's one. Then he's at that level, okay, and he is showing the APC National Party that he is at odds with even his governor because of his, So it gives him more leverage. And now when he goes to ADC, he is even threatening his governor that he will take him out. He becomes more larger than life. There is a place for theater and acting in politics, and I believe this is part of what is happening with Kwankwaso. So when you make your mind up, don't just think of it as what you are just seeing on news and on networks. The things that may be happening behind behind the curtain might be more dubious and more typical politician. A politician that is operating at a higher level kind of. Let me just leave it at that. Okay, so somebody else may talk.
All right, brilliant. But it's somewhat convoluted. I think Kwakwanso should just.
It is intentional. It is to muddy the water. That's the reason.
Yeah, but there's an urgency to politics now that doesn't really. I'm not sure that the tolerance space is there for Kwakwanso to play games.
Misunderstanding. You are misunderstanding. This is somebody that can. It's not 2027 that is after. That is what you have to understand.
We know. Everybody knows what is after.
Okay.
And I think, I think he wants assurances. Does he not want assurances?
Yeah, so he's leveraging and he's not committing. He's not desperate. There is nothing he has not seen. So he is standing his ground. So we are going to see some drama. But that tells you something. Kanu is still up for grabs, depending on how it turns out for Kwankwaso. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. All right, Bridan. Let's go from you then to let's go to Tony, who hopefully is still there. Tony, floor is yours.
No, I just coming to say her. I think let Hassan continue because I don't believe in Nigeria politics. All the discussion for me are just zero. So you can continue with other, with Hassan, please, sir. Nigeria is not qualified. Nigeria is not qualified for any election where people are dying, no security. Edo State is under siege right now for the Northerners. University of Ekpoma is a no-go area. Ekpoma town, everywhere is gone. Benin City is gone. So I don't know why we're talking about politics, sir. Thank you, sir.
Benin City
So
is
what
gone.
is my own? What is, just because I'm a northerner, is that why you are venting on me? Are you?
No. I said that should be the topic. That not you particularly, sir. I said that.
So the way you make it look, you say I should continue talking as if I've offended you.
For political discussion. You know that because I said that So I said that you can continue, sir, because that I'm not in for political discussion. Why the country is not a country. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe in the political system. There are no governmental institutions on ground to guide us through any election or whatever. I don't know why we are discussing about politics, why people are dying. The country is in a total disarray. You know what I'm saying? I said that the state, Edo State is under siege from the Northerners, including Aisha Yusuf. These are terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Look at the way she dressed. We are not the same people. So we should share the country and let everybody go their way. This is what I always stand for. So that we can restart.
May God heal you. May God heal anybody that is reeling from grief wherever he is, and when the people who cannot control their temper and their emotions to talk.
No, we are not quarreling, Hassan. I said that the country is not the country. I think the first thing to do right now, the first thing for us to do is to have a country. We don't have a country. They talk, why should we be talking about elections?
You see, it is in that way though that you guys just killed innocent northerners on the road just because they were passing, and you said they were
innocent northerners holding guns, kidnapping people around, hiding in the bush.
And now so let me tell you, newsflash: yes, 230 million people just last week. Like people were blown up in a mosque just there where I am. I did not come here and
but the Northerners too. These Northerners.
That is what Nigeria is. It has a security problem. Now, 230 million people.
It is not in our DNA to kill people. Our place you chop amala, you chop a bole, you chop a beans and yam on the street. We don't kill people, but these are your culture. Look at Somaliland now. Somaliland tried to break away from this Janjaweed in Somalia. There's a problem. Somaliland is out of control. So the same thing we are going to do. Northern Nigeria, stand on your own, and let us stand on our own.
To show that what you are saying is right, and then continue to sound as if you have some moral high ground. Come on, bring it down.
It is not in our DNA, Mr. Hassan. Please, sir, my brother Malam.
Do you have any DNA?
Our DNA is our DNA is African. But you guys, you claim to be Arabs. Why you are even darker than charcoals? That is what is troubling you guys. You want to be Arab. Look at the way you ushered yourself. You ushered in yourself today. You were using Sarama Laku. They speak Arabic for us. Are we Arabic people here? We are Africans. People, you can use Swahili people. You can use
English.
Congo.
Now that you are speaking English, are you English?
No,
but you can't even see the irony. And every time I engage you, I become dumber.
English is a means of communication, for technology. We're gonna embrace, but Arab mix bombs. Arabic mix bomb. Arab culture is terror. Arab culture is different from our culture. That's what we're talking about. But the English culture, you can see what is happening to your Ihan Omar, this terrorist woman, who is spoiling other Africans' chances right now. This guy was just 12 years old. Then America rescued her from Kenya. And look at what they are doing. Look at your Aisha Yusufu.
Allow me to continue to respond to this man.
Let us, I didn't want to have any discussion about political something, but these are the most important things we are discussing right now. Why you guys like this? Why do you like blood? Why do you love? Why you like killing people?
What's my own with her?
Hassan, you know, so me are not there to fight you. You are too small, Malam.
Aboki.
Don't call him Aboki now.
Agree. If you say Aboki, you give me space. You take me high. Now Almajiri original I be.
Okay, no wahala. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Okay, right on.
You shouldn't really be making those sweeping. Who is muting me? You shouldn't be making those sweeping statements. As Assad is one of the leading stakeholders on this platform now, one of the revered voices, and it
Now my
comes
friend,
to
now my friend, who?
yeah, then don't make sweeping statements that will offend him. Now, what's the point of
No,
it?
I like him. You know, sometimes I do pity him when he's under fire from other guys here. You know, but only that we should face reality. That why are we?
Because of this platform. It's not because of the validity of my position or my argument. It's because
no wahala, Hassan. No, you don't say I'm not to fight you. You know.
Anybody else done his fair game. As long as he's a northerner, he's fair game. What are we doing here then?
No, but that is why we say we should share the country so that we can live together as a fellow African country, neighboring African country. That will give us a final peace. You know what I'm saying? Because this topic is gonna be on for the next 100 years. We want to avoid all this doomsday. You know what I'm saying? No wahala now. We like to eat you now. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Tony. But you have to understand that your position is not a universal Southern position. Because I don't share that mindset, by the way, that this blanket phobia.
It is. Only you guys are scared to say the fact, your minds.
No, now you can't speak for other people now. I'm not quite sure on what authority you want to do that now. I don't agree with that. I would trust Hassan more than I would trust an average, because I've known Hassan on and off the screen for a good while. And as he speaks here, do you remember that when we used to do all these giveaways, Hassan was the one that was helping us find candidates? Do you not remember?
Yeah, I remember when he was going to those areas to present the gift and all this kind of stuff. Yes, I know. He's a gentleman. He's a gentleman. He's from a good family, but the wider northern space, these are evil people because of this. They are Arab culture.
Guy, just settle down now. It's not. You don't get to be right if you talk fast now. But what I'm saying to you is that it doesn't serve any purpose to have a blanket statement for everybody. We do that a lot with the northerners, the southeasterners. You just use one catchment phrase to sweep them all up into one narrative. There's no single narrative that defines anybody. And if you go to the north, you find that the abundance of them are some of the best people. They're the most honest in Nigeria. That's certainly well documented. In terms of human person-to-person interaction, the northerners are the most honest that we have in the country. So a lot of virtues in that place, and largely it's a peaceful area, even with the pockets of. So all this just it's amusing sometimes, but sometimes it can be overboard, especially when it's causing offense. But are guaranteed not to cause offense. Aro Gidigba. Aro, floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Are we clear? Might be takeaway. One man.
So sorry, that's better. We can hear you. Your audio was a bit quirky. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning. You're a very patient man, I have to say. I give you a lot of, as Nigerians would say, kudos. You're a very patient man. Moving on, you said something earlier about the obedience and the guarantee that.
So sorry, can you make adjustments to your audio? It's just very.
What about now? Yeah, I don't know why this.
It's very green. Maybe it's the rain or something, but it's very green.
It's not the rain. No, it's the. I'm using some Bluetooth earphones and they've been.
No, don't use Bluetooth.
Let me take it off.
Yeah, Bluetooth never works with yeah. It's just for the audience, it's the quality, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. I think it's better now.
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
So
excellent. Aro, my brother, how far? Bawuni.
Tony, you disappoint me, to be frank.
Mabinu.
I mean, it's
Marvin,
2026, and
just about
I think
we want to survive. We have to survive as Southerners. Thank you, sir.
no. I think I know it's a very open platform, but I think there's a lot of serious people here. I think this platform is a bit different to the rest. There's a diversity of opinion, but I think there should be some decency as well. So it's most unfortunate.
Okay, Motibo, it's okay. Right on, sir. Sorry, Lord.
Moving on. One man, I was gonna say, what's happening with the political situation in Nigeria is actually disappointing. The opposition, the way they are conducting themselves is rather unfortunate. To the best of my knowledge, while you were on, they actually went online, and I see that Atiko's released a statement, sometimes either late this afternoon or whenever, saying categorically that he doesn't intend to step down, and nobody intends to step down for anybody else in the primaries for ADC. Now, he could just be playing a game. They could all be playing a game. Kwakwanso is a wheeler dealer. I know that the president, everybody that deals with Kwakwanso has to deal with him with a lot of caution. He's a wheeler dealer. He keeps his cards very close to his chest. He knows how to whip up sentiments, especially with the masses in Kano and the political region, the area that he controls. But Kwakwanso is negotiating for a position, for his own interest. The governor apparently and himself have had a falling out for some time. But even that could be a game as well. That could be a game in itself. The governor is married to his niece, by the way. And apparently the governor has been an ally of his for decades now. So, but the opposition, we see Jonathan and the PDP, they had an interaction today. Wike has been touring all the local governments in Rivers. The turnout seems to be very...
hold on. And I wanted to get into that Wike as well. Wike seems to be fighting the APC, Fubara, and everybody else. But that interaction between the chairman, or as it stands now, still is the chairman, that interaction between the chairman of the PDP and Goodluck Jonathan, what do you read into that? What do you think is what's the play there?
I think the PDP. I think the chairman is one of those PDP guys. One of those guys that's been PDP and PDP through and through. And I think he's given to trying to reestablish the PDP of 1999. So you can see him. He's differing to a lot of the first generation PDP members and possibly the second generation PDP, essentially leaders in the PDP. So he's been to see Obasanjo, and then you see that the influence of some of the old timers, in his NWC is quite strong, So the old timers, I think he wants to, he wants to get the support of the old timers. And party and leaders essentially in the PDP who are somewhat disenfranchised and who have moved away from the PDP. He wants to get their buy-in and get their support, and then from there build the party. I think it's good in itself. I think the only problem is
you don't think he's courting Goodluck Jonathan for the ticket?
I don't think Jonathan is interested in the ticket. I don't think so. I think he was once interested in the ticket. I think there are several individuals that have been telling him, and to run. But I think he's been able to get some better advice that is better for him to stay out. I think Nigeria has been very kind to him. And I think that's it. I think he's good enough for him to be contented with what he has. There might be people still trying to tell him that he has a chance, but I think he's been able to look in the mirror and see, you know, and see the sky and see that the sky is blue. So nobody can tell him that the skies are black or it's clear clear clouds. He knows what the story is. I don't think he's gonna take the bites of the bait. So, but I think the chairman, that means a new PDP chairman, is making the right moves. But the problem is building on a foundation that is very shaky. There is no guarantee that his position will be tenable in the end when you look at the judicial circumstances that surround his leadership. But his actions in themselves are quite good, because you can see he's trying to get support of legacy members of the PDP and then go forward from there. I've not seen much action from Saraki.
It's been very quiet,
It's been
Saraki.
very quiet, and the reason I say Saraki is because Saraki was designated to lead a reconciliation committee. He himself pulled out of the convention, advising that the convention was ill-advised. He's a major player, and he's a bridge between the old legacy PDP members and the younger crowd. So although this PDP chairman is making the right moves, the problem that I see is there's also the reality of the ADC, which essentially is a PDP is PDP in sheep's clothing. If I might describe it as that. Is PDP disgruntled APC or disgruntled CPC elements from the APC and the likes. But the opposition are not doing very well. There's a lot of confusion in their ranks. There's desperation in their ranks. And then Rivers with Fubara.
Sorry, Aro. Are you sure you want to describe it as that? Because the sort of movements that we're seeing now, we saw it in 2013, which ultimately forced the sitting government. First time we actually had a transition in democracy from one government to another. This grand coming together of political juggernauts. If Kwakwanso joins that opposition space, then Tinubu has reasons to have sleepless nights.
Okay, yeah, but the thing about it is this. With APC, there was a lot of decency in how APC was formed. Different people came together. They came together because they saw the advantage of coalescing their strength. The problem with ADC is that they are disgruntled and they are all desperate. And it's like a bucket filled with crabs. We can already see the statements that the likes of Dele Momo do, and even Atiku, with the statement is released this afternoon. The obedience that have literally, in less than 10 days, they've come together. And in those 10 days, you can see not 10 days, but today is the 6th or the 7th. And in those 6-7 days, you can see the way they've been attacking themselves, especially since Obi came into the fold. Well, Obi has always been in the fold, but since he openly declared, you can see the way they are attacking themselves, and they're already trying to stake claim to just a single prize. Atiku is not going to step down. You have to understand that David Mack is the chairman of the ADC. David Mack is the individual that was responsible for the calamity that happened at the PDP convention in 2022. David Mack was the chairman of the convention, and he allowed Tambuwal to return to the stage, having given a speech, which was the agreement that once an individual gives a speech, he cannot return to the stage. And he allowed the Tambawa to return to the stage to then effectively, ask for his supporters to support Atiku. Peter Obi will be stupid. Well, he is stupid anyway, but he will be even stupider or whatever. I don't know what to say, but he'll be even more foolish to assume that. Well, maybe Atiku is gonna just decide to fold and pass on the torch to him.
No, that's not likely to happen. I can see scenarios, and I'm pretty clear in my mind that Peter Obi will not be on the ballot in 2027. I don't see him on the
That
ballot.
would be a shame. That would be a shame.
Why would it? Hold on. Why would it be? Why would it be a shame if it's not on?
You know what? The ideal situation for me would be Tinubu and Peter Obi. Nobody else.
You mean one-on-one?
One-on-one. Let's see what the big dog is.
Yeah, but that runs a risk more for Tinubu than if you have the three-way.
No, I don't care about the risk. The risk is the risk. I just want to see. I want to see a very good battle. Nigerians will pay for it if they make the wrong choice. But that would be an interesting thing. That would be interesting.
Let me tell you the picture that I see. I don't see Peter Obi on the ballot in 2027. Peter Obi has gone to the ADC, as we know. And I think because they would have been having closed door meetings. They're always telling us about their closed door meetings, and it have been made clear to him that look, you come in for the vice, and he knows that Labour Party offers him nothing. So hold on, just 1 second. Is either a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond. So he's going to do small fish in a big pond. But where it will come arrive for Peter Obi is that he will find it impossible to sell a vice presidential ticket to his followership, and still maintain his integrity. Ultimately, I see him walking away, to hold on to that thing that I'm not desperate to be president. I don't see Peter Obi on the ballot in 2027.
Well, see, the problem with Peter Obi is this. Even if Peter Obi was, even if, let's say, Atiku won him. So let's say they even go to a primaries, okay? Keenly contested primaries. And inevitably, Atiku wins the primaries. Peter Obi is still not guaranteed. Well, maybe Atiku will decide to take him ahead of Amechi. But then that risks the possibility of fracturing. Well, maybe Amechi will be happy to take a ministerial portfolio. I don't know.
If Atiku wins that ticket, he will have no choice but to pick Obi.
Pick Obi, yeah, because politically
doesn't
that's a
pick
better
him,
choice.
It's a better choice, one. And if he doesn't pick Obi, the Obi followership will punish him. They will look to punish him, and they carry some weight, At least that's a good 3 million, 4 million votes.
It does. He'll probably be able to compensate Amechi with a ministerial portfolio. I think Amechi will be happy with that. Yeah, but I don't know. I think Obi would take the VP slot, with the promise of having a shot at it in 2031. And well, but even at that, they are fighting a uphill battle against Tinubu that seems to have covered a lot of the different angles. Because you have to look at the North Central votes and the South votes. Those votes that were present for Peter Obi in 2023 would not be there in 2027. When you look at the campaign, when you look at the campaign in the South, right across those South states, from Delta. You look at Delta, for instance. Both the PDP and the APC in Delta have literally collapsed, and they are openly openly declaring for Tinubu without shame. Rivers is the same. Bayelsa is the same. And that's why I wouldn't trust Jonathan. If you look at the people, the Jonathans, a lot of Jonathan's allies in Bayelsa, they are openly campaigning for Tinubu without shame. Literally half of the South, irrespective of the political party that they are in, they are campaigning for Tinubu openly.
I think it's
And
too
then you
early
look at the North
to
Central, it's the same in
predict.
the North Central. I
So
mean,
sorry, Emmanuel. Did you want to interject?
Yeah, for me, I think it's too early to speculate about
Sorry,
the
Aro. Yeah.
number of people who that is going for each party on stuff or supporting any party. Right now, the winning party or the ruling party, their drum is beating everywhere. That's what it should be. But let's wait till close to the election, then you will see the other drums, how they're going to sound. Right now, we don't know how the sound of ADC will be. You don't know how the sound of PDP will be. Right now, it's all about APC, and what they are doing, and because they are in power right now. But the
Emmanuel,
truth be said,
the primaries will tell us who the winner will be. As soon as
yeah,
we
yes,
know the field, we know who is going
yes.
to be the president. Yeah.
Like someone said, the big mistake ADC will make is putting P2B as a runner up for somebody, Atiku or anybody. That would be a very big mistake, even in the political realm. I like politics that are challenging. Let's just don't bring in Tinubu and another second Tinubu to vie for the president. No, let's bring somebody that is really different from this person and let Nigerians make their choice. And that's what I stand for. But I don't know how the primary will go. This is Nigeria. Nigeria is different. You'll be shocked. Somebody, article will come in. You get what I'm saying? Which a lot of people are talking about right now, you know. But from my own speculation and assumption, if article runs for real, Tinubu will remain the president.
Emmanuel, I don't get this canonization of an individual who has been a governor in this country, who has been the director of the Nigerian Port Authority, who has been a member of the Jonathan economic team, and the canonization as someone that is different. I mean, if you make that, if you say that Showore is a different type of candidate, or you say that someone like Adewale Adebayo is a different type of candidate, even I dare say that if you say that Kingsley Modalu is a different kind of candidate, I mean, we can be in agreement over that statement. But to posit that Peter Obi is any different to the other sharks that we're talking about, be it Tinubu, Atiku, or whoever, Kwakwanso, they are one and the same. There's no allegation, no type of allegation that's been made against this or these characters that has not been made about Obi. The Pandora Papers make it very clear the kind of character he is. One man can remember the day we discussed Obi's dealings in the United Kingdom. We went to the company register. We were able to track some registrations for his company, for individuals associated with him, the companies they've opened, the tax returns those companies submitted. I mean, the kind of character he is no different to these other individuals we're talking about. This canonization of this individual is something that I find rather very, very suspect.
No. You can agree or disagree with me from
Well,
my but
I find no. I'm not.
No,
You can
hold
see
on,
I'm not attacking you directly.
hold on for him, Aro. Let him push back at you. Yeah.
I have my own opinion, and that's my own opinion. But my thing is that looking at the state of Nigeria right now, looking at the Nigerian entity as in the people, Nigerian people are tired of this same old people, same people, kind of people running the show. And P2B could be a politician, but you can sense that he is not on that level like these other people that their cards are already shown. It's already visible. Right now, yeah, I know that P2B is a politician, but I don't know the kind of politician he might be. But definitely, we know Atiku. We know he is going to be a politician for the same way Tinubu is a politician, the same way every other leader in Nigeria has.
And is Peter B a priest? Because you're calling the others a politician, but Peter B has suddenly become the Pope.
Yeah, but he's not a priest per se. But we Nigerians are clamoring for a new face. We are clamoring for a new generation. We are clamoring for a different vibe. That's what Nigerians are looking
A
for
new
right
generation? Do you
now.
not? Are you aware
What I
of
mean,
where Peter Obi was a governor in 2011?
yes, what I mean a new generation is somebody with a different mindset.
Yeah, but
Well, the way
listen,
forward is available for you.
So sorry, Arrow, let me come in. Yes, sorry, Prince, you want to come in as well. Sorry, what do you prefer? Do you prefer Emma or Emmanuel?
Emma is fine.
Emma. Listen, Emma. You may be surprised that the rest of the country don't actually see Peter Obi in the manner that the Obedience see him. But you do know that the Obedience are not sufficient enough to deliver a presidency. That's already been tested. But they're outside of the Obedience
Tested
space
where?
in the last cycle of election. Forget all of this. In the last cycle of elections, it was tested now. The Obedience couldn't deliver Obi now. So that's already been tested. And outside of the Obedience space, you may be surprised that not a lot of people see what you guys either see or are trying to sell. I certainly don't, because we've done a lot of Obi stuff here. We've delved into his history throughout his governance of Anambra State, his public interactions, his relationship with corruption. So we know Obi quite well. So a lot of people outside of the Obedience space, they don't see, nobody sees Obi as a shift away from the status quo outside of the Obedience space. And that narrative has been pushed so heavily for so long. So the people that have not bought it are not likely to buy it. So the Obedience space stays within the narrowness of the Obedience space. It's not a representative of the overarch of the Nigerian thinking. It's just the narrowness of that particular space. So that's one. But the question I wanted to put to you is, if Atiku is not going to be president, who do you think he will prefer, Obi or Tinubu?
I'll prefer Obi.
No, I said Atiku. If Atiku is not going to be president, who do you think Atiku would prefer, Obi or Tinubu?
Well, I don't know. I think that question is
One man will be without a doubt.
okay.
I think he'll prefer Obi. That's my take.
He might prefer Obi,
No, he will
that's
prefer Obi.
this is my thing. It's difficult for us to answer this question. Why? Because Atiku has never made himself or distinguished himself from these old politicians. When I call them old politicians, I call them with these old politicians with this old ideology. He has not distinguished himself from it. And that is why it's so difficult for a normal, an average Nigerian to answer this question. My friend who answered Atiku will prefer Obi is saying it based on the alliance right now, based on ADC or their correlation or communication that is going forth recently. But if this question was to be asked, let me say a year ago or 2 years ago, nobody can answer that question. It's
One
good.
man. Can I take my position and then leave? Can I just?
Okay. Sorry, Aruba. I just wanted to
Yeah,
insert
so
something.
let me just finish up and leave then. So this will be my last statement.
Why do you have to leave? Why do you have to
No,
leave?
not leave. But I mean, just get off the platform so that other individuals can speak. But what I'm trying to say is this: I suspect, okay, and this is one dangerous suspicion I've developed just this evening while listening to other people speak. It is possible that Obi would be allowed to run as the flag bearer of the ADC, and it is possible that someone like Kwakwanso will be happy to deputize him. Do you know why? Because they know it'll be very, very possible for them to impeach Obi very quickly, anytime to choose. And that's the danger with an Obi presidency. The risk of an impeachment. The capacity, because they know they cannot impeach Tinubu very easily. Now, it's very difficult to impeach a president to start with. But if there was ever going to be a president that is impeachable, that they could have a successful impeachment.
Why would they want to impeach Obi?
Politics. I mean, these politicians, they're wolves. The reality of it is this. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Politicians, anywhere you find them, anywhere in the world, are dangerous wolves. They know that they can toy with Obi, they can dictate what he will do, and if he doesn't dance to their tune, they can impeach him. They would have the capacity to impeach him, because Obi doesn't have the control of the legislature. When Obi becomes a president, he will not have the control of the legislature. He will not be able to enforce control of the legislature. We've already seen that members of the Labour Party that rode on the wings of the obedient movement, he was not able to control them. In the end, a lot of them decamped to the APC. And he will not have control of the judiciary either, because a lot of the individuals in the judiciary that have political allegiances are already allied to either the PDP or the APC, okay, the entities in there. So he will not have control of any of that. It is not that kind of personality. So if there's ever going to be someone that will be impeachable, it will be Peter Obi. The fear I have is they will make him the president, knowing that they can have full control of him. And knowing that they can just make him the president and then within 3 months impeach him, and that could be the other plan. So that is a serious risk with an Obi presidency.
Well, let's get to that bridge and then we.
That seems somewhat convoluted. But Ima, let me take you back to what the point. Sorry, thank you, Aro. Let me take you back to the point I was making earlier. If there was a choice between if Atiku wasn't going to be president and he wants to make a choice between Tinubu and Peter Obi, by my own perception, I think Atiku more likely to go with Tinubu than Peter Obi. Atiku aligns ideologically more with Tinubu's politics and worldview. And then there's an established relationship as well that dates all the way back. You know, Atiku and Tinubu actually came out of the Umaru Yar'Adua talk. Oh, look at that. We've got a big fish at last. Oh, goodness me. Look who's coming. And it's not even my birthday, Bishop. Well, just stay there, Bishop. And you know, the way I see Atiku is he sees Peter Obi as no more than a necessary tool to serve a particular purpose. And if that tool no longer serves that purpose, then it's instantly dispensable. But he sees Tinubu as a rival, but a respected one. Atiku sees Tinubu in equal measure to himself, but Atiku doesn't see Peter Obi as anything other than somebody that subordinates to him. In a choice between Tinubu and Peter Obi, Atiku is more aligned ideologically, worldview-wise, even in governance. Atiku doesn't really care about Nigerians. I think we all know that. He wants to be president. And if he cannot be president, he doesn't especially care that some Peter Obi goes there or not. He doesn't care. That's just how I say it.
It's true. What you're saying is true. And that is my question, my biggest problem. Why are we, or why are Nigerians even talking about bringing someone? We are trying to run away from Tinubu, and we're bringing a Tinubu, the same person that thinks and run things. Yeah,
Tinubu
yes,
from the north.
yes,
Tinubu
another
from the
Tinubu
north.
from the north. Why? It makes no sense. If we want a change, let us go for a proper change. And if we at the end of the day, we know that yes, we had a change, and this is what the change is. That's my own opinion. And it could be wrong, it could be right. You get what I'm saying? But a lot of, at this point, Nigerians are tired. Nigerians are tired. Look at how old is Nigeria right now? Look at where we started, and we are still here. If it's not if it doesn't shame anybody, it shames me to say I am a Nigerian at this point in time in this generation, with all the intellectuals we have. For real. If Nigeria is good for me, it's good for you, it's good for the other person. Why is it like this?
Sorry, where did you go to school? Which school did you go to? You don't have to tell me, but yeah.
I went to school in IMSU, Imo State University.
There you are. You sound articulate and intelligent and well-rounded.
Well, I love Nigeria.
Well, there you are. But Nigeria has ever, all this articulation is the gift of your country to you now. Are you not a product of the system you condemn?
What system was that? Do you think
the system that produced this intelligent, articulate man that we're listening to, Nigeria?
Please don't let us go there, because if we go there, hey, it's gonna be
no. But the point I'm making is people run that country down, but we're all products. I'm speaking to you. You're speaking to me. I don't think either of us. I don't think either of us are dummies, and we're all products of that system. So it can't be that. It can't be that bad to produce you and I.
No, let us say it is
produce
bad.
You and I, or everybody else.
Okay. Let me ask you: would you want the things you went through in school? Would you want your child to go through those things right now?
Well, I had a brilliant. I went to Maryland Comprehensive. We used to have chocolate for lunch, and
yes.
I went to. I had a glorious time. Also, so
I did too. I did even from my kindergarten. I attended Ahmadu Bello demonstration school. We were taught by white people. Then.
So was that in the United States?
No, that was in Nigeria.
The Nigeria that you the Nigeria you condemn.
I don't listen to me.
Is it in Congo or Samaru?
Yes, I grew up in Samaru, Sabongeri.
Okay.
Yes. Let me tell you, Nigeria. I don't condemn Nigeria, but I condemn the system. I condemn the things behind the things we do. These people we are glamoring for right now, running for president. Do you know there was a time, if you're a graduate in the university, the federal government will give you a car? It happened in Nigeria. And these same people who benefited from this kind of things are the ones running us right now. What are they doing with our education? Once upon a time in Nigerian University of Nigeria and Soka, students were paid. Who is doing that now? And the people that benefited from these things, they are directors now. Some of them are DGs. They are governors now. All of them. That system they benefited from. Why can't they continue from that?
Well, are you in the United States?
Yes, I'm in the United States now.
Well, I'm in the UK.
Okay.
There's also once upon a time also in the UK as well. Glorious Arogidigba is in the UK as well. Glorious, wonderful time They used to give children milk at tea, at school, but that
One
was
man, one man. Sorry for cutting you short. Do not compare. No comparison. What this guy is saying is like my uncles. 4 of them they graduated and got BTO for free. So if you ask someone, they'll give you 504. Hold on, one man. Don't compare it. I mean, Germany. No, hold on, one man. Hold on, please, sir, please, sir,
I
please, sir.
don't want to do my guy now. Please, now we don't
Yes,
just
yeah,
want to do
please.
that.
Don't always make that
No,
comparison.
hold on. It's already established the point that you're about to make. So I just wanted to present him.
Yeah. So let us affirm the fact that
Girl, guy, just stop it, please.
Let him
Just
finish,
don't,
please.
it's going to repeat what you said, which is already established. But I wanted to present that it's a global phenomenon rather than anything peculiar to the Nigerian experience. That's what I wanted to present.
that you have no common electricity, no water, no security.
Oh no, okay, no, we're not doing that now. The conversation was starting to take an elegant shape. So what the point I was looking to make is that what you've just described as the Nigerian experience is not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. It's a global phenomenon. There were simpler, happier times in every currency that you look to look at it from. Here in the UK, the Nigerian experience that you described, and we have a lot of Americans on the screen, and they will tell you that there were more happier times when things were easier, more affordable, and more assured. But it's a global phenomenon, not something peculiar to Nigeria. Yes, elements of mismanagement, but certainly not, anything that is outside of norm.
Please, if I may come in, let us don't backpedal or use some words that makes it sound easy. This is not easy. Nigerians are suffering. We have gone through hell. You can't compare Americans going through tough time to Nigerian going through tough time. You can't compare UK going through tough time to Nigeria going through tough time. Please, we are in the 20th century. Look at it. Let me tell you, I told my dad, I told him, if Abraham Lincoln should come back to America right now, Abraham Lincoln will be surprised. He probably may not recognize Washington, D.C. because there is development 24/7. Things have changed. But I bet you right now, if Awolowo should come back to Lagos, I'm telling you, he's going to point out where his house was. To tell you, we have not progressed much.
Why? Ima, may I just answer you? How about we look at it this way? Aren't
Okay.
we being too hard on ourselves, considering that we do not exist as an island and there are other geopolitical factors that affect the entity Nigeria and has already shaped and continue to shape and control its future and has kept Nigeria as a rent-seeking venture, and that is why you see our politicians go to Chatham House to make their cases. Now, for example, now if you were to be made maybe president of Nigeria, the law of probability tells us that you will likely do much worse. So
no. Which law of probability is telling you that? Then you are calculating wrongly.
All right, I will not.
I can tell you right now. See, right now, as a
it is
Nigerian,
not an attack on you. You misunderstand me.
I'm not taking it as an attack.
No. What Hassan is saying is the landscape dictates the flow. You cannot be a maverick and like somebody was saying, if Obi acts funky, they'll impeach him. The landscape dictates the flow.
Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, this is the thing. I think when you are sick and you are trying to pamper your sickness, you tend to do what? Prolong your sickness. But if you are sick and you recognize, yes, I am sick, I need to be well, you will take it ruggedly and you will take it seriously to heal. If Nigerians, if we know really Nigerians really want to solve our problem, I'm telling you, Nigeria will sit up. It will start from the leader. It's like Americans. I see Americans here. If you see the way they protect their country, you know they are really, really serious about it. If Nigeria, if it starts from the leader. If our leaders really want to take Nigeria personal as their own, I'm telling you, Nigeria will change. If Tinubu should take Nigeria as his personal business right now, forget, Nigeria will, if I give 1 year, Nigeria will change. But everybody is nonchalant. We are nonchalant. Well, I'm not going to do it. Maybe the next person will come and do it. And that next person will come, oh, man, I can't do it. Yeah. Years are passing by. Jesus is coming soon. Nigeria is still the same way God created it. God is going to ask us. He gave us all this land. What did we do? Nothing. Let us take this thing serious. Let us change Nigeria. If we are really, really serious to change Nigeria, let us change Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Emma. Emma, stay with us. There are plenty of people on the screen. I want to move the microphone around, but once
Yes.
everybody has spoken, we open it up to a more rounded conversation. But you don't even have to tell us that you are obedient. The doomsday, apostatizing tells us you are obedient. It's always doomsday.
One man want to move. I'm sorry. I want to say welcome to that guy. That guy should be coming here regularly because he just spoke in my mind, because the country, what are we doing with our high institutions that are not carrying out any research? We don't have critical thinkers. That's what that guy started to say. People like me, like him, we sit down together. How do we improve on our citizens? Look, people are hungry.
Okay.
How do we improve on them? Hold on, sir. The research is, all the researches are not be carried out in our schools. No experimentations, no nothing. That's what this guy is talking about. Look at the Germans, the British. They're looking for a more cheaper way to provide the heating system for the cold weather that they don't know how it's coming right now. It's so cold right now. Our people were not doing anything. We're just rest on our ass, waiting for America, waiting for Bill Gates, to come poison our people with genetically modified food and all those kind of stuff. We don't have critical thinker that can just sit down. Let's say at least 50 Nigerians in a basement, thinking on how to improve the economy, how to run the system. We don't have them. We have liars and great pretenders who are trying to paint Nigeria in a very, fine color like this. Movie. Notice your president is going to abroad for medical system. Your children, everybody go to medical system. They are going to school abroad. Back in the days, my uncle, they went to school. They come back to Nigeria. That's what that guy started to say, sir. So we need to, all of us cannot be in abroad. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All
right. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. We go on from you, Tony, to Aroki Digba, and especially we're looking forward to hearing from Bishop, who a lot of catching up to do with Bishop, but of course, as ever, Prince Daddy with us. So Prince Daddy, the floor is yours. We're talking about Kwakwanso teasing the political space to tell us that the most handsome prince will get his I don't know how to complete that metaphor without looking silly, but Kwakwanso in play. So he's in play, and then we are hearing all the social media obedience telling us that if Obi decides to deputize for Atiku, then that is the end of they are getting off that bus. So those two spaces first, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, hello, woman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. Good to have you, Prince.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. You mentioned Arogidigba for a minute. For a second, I thought it was gonna go again.
No. So sorry. Yes, you all sound like you, Aro, and what Babati. You can as well be the same person, but the floor is yours.
Yeah. I'll get like a couple of minutes, woman. I'm at the game, but yeah, Peter B, Kwakwanso. By the way, did Kwakwanso officially become part of ADC? Is that what you're saying?
No, he came out with a statement to say that he's in talks with parties, but the party he's going to go with is one that can either give him their presidential ticket or the vice presidential slot. So we know that those two spaces are occupied in the APC, so that then automatically gravitates to the ADC.
Yeah, okay. I think that's kind of wishful thinking, given Chiku's there. And I think at the end of the day, by the way, Peter B, I think he wants to save face. You know, you said it before, and he keep repeating it. He's not going to get a ticket with the ADC. He's not going to get it. I'll be surprised if I guess Atiku, if he wins, it gives him the what you call it, the VP ticket or slot. That'd be okay. But I think Peter B is going into this game to lose. I don't think he. I think he knows he doesn't have any chance actually. Uh, his best chance was with Labour Party, but why we don't go into the pond with big fish to go slug it out? And we all know very well Peter doesn't like to do primaries. So what is I don't get it. I mean, I think he's convinced he's gonna lose. He has no way out. But just to save face, that's why he's doing what he's doing. That's Peter B for you. Um, yeah, yeah. These people, I'm glad. Well, the PDP, yeah, waiting for the resurrection of the PDP party. They, I'm not sure what they have to offer. I think somebody said, mention your favorite politician, one man, Saraki. That man should be in jail. That's somebody for sure. I think should be in jail. But there, there we are celebrating him. Um, the PDP is going to be built up by the machination of if Tinubu. Let's just put it Tinubu because we need another somewhat of a strong party to compete in this election. We need at least three, like the last election, three solid parties. Four will make it better. So then, game over. There's no way any one of those other players can permutate to win the election when Tinubu is the incumbent president. I'm not sure how it's going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. That winning of a Lagos state by a French party like the Labour Party is not going to happen again. Uh, the last time a lot of things happened was because Tinubu was at the top right there on the national level, not really paying attention to a lot of things on the state level, and that's a lot of things happen. But this time around, he's going to deploy the right people. He got enough governors, and everything is like in line up for Tinubu to win the next election. Um, yeah, so thanks to Atiku that refused to go away, and thanks to Peter B's incompetence at the highest level, that's why we're going to have Tinubu come back, and hopefully it does its best as in the next term to really um, try as much as possible. I think it's doing it, but try to decolonize Nigeria. I think that's the goal for Nigeria to be set free. The decolonization of Nigeria is what we need. The notion that some people think they deserve power or they have the birthright to power is ridiculous. That makes the rest of us, slaves, servitude to the capitalists, and that has to stop. Nigerians to draw a line, and I think Tinubu is smart enough to do that. Thank God. Like, we dodge a bullet. I don't think we will dodge a bullet because that guy Peter became third. But by the way, we thank God we don't have people someone like Peter B at the helm of power. That's a hopeless human being. It has nothing to offer. It's so shameful sometimes. I don't. It's not shameful actually. People can believe and side with whomever they want to side with, but trying to rebrand Tinubu, rather Peter B as a fresh candidate with new ideas. Someone was talking earlier. I think it was Emmanuel. Trying to rebrand. You can't even rebrand what you call it, Peter B. It is part of the hold or the hold politician club. I mean, it was there with Abacha, and it was the governor. It was everything else. It is as bad as any other politician that you can name in Nigeria. So this lofty fantasy, idea about Peter Obi being a fresh candidate with new idea, the guy has nothing to offer, and it's just person knows that. It, and the other reason why Peter Obi is actually popular, it has to do because he's from the southeast, is an Igbo candidate. Other than that, because we have well qualified Igbo candidates, um, you know, that can come from that part of the country with fresh ideas, smart, brilliant people. I mean, even their resumes is almost impeccable for the most part. But those people are not at the forefront. Somehow, some way, Peter B tends to garner the attention, and that I have to give him. I have to give him that respect. The fact that he's able to attract people to him, it's a lot of credit to him. But again, Peter B is just a dot, has nothing to offer. One man, that's where I live it. Thank you.
Let me ask you this before we shuffle the mic. If by some quirk of osmosis of faith, Peter Obi gets that PDP ticket, and that ADC ticket, rather, if by some quirk, Peter Obi gets that ADC ticket, and still within that realm of fantasizing, Kwakwanso then becomes his running mate. How potent is that as a ticket? Peter Obi top, Kwakwanso tail. Kwakwanso very, very potent in the north. Peter Obi still hold very heavy, followership in the south. Is that not sufficient enough to give Tinubu sleepless nights?
I don't think so. In fact, I think we are. Well, I guess Tinubu's supporters are are losing sleep more so than Tinubu. I would think that's not a potent ticket. I don't think so. Uncle So is it's good in Kano and maybe Jigawa. Okay, fine. Nationally. It's not that popular, and that was evident in the last election. It's people that know about politics or Nigerian politics that talk about Uncle So. It is no one, and Peter B is not going to be sweeping left to right. Many of the states that he got last time. He's going to do well, of course, in the southeast, but just like I said before, Tinubu is going to do comfortably what is expected to do in the southeast. At least 2 or 3 states is going to get 25% or more. It has to. It has to get 25% or more in the southeast. Obi is not going to end up with all those crazy numbers that he had like last time, with 90%, 95% of the votes. It's not going to happen again. He's not going to win Lagos. That Christian vote is becoming a mirage. He's not going to get that anymore. So where do you want to put that ticket? That's a dull ticket on arrival. I don't think so. It's just people getting excited. They have nothing to offer.
But Prince Daddy, are you dismissing the emotional votes? I mean, Nigerians are going to continue voting emotionally. We've heard several logical individuals in this platform making logical calculations.
Peter B has done a great job to drain. He's done a great job to drain this
form of representation of the arrogance of the North. And you support Trump. Like, really? You want to have that argument? You're not in any moral position to tell anybody how arrogant they are. You should keep quiet. This guy that you are supporting, you have no right to speak.
Well, in the context of Nigerian politics, I'm talking about. Did I say anyone was arrogant? I'm not sure if I said anyone was arrogant. I said it.
No. Hold on, Prince. Sorry, Hassan. Hold on, Hassan. Let me rebrand what you said. What Hassan is accusing us, not so much hypocrisy, but ideological inconsistency. You're a Trump follower who is probably singularly the most arrogant and entitled politician on the planet, and by the same breath, by the same breath, you are accusing Atiku of being an entitled northerner. So there's an inherent contradiction in there, and I think that is what Hassan was pushing. Is that what you were pushing him on, Hassan? Is that a good?
This daddy, you are in trouble today.
Well, man, I wasn't sure if I was what I said about Atiku, quite frankly. But the ability to separate two spheres is quite important in anything. Though I may be an hardened Trump supporter, in the context of Nigeria, I don't think that applies. I'm not sure what Atiku stands for. If you understand what Trump is working with as a politician in America, it's only Trump. I mean, that's his personality, and that's why I don't lose sleep over Trump. I don't read his tweets and all this stuff. It's for people like Hassan to worry about. But Trump is a solid
just
politician.
as you said that
Listen, Trump is
you
a
shouldn't be
champion.
speaking
So,
about
listen,
something you don't
Atiku is a
understand,
loser.
even
Hold
that
on.
just
Atiku is a
logically right.
loser.
If you don't
Atiku is a
understand
big-time
something,
loser.
it's
Trump is
better
a
you keep
champion.
your mouth
He
shut
won 3 times.
than
I mean,
speaking and telling everybody that you are actually dumb.
okay.
Okay,
I mean different. I mean
no,
different.
I think
I mean different.
this is a carryover from squabbles of previous sessions. I think
Oh, if I heard it
Azad
correctly.
is after you.
I'm not an
Well,
Atiku person.
hold on one minute. Maybe you can help
I'm
repeat
here.
it. Maybe
I'm just
it's a
listening
little
to
bit
somebody
noisy. I
who
think he
is
called me
happy
dumb, and that's I'm totally different to that. But that's irrelevant.
for this
But back to my
Hold on. Hold on. No name calling, please. You can
No, not
insult
to
the
him,
police.
to the guy that he kisses his ass off.
Yes,
That's
no, we can.
that's the guy I'm talking about.
We can insult the politicians, but not ourselves. Yes. Prince, final word. Yeah, go on, Prince.
yeah. One thing that I have is thick skin on this show. People are taking shot at me and say things about me, call me dumb, stupid, and all those things. I'm quite impervious to
I'm
those
not
things.
sure who's been insulted the most on this platform, you or me. It's one of the two of us. So we always get abused. we always get abused.
Everybody knows.
I'm impervious to those things. It doesn't bother me a bit. Self-esteem is gold. Not that many people have it, so I'm good on that. But again, to wrap up, I didn't even understand Hassan's argument. I think again, it's two different spheres. Atiku and Trump is the champion, is the winner. We know that all around. Atiku is a long-term loser, so I'm not sure what comparison that can be. and by the way, Atiku has nothing to offer apart from being a Fulani, and that's why I said the Fulanization of Nigeria is quite important under Tinubu's regime, and that has to be done. The notion that some people think the birthright is power or to rule over other people, it's comical.
It's in your head. You shouldn't be speaking about what you don't understand. The notion. Just stay at the notion and stay there. Just talk about
Hassan, I'm not sure what capacity you think you can debate me on. I'm not really sure that. I mean, I put you on a scale and you're lightweight, so I'm not sure how you possibly can have a debate, an argument. You're a joker, man. Listen. Listen. Let me tell you. You're still a young man. Hold on, you're still a young man, but I'm not sure. I don't think in any capacity you can debate me or you have anything to offer. So I'll let you slide.
You worship a vindictive, bloodthirsty, ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, chauvinistic.
Other people are here. It's only two of you. Other people are waiting.
All right.
Sorry, just enter. If you don't go, just enter.
All right. Hold on, Hassan. Just hold on.
The earlier we divide the country now.
No. I'm trying to sanitize the place. I'm just needs to rule that Tony now. We are entitled to our prejudices. So if I have prejudices, you have prejudices. Prince Study entitled to his own prejudices too. So that is what makes it all more delightful. We go on from Prince Study to Bishop, who I think finally has decided that he loves us back again. So Bishop, good to have you, Bishop.
Okay.
Hold on, Bishop. Let me just do one thing. Let me acknowledge Alato Rich, who's the only super tata of the day, which is quite unacceptable. But thank you, Alato Rich. And then I'm going to shuffle myself out. Bring Zita up. Bishop, well, I don't even need to introduce the politics to you because I'm not sure that it's humanly possible to know more about Nigerian politics than you. But we are talking about Kwakwanso teasing all the political parties as a negotiating tool. Peter Obi's move, Peter Obi tells us he's not desperate to be the president, but I think this will be his fourth party in 10 years and all of that. He talked about dismantling the structures of criminality and is now forming an alliance with Atiku and Meche and all of that. So we don't quite know where all of that is, but I'm sure you'll navigate us through all of that. So floor is yours, Bishop. Give us about 5-7 minutes, and then we bring comrade in, and then we'll open it up to a generalized conversation. Zita in the background. So I'll shuffle. I'll say my good night. Please make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. Thank you, everyone. I'll shuffle. I'll bring out bring up Zita as we all enjoy the return of Bishop. Bishop, floor is yours.
All right. I mean, good morning, everyone.
Happy New Year, my brother.
Happy
Thomas
New Year.
speaking. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Bishop.
Thomas,
It's wonderful to have you back, sir.
Thomas.
It's
Hey,
wonderful to
that's
have you.
Tony's voice. Prince Daddy, my greetings to you. I'm missing some voices I've not heard from Rational
Ekabo, my brother, Ekabo.
Ajale Popo. I've not heard from quite a number of people. Walata, where's he from now? The Atlanta man and the rest. Happy New Year to everyone and compliments of the seasons, both old and new friends alike.
Hey, Bishop, Happy New Year. Welcome back.
Yeah, that's the voice of my man, my very wonderful Prince Daddy. It's been a while. Thank you
My
very
brother.
much.
Tony here, Tony.
Tony. Yeah, I know. I can pick some voices. Yeah. How are you doing all? Very quickly. I mean, I just wanted to chip in.
I think your politics has not changed.
Madam Zita,
The politics has not changed.
my greetings to. I have not had Ajale Koko in a while. A Rational Mind. I think I had Baba. Why? Quite a number of persons. Anyhow, hopefully we will hear from them very soon. Very quickly, I have just 5 minutes or 7 minutes, according to Rational. I wanted to just chip in some few things. I think we are very brilliant. We are very brilliant as a people. Hazan, I almost missed you. Hazan, my greetings to you if you are still there.
Bishops are good.
And what's my founding doctor friend? What's that name again?
Babati.
No, Babati and the other guy.
The other guy, I forgot the name. We have so many people on the platform. Sometimes you lost count.
I think Bishop talked about Simba and Remy.
Simba, Remy. God bless you. Simba. My farmer Simba. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Very quickly. I mean, I just wanted to say hi. I just wanted to chip in. I think we are very passionate as Nigerians, and that makes us that stands us out. We are very unique people. Sometimes we are so passionate that we become a little bit too emotional. And when we become so that much emotional, Madam Zita, I greet you too, even though I'm not seeing very well, my glasses are not on. But I know you were coming in immediately, one man left. We get a little bit too emotional. And when we get too emotional, we get clouded and need to be muddled up when it has to do with facts. And I really love facts. I'm not, what's that boy's name? In what do you call it? In Arise. I'm not him, but there are certain facts that we module up easily because people have been repeating these things, and because they repeated them over the years, we begin to take them as facts. I'm just going to point out two, and I will now address the Kwakwanso and the coming, what do you call it now? Now, Nigeria, we've had our challenges over the years. Unfortunately, rather than getting better, the challenges kept getting worse. And because we were not facing reality, people said something a few minutes ago. A gentleman that spoke, Anthony buttressed, and I wanted to ask very clearly. My eldest sister left school in 1975. Yes, 1975. And she got a job and she was not given a car. And when she was a university student, she was not being paid any salary. These are the kind of things that we have bandied around. They are not true. They are very far. There was no time they were giving. Yeah, you can get a loan. And even that got loan in late 70s, like 1979, 1980. And it was very difficult to even get that loans. Whether they are in the military or in the ministries or whatever, but that somebody was paying students salaries when they were undergraduates, come on, that's pushing it a little too far. I wish that's true, but that's not true. that federal government will give you Pojo 504.
They pay bursary, bursary allowance up to 86, 85. People think get my senior brothers.
Tony. Bursary allowance is not the same thing as salary. I got bursaries too. I mean, I don't want to quote the years, but I was in school. I got bursary is not the same thing as salary. If you want to say bursary. Don't say salary. And that people graduated from the university and they were given Kojo 504. I have graduates in my family way back in 1975. My eldest sister graduated. Yeah, we wish it could be, but that is not the reality. I mean, I wish one day Nigeria will get there and we'll have enough to be able to cater for every one of us. We love Nigeria, but we can do so very moderately. If we know the truth, we'll be able to address our truth, our present realities, and address them very frontally, and we will get results. But not when we overdressed the situation. We have issues in Nigeria, plenty issues. But let me tell you, let me burst the bubble. Nigeria is not the worst place to be. That's the one thing we have. I think our sense of entitlement is a little bit, out of this world. And we have very great expectations, and we want to just be there without necessarily going up and measuring up and moving up gradually and achieving what we want to achieve. There are places in America today that you will be shocked at the level of the things. Yeah, people pay for it, and we are trying to get there. As somebody said many years ago, he said, in as much as our desire is to fly, if we cannot fly, we will run. If we cannot run, we will walk. Even if we cannot walk, we will crawl. But are we making progress? I want to tell you, yes. Is it easy to make progress? No. I've said it here once. I said it
Bishop,
here. Yes, 1 minute.
Bishop, sorry for cutting you. The number of homeless people in my state in Melbourne is more than the number of homeless people maybe in the whole southwest of
the first time.
You can never see. Have you ever seen any homeless people in the state of Nigeria?
Let me just address that. I've probably been to all the 50 states in the United States of America, and I'm not boasting. I'm very modest about it. The first time I went to Las Vegas, probably there are more homeless people in Las Vegas than in the whole of Nigeria. When you combine Las Vegas to California, when you go to places like San Antonio, you went to, what's the name of this city, you'll be shocked. That Las Vegas that you see on television is not the real Las Vegas. But that is not the argument for today. I'm not comparing Nigeria. You go to Philadelphia, if you go to, Memphis, Tennessee, if you go to, what's the name of this place again, in Motown, what's the name of this? There are quite a number of things that you will Detroit, thank you. But I'm not using it as an excuse. We are growing up. And the population of Nigeria in 1965 was about 51 million. And we are 65 years after, or 60 years after, we are already 200 plus million. There are countries that were about the same population in 1965. They are still under 100 million. We grew at a very disproportionate. It was unfortunate, but can we get it right? Yes. But some of the images, some of the pictures, some of us paint is not real. We have our challenges, and if we are very committed and passionate, we're going to pull through. But we're not going to pull through if we keep lying to ourselves and keep, lacking or increasing this sense of entitlement that we have. Well, having said that, let me just say something very briefly about the.
No, I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry, Bishop. We need to address this issue. I'm talking about Western Nigeria, Edo State, Delta State, Lagos State, Ogun State. We had a better standard of living than other parts of Nigeria. So we know exactly what we're talking about.
I have been
back then. So maybe you are from Kwara State, you are Yoruba, but we're not talking about Kwara State. We're talking about this Lobo State. Both states.
Yeah, I know. I am lucky enough to have lived on every part.
So if you go to Polytechnic Ibadan, if you're from Edo State, the Oyo State government will even pay your bus free.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree, bursary, but not salary. Yeah,
yeah,
what I'm
then
saying is
after
this:
graduation, my
I have
uncles they
lived,
got their veto for free. If they
I,
ask for money, they give them 504.
I have lived in every part of Nigeria, from the north to the west to the east. I am an Ibadan man, proper Ibadan man. My father's street, my grandfather's street is still there in Lagos, Lagos Island, Sandros, for that matter. But I won't blame Lagos. Yeah, from to Ibadan. I am not separating. Yeah, we have challenges in the core north, we have challenges in the south, east, south, whatever. But I am using Nigeria as a whole. I have lived in every part of Nigeria. I won't say, oh, Southwest was better off in Ibadan. No. We were lucky to have the person of Awolowo, who was a visionary. Many people bought into his vision. But unfortunately, he was not able to replicate that across the country. So I'm
National
not going to
level,
blame
yeah.
any,
Thank you very much, sir. I will be great.
yeah, I'm not going to blame anybody for it. That is in the past. How do we move forward? How do we begin to start anew? Because how we begin to face the reality, not to continue to live in the bubbles of the past. That's what I'm saying. So I've been in every part of Nigeria, all the states. Sorry, just like I said about America, I love traveling into every state. I mean, when it was 19 states, by the way, not the recent states. So I've been to all the states. I was in Sokoto, I did in Kano, Kaduna, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Owerri. I can tell you all my addresses. So what I'm saying is we have challenges as a nation. How do we get those challenges? Not painting pictures of things that never existed. That's having said that now, the present reality is this. Have had over and over the canonization of Peter, whatever is this, Gregory Obi. And sometimes I marvel. I came here some years ago, to say that, look, I took my time in 2022 to listen to Peter Obi's, all of his interviews. I spent a whole night, and I am shocked. I really marvel at the caliber of people that keep raising Peter Obi. And I ask myself a simple question: why are they doing this? It is not because of competence. Competence and capacity are not two words that can be added to Peter Obi's resume. They are not. They know the reason why they are supporting him, but that is okay. I don't fault them. I don't quarrel them. Let them support him. But to now use Obi to deride at the, how do I call it? To disparage other persons that are running as if Obi is a different, I mean, it's cut from a different chip from out of this space. Sometimes it's very difficult to understand. The politics of 2027, this is my view, this is my opinion. I'm not faulting any other person. It's going to be completely different from the politics of 2023. That's the fact. Kwakwanso is there. If for any reason Peter Obi is leading the pack in ADC, and Kwakwanso is deputizing for him, I can predict with certain degree of a very high degree of certainty how the election will go. Unfortunately, many people don't realize that the opposition that Tinubu faced in 2023 was not just from PDP and Labour Party. The biggest and the worst opposition was actually from APC itself, from the presidency to the party. And now that all of them are in the control of Tinubu, it will be very naive, very, very naive for people to think that things are going to pan out the same way they did, and Peter Obi is going to win like he won in Lagos, and he's going to pull all those tricks. But that's okay, and we can aspire. One thing that pains me most is that people using the outcome of that election to deride and say that somebody won, somebody did not win, it was rigged. 2023 election was one of the fairest elections we've held in that country. Unfortunately, because we have people that are not good sportsmen, they don't want to believe that because they lost that the election was fair. So we are going to have a repeat of that again. My fear is this: what is it going to throw up? Is it going to throw up a challenge, violence, chaos, anarchy? If that happens, that will be the end of Nigeria. We can as well kill Nigeria goodbye. People cannot say if it is either my way or the highway, you are going to lose. Sometimes you play better than the other team and you still don't win. We've seen it happen in sports, in games, even in politics. And if people are so adamant that it is either our way, and that's one thing that's going to destroy ADC. Our obedience are going to insist it's that Obi or no any other person. I don't know why Obi is afraid of slugging it out at the primaries. He just wanted to be handed the ticket on the platter of good. That is not politics. Peter Obi is not a good politician. You have the right to disagree with me, but please don't.
Bishop, sorry. As Atiku declare is running,
Atiku have said he's running
I mean
for like forever. Officially, he has said so like forever. Why would Atiku not be running if he's spending all this money he's been spending over the years? I think he's running. Everybody knows that. I think that's the biggest open secret there is. I think he's running. We all know that Atiku is running. Yeah? Atiku is going to run. I mean, anybody that thinks Atiku is going to step down for Peter Obi is living in a fool's paradise. And anybody that thinks Atiku will come to the primary and defeat, Peter Obi will come in the primary and defeat Atiku, is living in another fool's paradise. So let's face reality. Let's make the coffee. The election is for Tinubu to lose. And it's just for two reasons. If God says no, tonight we'll demand for your life from you. Or if Tinubu by himself say, you know what, I've done what I want to do, let other people come and build on the foundations I've laid. It will be great service to the Nigerian nation, and it will be our loss. That's my view. You can disagree with me, but we don't need to be disagreeable. The election is just around the corner. Let's wait. I hope we're able to listen. All what we said, the run up to the 2023 elections, I'm sure they are still there. Anybody can go and listen to them. People have their views, but I can tell you for a certainty that people will be shocked. People will be shocked. Without people not get probably half of what he got in 2023.
But Bishop, why don't you think you should have maintained the Labour Party platform to run for the next election?
You mean Peter Obi, right?
Yes, Peter Obi, yes, the Labour Party platform.
Peter Obi himself is not even sure of himself. Oh, the Labour Party is already done. It's already dead now. That platform is already talking of. Peter Obi destroyed that platform because that's part of his shortcomings. He cannot maintain, he cannot galvanize, he cannot. He finds it very. Look, if Peter Obi could go to a Professor Oloshoyinka, the erudite scholar, and right before him, he was appealing to his very disrespectful, according to Professor Mamidon, disrespectful, and he couldn't call them out and say, look, that is not what I stand for. One thing about Peter Obi is that he stands for nothing. And if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. He is just interested in people that are hailing him and are praising him. Peter Obi has no principle.
But do you think he's being scared of being abandoned by obedience? That's why he didn't call them.
Not just being abandoned. It's just, I don't know. When I listen to people like Dr. Obi, what's her name again? Obi. Ezekwesili, saying that he rated all the candidates and he used three principles, capacity, competence, and character. And she came up with Peter Obi as top. It says a lot about people we consider to be educated in our life in Nigeria. Education means a different thing. If I listened to her, I heard that statement and I was wondering, because she's somebody I've had the privilege of meeting, and I really, but it's a call. I mean, it's a choice. So for me, I don't think Peter Obi is in a big. Peter Obi is just going to be a spoiler. if they really want to defeat Tinubu, Peter Obi is not a candidate, and Atiku is not a candidate. Maybe God can spring up another wonder that will be able to galvanize the generality of Nigerians, but definitely not Peter Obi.
Bishop, don't you think this opposition party, they are deceiving themselves? 2023 that Tinubu won the election, he doesn't even have much governor. Now he's having much governor. How are you going to defeat him?
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. That I mean, Tinubu of 2023 is not Tinubu of 2027. People can shout, they can cry. The first aspect is this: you see, people keep believing that they say, "Oh, Nigerians." I don't know. Probably those that voted for Tinubu are Guineans. They are from Guinea or from Guyana. That's one. Then secondly, everybody believing that the election was stolen. When you don't face up the reality, the facts and the reality, you are going to make the same mistake. The election was won and lost, fair and square. It was tough, but Tinubu won. So if these politicians are not coming to the reality that, look, where did we make mistake? And they keep thinking by this noise making and the rest, they are not. Look, Yoruba say if you throw up a knife 200 times, it's on the side that you will still be using it. So Tinubu is watching them. A lot of political watchers are watching them. The election is not going to be the same thing. I mean, Tinubu is moving away. It's not going to be the same thing. Between Kwakwanso and Atiku and what's his name? There's going to be a big fight in the coming months because Obi's followers are as disrespectful, as toxic as it's always been. And Atiku's followers are going to think that, and there is no way Atiku is going to step down for Peter Obi. It's not going to happen. And for people that say that, oh, Peter Obi will deputize for Atiku, and after one term, he will now step down for Peter Obi. Oh my God, I don't know how gullible people can be, but it's okay. Let's see. So, once again, Happy New Year to every one of us. Madam Zika, I was hoping to hear your voice. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everyone. So, let's enjoy.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you. At least you made my day hearing your voice coming back. I've been on one man's neck. We want Bishop back. We are happy to have you, sir. We are happy to have you back. May God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you. I got all your messages. Thank you so very much.
Yes. No worries. Yeah. So, comrade, do we have comrade? Comrade Omorua. We don't have comrade. Can people hear me?
Tony, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Sorry. I want to respond to a question about Awolowo from Mr. Osi for the comment section. He was asking me whether Awolowo was fair to the Midwest State about asset sharing. Awolowo was not in charge. Awolowo was in jail when Midwest State was created. And then at the end of the day, we don't even want Midwest State to be created. In Nahoro and Awolowo didn't want Midwest State to be created out of Western area. That is why the Midwest State is backward today. Edo Delta, they are backward. They are unable to maintain, their infrastructure, and then even the mineral resources that we are having, we are unable to manage them. So, I want us to go back to the Western region. Thank you, Mr. Osi. There, Awolowo was a great man. He created, there was no division. You can go to school. He created school. He created NIFO. He created the Cocoa Research in Ibadan and replicated it in Benin. Rubber Research Institute in Sapele, Industrial Estate in Ibuba Hill, just like in Molete, like in Eleyele, like in Ikeja. So I don't know, Ilupeju. So I don't know what you are complaining about our for. You know what I'm saying? Those state is better on with their Yoruba siblings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you so much. Comrade, if you are not answering, I'll go to someone else. Do we have Sita in the house?
I want to interject.
My sister, how are you?
Happy the you get person where they see for there bishop. I just woke up now. We don't know this. Is
Yeah,
it
Bishop
the
don't
bishop
greet
we
you.
know? Is he a new
The
bishop
same
that came?
bishop, the same your bishop, yes. He's been calling your name, trying to greet you. We haven't had any response from you. The
Oh,
same
we
bishop,
don't know
yeah.
verse now. You know, say this place where we did now. They know they break for here now.
I
Okay.
know, I know.
Now our
Yeah,
own bishop.
you is our own bishop, yes, same bishop.
Bishop, welcome. Oh, happy new year.
Yeah,
Madam
yeah,
Peter,
yes.
it's nice to hear your voice too. I saw you that was why I came in.
Now, wow, I didn't hear when you were talking. Maybe I just dozed
I
off.
called
I
your
some
name like about half a dozen times. Say, Madam Zita, my greetings
I
to you.
didn't hear. I'm sorry about that.
I was
I
said, yeah, but
sometimes I
no, that's
click.
fine. That's
I click. I'll be waiting for my turn. I will sleep again.
that's
So
absolutely fine.
welcome,
Happy
welcome.
New
It's
Year
good
to
to
you.
see you,
Happy New
and
Year
it's
to your
good to. Have
family.
you spoken?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have spoken, yeah. You have spoken,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
good to
yeah.
hear from
You
you
have
too.
yeah, this is you have the floor, my sister. Happy New Year to you once again. Good to hear
Uh,
from you again.
He gave us a
General
pep talk.
Thomas.
Yeah?
General Thomas.
He gave us a pep talk.
Yeah,
Who?
yes, yes.
Yeah, he gave us a pep talk. We should cool down. You know, that kind of gospel you hear in church, you know.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah,
But
Emmanuel, that's all right. You have your
but
turn, yeah.
I don't believe in that kind of gospel.
Bishop is well when it comes to history of Nigeria. He's well grounded now. It depends on the way he wants to present it, but you can't take that one away from him.
You have the floor, Madam Sita.
Me?
Talk us. Yes, you are the next, yeah.
That's if I know the heck what you people are talking about.
Let me just hint you. We were talking about the same your brother Peter Obi, your blood brother. What is he going to pan out in the primaries? Kwakwanso trying to toast people around with his 1 million votes in Kano. So that's it. Just the same politics. It hasn't changed. It's still the same. So and people
Okay.
deliberating about Peter Obi deputizing to Atiku, people talking about Atiku stepping down for Peter Obi in their head. I don't know how is that gonna possible. So just free flow.
Okay. Thomas, I've been, when I said Thomas, it's not actually you. I'm using you as what they call, in English language, I think, subject to perquisite or whatever. Okay.
You go on,
So,
you can mention my name, my sister. I give you the go on.
okay. So, you see, I made it as a point of duty that this year's, is it this year election or next year's election? Before I speak on any topic, I will sing my jingle. I have a jingle. Most people don't like it. What is my jingle? I will first of all talk about slavery and colonialism, how it impacts a black man. Then I will move it to the election and the electioneering and the polity and the politicizing in Nigerian polity. Now, you see, Thomas, I've been saying this. Why
I'm with
am I
you. Yeah.
saying this? Is that when the result will come out, they will run to demeaning our institutions. I saw what happened in 2023. They ran the whole place over all the media. They made the nonsense of our institution, ranging from the electoral body to our judiciary to our law enforcement agent. And sometimes when you hear that from people who are not Nigerians, they will attack you by telling you, but it's a Nigerian that put it out, which is actually annoying.
You are right. Yeah.
Why am I saying this as a jingle? Is because I don't know how we feel when the election come out and they start that nonsense again. Thomas, you see, slavery and colonialism is something that is wrong, not nice. You can cry because of it. You can weep. You can beef. You can actually find yourself in a place of hate. But one thing that is going for other enslaved people and other colonized people is that they acknowledge one thing. But when you talk to Africans and blacks, more especially those with black skin, they are more concerned at what they did to them, how they did it to them, what they took from them, how they were delayed, how they were destabilized. There is something they miss to acknowledge. Hello? Hello?
You were with you, Madam Zita. We are with
We
you.
can hear you. We are listening, Madam Sita. We
There
don't
is
want to
one thing
interrupt you.
they refuse to acknowledge. They refuse to acknowledge the colonial masters' resilience, their tolerance, their patience, their adaptiveness, their strength, their doggedness. Above all, their intellect. They refuse to acknowledge that. That somebody came thousands of miles away, came to a land that the weather is not the same. The environment is not the same. He has not even met that kind of environment before. The people he's looking at don't look like him. The food is not the same. Above all, the language is not the same. Means the communication was difficult. They broke all that odd. Like them, hate them. You should acknowledge that. Maneuver you, dwindle you, whisk you like a teddy bear back to thousands of miles where they came from and dealt with you whatsoever way they want to deal with you. Now, what is the difference? People like India, China, other nations that were colonized, that were enslaved, they recognize that about them. And they're finding a way to maneuver it, struggling in a way to encounter them. But when you talk to a black man, he dwells in what some of them are even asking for reparation. They should be paid. That is by the way. Now, let me bring it to Nigerian politics. Thomas, I told you that this is going to be my jingle. I bring it to
That's
my
it. We are listening.
Nigerian politics, then I will discuss whatever topic you people want to discuss. Let me bring it
Yeah,
to
that's right. Yeah, go
Nigerian
on. Yeah,
politics.
yeah. We are listening.
The group of people that are gathering now, including Tinubu, are the same group of people that gathered in 2023. Now, just as I said about colonialism and slavery, I bring it back to 2023 election. Among all of them, there is one that stood out. He was the most insulted, the most demeaned, the most ridiculed, the most ashamed, the most abused, the most everything. Among his tribe, among his people, among everything, even his party. He was dogged, he was patient, he was tolerant, he showed strength, he showed resilience, he showed doggedness, he showed patience. He showed patience. Above all, now he has power in his hands. He maneuvered, dwindled all those things in 2023 and emerged as a winner. And the people coming out now to contest with him, they're not recognizing that. They don't acknowledge it. Thomas, let me tell you that you did not acknowledge it doesn't mean conquer. That Black people refuse to acknowledge the strength and the intellect of the people who came, dealt with them, and walk away, doesn't mean you have not conquered them. That you refuse to recognize that Tinubu dwindled everybody in that chaotic situation and emerged as a winner. That is not conquer. You've not conquered him. Because Thomas, if you look at what is going on now, I would, if I want to be fetish, I will comfortably say this, like the man is using voodoo on them. Honestly, if I want to be superstitious, it's as if he's using voodoo on them. Because this is on serious, unready, I don't even know the word, unprepared opposition. Some of them will attack me and say they're cooking something at the backyard. I hope it's true. Because you cannot be going to that kind of a person and you think you demeaning all these things I just mentioned, just as a Black man with demeaning everything about the colonial master, and think that is conquer. That is not conquer. You cannot be going with Tinubu this way now. Come on. If I talk, they will say I'm supporting him. Why would I be supporting him? I'm just telling you that you are not winning.
You're saying the truth.
So when the time comes, do not ridicule our institution. Acknowledge the fact that you were not prepared to defeat. We have entered 2026, so, and these people are still kangarooing about. I even heard yesterday that Atiku was saying, I thought they said, there is one ridiculous statement he made, like nobody can stop him from contesting, something like that. Who is his running mate? Peter Obi.
Madam Tita, the one he has been losing, who stop him not to contest? He should contest, isn't it?
Then the next thing I'm hearing now is Obi and Kwakwanso. And I have said this several times. When you do election the first time, using the result of a past election to calculate means you are a novice in politics. That is one. Secondly, as I have said here, and I will continue saying it, election is won on three platforms. The individual contesting, he is number one. Second is the party. Third is the citizens. Thomas, are you listening?
Yeah, well, perfectly.
Loud and clear.
The
Loud and clear.
number one person in an election, it is the individual. If they hit on the individual, boom, 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 and he survives, that's a great politician. Because they're not going to hit your party. Neither are they going to hit the citizens. They are going to come after you as an individual. They will say, oh manna, do oh manna, try oh manna, because they know that you are the number one in this race.
You are the target. That's the target right there. Yeah.
The moment somebody is being targeted and raised on, and he wriggle out of it and win an election, that person is not a small meat. Hate him, like him, demeaning him, insult him. Actually, your opinion is not important. If you try, don't acknowledge his resilience, his strength, his power to your detriment. That man, the kind of heat he got in 2023, Thomas, let me tell you, he's not even going to get 1/100 of that heat now.
Yes, you are right. You are right. He has many governors to as itself now. He has many.
Apart from that, all that was said, and I don't know if somebody has given you a ridiculous nickname before, and you ignore it, you did not fight over it, you downplay it and move on. All of a sudden, it will not carry weight any longer. After
No,
some, the person will call you.
yeah.
But when somebody is calling you a ridiculous nickname and you get angry, you start fighting it, before you know it, the thing will do boom. Because
Yes,
his aim is to get at you.
yes,
But
you are
that
right.
at you is not working. It fizzles out. Forget about politics. Forget about everything. The things they did to that man, if they try it now, they will be the one looking ridiculous. Not the man any longer.
They call him drug lord. Many names I can't
There
even.
is
I lost
nothing.
count.
They did not hit at the guy. And I am telling you that they cannot do that thing. 1/1. It's just 10% of it that can still stand now. Okay, let me not over exaggerate. It's only 30% that can still stand now, if at all. The 70% is gone. And the people who are opposing him are kangarooing himself. Okay, let me start again. I talk a lot of rubbish. I've said several in this platform that Kwakwanso is an unstable politician. I will keep saying it. I want to say something. You see, I heard that the governor of Kano State wants to join APC. Let me say this. If he joins APC and APC wins Kano State, it's not because of him. It's because Kwakwanso is not in APC. It's in another party. I will explain. Kwakwanso has a group, a followership. But the
Kwankwasia.
ridiculous thing about his followership is that they only support him when he's on the ballot. If he runs to another party, they don't follow him. Go and check the record. If Kwakwanso is in a different party wins Kano. Go and check the result. So is that a followership? And again, the guy is very unstable. Even when the chances are in front of him, for just one reason, he will blow up and walk away. That's not a politician you trust. That's not a politician you struggle to have.
Madam Sita, the last time you made this, if I remember, Azan came after you, supporting Kwankwaso. If you remember.
No problem. We will check the
Go on.
result again. I just pray that him and the Kano State governor will not be in the same party. At the time of the election, let's see who will win Kano. Whether it is Kwakwanso's party or if he's not on the ballot. What I am saying, if he is not on the ballot like the vice president or the president, he is not going to carry Kano. Mark it down. But if he is on the ballot as a vice president or as a president, he might probably carry Kano. But if he's a member of another party, that party might probably not win Kano. Just a member, that party will not win Kano. I followed his antecedent.
Madam Sita, before you move on, but can you categorize him as a stronger politician locally if he can have 1.5 million votes to his own pocket? We can still see he's a powerful man.
you see, let me say this. Strong when he's on the ballot, yes. Featherweight when he's not on the ballot, which is actually very ridiculous. He has a weird kind of followership. They trust him. Northerners are very fond of that. Northerners are very fond of that. If you look at Buhari, his followership was like that. If he is not on the ballot,
Yeah, 6.5 million. Yeah, they follow him around.
they follow him around. When
Yes.
he's on the ballot,
When it's on the ballot, you are right. Yeah.
the moment he's not on the ballot, whosoever is around him, they don't trust that person. And he is funny that he's not even sure of somebody who is around him because he never handed over his followership till he died. He held on to them. They trusted him and him alone, and he was, let me use the word, scared to hand them over to, according to him, ridiculous politicians. So he died with his followership. He didn't hand it over to anybody. So if anybody is saying that there is somebody in the north who is going to inherit Buhari's followership, not in the near future. Every northerner has to build his own followership. They're not inheriting Buhari's own. Period. And it's a tough one for them. Because that thing, Buhari built it over the years. Now,
Madam Zita, is it possible to define or describe Buhari's followership? Who are they? I mean, who are these people?
okay,
What is the mix?
The right word to use about, using the word followership is actually making it look civil. I will call it his mentor to prudent people. And he didn't, he's not a man, but he's like a man. Like, it's not something he built up as a politician. It's something he built up because of his antecedent in life. He tried as much as possible in life to be straightforward, more especially among his religion and his ethnicity. And over the years, just as a young man, the thing started building up. Yeah, we are all humans. We make mistakes here and there. We do shit here and there. But his own did not weigh down his personality. Period. So as long as what you do in life do not weigh down your personality and you have people who look up to you, it's going to carry you a long way. So that's the kind of followership.
Madam, don't you think they are following him blindly?
No, they're not following him blindly. They're not following him blindly. Some people will say when Buhari was what do they call it? Buhari meant well for Nigeria. Anyway, I will give him that. Honestly, sincerely speaking. When people talk,
Which
Thomas,
Buhari are you
I
talking about?
actually, who asked the question, Prince? When people talk, I actually listen to them carefully. You see, when that man came out and was contesting as a politician, there is a comment the wife made. Although we Nigerians, we don't listen, or when we listen, it doesn't mean anything to us, or we are careless about people's sentiment, phrases and words and sentences. The wife made a comment. He said, this thing that following her husband, and everybody is following her husband, that they should understand that the husband is not coming as a military man, that he's coming as a democratically elected. I will never forget that word. So it is no longer one voice to decide one thing and make sure it gets done. He's going to have kangaroos. When I mean professional politicians and professional hawks, professional vagabonds and professional haters of Nigeria that call themselves politicians, professional cankerworms and caterpillars are going to surround him. That's exactly what the wife is telling you people. So at the end of the day, that he's not actually going to make much impact that we expected. He's not pretending. I will always say that about Buhari. Like him, hate him, he meant well for Nigeria. When some people will come up and say, it's not Buhari that was doing all those things, it was Idiabo. I will tell you, if I'm your boss and you want to do something that I don't like, I have the, more especially in the military, I have the way we try to stop you immediately. But for giving that Idiabo the free hand to do that, it means he meant well. In as much as we give Idiabo the accolade for the action, you should also give Buhari the accolade for allowing him to do that. But we are Nigerians. That's the way we think. That's by the way. Now back to Tinubu. I will take them one after the other. I don't know how much time I'm at. Una no first.
Don't forget your brother Peter Obi. You,
I
I
will
think you
come
will
to
end
P2B now. You know, I want to do P2B last because when I start
last.
P2B now, they will start abusing me.
Go on.
That will make me lose my thought. So let me finish with him because P2B is one politician that politicians like Tinubu don't talk about. For reasons I don't know. He doesn't discuss that guy. Since he became president, there is nothing that guy, there is no policy that guy puts in that guy doesn't encounter and scream his name and say one thing, call that opposition. That's no opposition. But he has never discussed him. Even during the campaign, the only time he mentioned something that looked like Obi is when he says some people will come and be doing warehouse economics, period. And we just all understood who he was talking about. So as long as Tinubu is concerned, I think that guy is persona non grata. Because if he should be having a discussion with somebody who had only 1 million votes, and he decides to ignore somebody who has 6 million votes, then it's deeper than what we thought. But that's by the way. Back to Tinubu. Somebody came to this platform some time ago, Thomas, and asked me, do I think Tinubu is more popular now than he was before?
I remember, yeah. I
That is the
forgot the
most
person.
ridiculous question I have ever had.
Madam Sister, you don't come again, no?
The word popular should not be given to Tinubu. That word should not be given to Tinubu. First of all, when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, well, most tribes and citizens of states and tribes in Nigeria, we used to say that just like US is to the world, Lagos is to Nigerians. They might know him because most tribes in Nigeria, every family in Nigeria will have one person or the other going into Lagos or living in Lagos or doing one thing in Lagos. But for me, I'm not a fan of Lagos. The time I heard about Tinubu was when they sang that song. Tinubu, you don't hit the car Oyibo Repete. I was like, who is Tinubu? They say, that's the governor of Lagos State too. He's doing well. My colleague in the office told me. By the way, let me say this categorically clear. Most Nigerians don't even know the name of the governor of their state, let alone the governor of the next state. Period. Believe me or not, that's just a simple truth. There are Nigerians who are living in Nigeria now, and then you ask them, they're from Abia State. You ask them, who is the governor of Enugu State? They don't know. Vis-a-vis. unless those who are politically inclined listen to everything and laugh over everything. Those ones might know. But normal Nigerian going about his normal business, what thing I did, I don't know who he is. You'll be shocked. So Tinubu is actually, I used the word when I was saying acknowledge. There is one thing I use about him. I use the word patience. He's patient. For a politician to be very patient means he has one attribute. Politicians that are very patient are actually ladder builders. They build ladder. Tinubu is a secret ladder builder. He's not popular. Maybe in Lagos State. But he built ladder secretly. When he sees that ladder up, ready for him to climb, when he come out, he'll be say, hey, look at this one. Where does he think he's going? He think that ladder is for him. Let him
Madam
climb
Sita,
now. Let's see.
Madam Sita, please let me just make this comment. The comment you just made now. Do you remember that video? Tinubu went to Elumelo's house, prostrating for Elumelo's mother, and Elumelo said, "Last man standing." No, nobody knew that Tinubu has that communication or that relationship with Elumelo in any way. Yes,
Yeah.
go on.
That's why you call him a secret ladder builder. That dangerous. Let me say this, Thomas. I'm not saying he's indeletable. I'm not saying he's undefeatable. But what I'm saying is that you see this unserious, unprepared things happening around him. I repeat myself again. He's going to whoop them. If this is the way they're going to meet him, February next year, he will whoop. I don't talk my own finish. Now back to Obi. You see, Obi is a wandering politician. He wanders about. Do you know why he's a wandering politician? He doesn't want to sit down, arrange something, prepare something that will suit whatsoever ideology he has. The first time I came to this platform, Thomas, if you will remember, I
I
made a
remember
comment that
vividly.
made his supporters go brasker. I said, I am shocked and surprised that you want to be the president of Nigeria. They just attacked me and abused me. They didn't know why I said that. And when one of them even asked me, I explained it. I'm sure he didn't understand. Presidents are not something you just jump out and jump in. No. Because it's not a kitchen politics. You are coming out to meet all manner of demons, all manner of angels, the bad, the good, the ugly, the uglier, the ugliest, cankerworms and caterpillars. People actually holding the finances of the country. You are coming out to meet them. So it's not something you just jump out and say, I want to be president. But when I say it, they say he has been traveling around the world, studying those words. Egypt to Pakistan to China to this place, studying them.
Don't
And I
forget
want to make it clear to them that those places are not Nigeria. He would have
Don't
done
forget
more to sit at home and
Bangladesh.
study Nigeria. That being said, I will conclude his own case. I don't want to dig deep because I've said so much about him. A man who could not handle a state as small as Anambra. If I say that, the people will jump out and say, explain to me what you mean by he could not handle. Okay, I'll bring it down. A man who could not handle a party as small as Labour Party, to me, is a very unserious person. Back to his ticket. Who do you say he's running with?
People are suggesting he's going to deputize to Atiku, but the obedience are with their coconut head that is not going to deputize anyone. Is Peter Obi or nothing?
Okay. That's why I said they're very unserious. Deputizing would have happened in 2023. It didn't happen. They refused to deputize each other. Kwakwanso now, I heard he's even ready to collect deputy. In 2023, he refused blatantly to deputize anybody. The way it is now, he might even deputize Obi. And this is what he refused blatantly in 2023. That one, this thing they're doing, is it not voodoo? Is someone not voodooing them somewhere?
No, be juju be this.
Are they asked so? Because I don't understand this new arrangement. But actually, on a serious note, Thomas, on a serious note, I would like to, on a serious note, this is a global platform. I actually want to see Atiku Obi ticket and Tinubu Shetima ticket 2027.
Have they been there before, isn't it?
No, Tinubu has not contested with Atiku Obi.
Oh, yes, yeah. We want that combination.
No, I said this 2026, I would love to see Atiku Obi ticket.
Yes.
What is making that noise? I would love to see Atiku Obi ticket and Tinubu Shetima ticket. You see, you know why I love that?
Why?
When the result will come out, some people's brain will reset. Because all I have been saying is not making any sense to them. I'm sure most of them, it will not make sense to them, but most, it will still make sense to them when the result come out. Do you know why I say I want that?
Why? But Madam Sister, I don't know. Answer this with that. Don't you think deputizing Atiku again now, and you have been a presidential candidate in 2023 that won 6.5 million votes, it's downgrading?
No, it's not downgrading. Why should he be downgrading? He didn't win Atiku now. Atiku won him. So he's not more popular than Atiku. Atiku is more popular than he is. Obi is not more popular than Atiku. He has never won Atiku in anything. In fact, Atiku was the first him on Atiku to bring him into limelight. Most people don't even know who Obi was as at 1999. As 2019. So I don't think, no. Do you know why I want the 2 tickets? I will tell you.
Go on. Yeah.
Either way, either Atiku is deputizing Obi is deputizing Atiku. Either way you turn that ticket, it's going to be a desperate ticket. And that's when people will understand what politics is all about. It is a dirty game. Do you know why I want that ticket? I am actually looking forward to Northerners losing their political goodwill in Nigeria. If they don't take their time, it's going to happen in this election. You see, Thomas, in Nigeria, when anybody come out to contest for election, more especially presidential election, they actually tolerate the North more. They go to the North more. They actually beg the North more than anywhere in Nigeria. If they visit Owerri twice, they will visit Sokoto 4 times. If they send 2 emissaries talking to Owerri people, they will send 30 emissaries talking to Sokoto people. Why is that? Because somehow it is believed that they have what I will call politically savvy. That's the belief. And that article Obi ticket, mark my word today, is going to cause a revolution. And that revolution, I promise you, it will, that's if Northerners will come out of it. Because if the table turn the way election used to be, election before, you win Northern State, you're already walking to Asurok. You know that? When you win Northeast, win Northwest, pick North Central, you're almost close to the door of the gate of Asurok. You know that? So many people walk into Asurok on several occasions without winning any of the 5 states in the Southeast. Hello? Are you still there? Thomas, are you still there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Go on. Yeah, I'm here.
Most people walk into Asurok without winning a single state in the Southeast, without even getting 25% in the Southeast. They walk into Asurok. I sit down here today and I wish the North that somebody will win Asurok without winning any state in North Central, Northeast, or no state in Northwest. But that person walks into Asurok. That's what I mean by them losing the political goodwill. Because they're being very rude, very arrogant, very insulting, very impatient, above all, being very, very annoying. Thomas, we are talking about 3 years old. Tinubu is in office 3 years now, Abi. And North wants to come back at all costs. I love that article B ticket. That's the ticket I'm waiting for. Thank you. I don't talk finish you. Another person can go on.
I like what you said,
It was
though.
nice.
You analyzed everything very, 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 very,
Why
very
not they
well.
laugh me now? What did I do?
No, don't be.
know,
Now
you
only
know,
me they laugh, oh.
you know,
Now
you
only me
know,
they laugh.
AI has a very, she's a very eccentric lady on the platform.
Okay.
So that's why she's very unique. She has a unique way of presenting things.
Man.
But I wanted to say this. I've been watching this space because I've been busy all day. So on my way home, I've been listening to some clubhouse channels of obedience. They are confused right now because on one hand they love Peter B, on the other hand they are still coming to terms that you need an actual party to win. This idea that you are the structure, and be moving away from that narrative and actually looking for a solid party structure. I think they are still struggling with that, and reality has now come to that Peter will be joining ADC. I mean, it's like I think he believes he needs that party to win. Now the question is, I'm not sure if Peter Obi unless he's been promised something behind the scenes. Because, like as we know, Peter Obi has never won any primaries before in his political career.
But Babati, Happy New Year. But
What happened to you?
how you doing, my brother? What
Yeah.
Kenneth said in the news, he said nobody came into the ADC with any condition. That's what he said.
Okay.
That let's go by his word.
Okay. Unless and they are insisting on the primaries, right? That's what everybody wants in the ADC.
They will, of course, yeah.
You think he had a chance against but let me remind you, by the way, Thomas, do you know who was the chairman of the PDP convention 3 years ago when Atiku defeated Wiki in the primaries? Do you know?
I didn't know that. I don't remember that.
Are you?
No.
Now, are you don't forget.
No.
David Mack.
No, it was are you.
No, David Mack. No, not AI. I didn't say PDP chairman, no, of the convention.
Okay.
And guess who is the chairman of the ADC now? The same person. And they plan a coup against Wiki. If you remember, guys, do you remember that Tambua last minute?
That's Tambua stepping down.
That was David Mack's move.
BT, I didn't say that earlier on now.
So you know,
BT, I said that earlier on.
So this thing is for Atiku to win. Now here's the plan. Once Obi joins the primaries and he loses, then he's trapped.
But Babati, is Peter Obi dumb and foolish himself, thinking that he will overshadow Atiku in the primaries?
Oh, Thomas, my brother, here's his Obi's game plan. Obi wants to be vice president, but he's struggling with his obedient movement on how to convince them. So here's the play. He goes into the primaries, he loses, and he then says, "Guys, we tried. This is a democracy. Let's work together." That's the play. He knows he cannot win.
Is that not ridiculous? Somebody, Babati, hold on, please.
Yeah.
Is that not ridiculous? I had the same question from Madam Hey. Is that not ridiculous? Somebody that has been on the ballot 2023 that has 6.5 votes, then now go and deputize himself to someone else. Is that not degrading?
Thomas,
that's the same politics they are talking about.
You need actual party mechanism to win. All these people, that thing does not work. That obedient, that just came from that
it won't sink well. It won't sink well.
What's it called again? Remind me. That one in Lagos, that protest of the youth that happened before the elections.
NSAS. Yeah.
So that anger came from that. That movement is gone. So there's no way you can pull up the same number anymore. And his obedient movement has not done them a good job with the way they've been abusing everybody for the past 3 years. So he knows he cannot win again if he runs it back. He wants to deputize Atiku. But here, to my point, how can I convince the obedient movement? How? By going to the primaries, we lose the primaries and say, "Oh, we don't have a choice," but because by Nigerian law, I can't go anywhere and run again as a candidate on any party.
Let me ask you a question. Are you saying? Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah,
Babati.
go on, madam. Yeah.
Babati.
Yeah.
This thing you are saying is actually funny. Are you saying that what Obi is doing, like going to deputize Atiku, is wrong? So he needs to justify it to his obedience. Is that what you're saying?
I am not saying it's okay for him.
It's not wrong, but you know he's offending the obedience.
No, it's hold on, man. Hold on, man. Let me respond. It is not wrong as a politician to want to deputize somebody. You can do whatever you want, but his own followers the way they are built is the Obi or nothing narrative that they've been made to
Yes.
be for the past 3 or 4 years. So that is what they're struggling with. Like these people, they want me to be president
That
for
is
so
not the
long.
problem.
So
I
that
don't think so.
that is what one of the
Baba T, let
people.
me tell you what Obi is suffering from.
It is a problem
It's
for
not
him.
that they said it's Obi or nothing. It's because he lied to them. You know, when you create something on the basis of lies, they believed him anyway. He called every other politician an idiot who cannot take Nigeria forward except him. So they believed him.
So how is he
And
lying on
knowing,
that?
let me finish. And knowing that a vice president doesn't really do anything except the president. So for him to come now to want to deputize people he called all of them a conglomeration of bad politicians, he wants to go and taquela under their anus
Okay,
to
that
move.
no
It's
no
not working now. That
That is
means
why
he
that is why
he
obedience are
can't correct
going to
his
be mad.
lies.
AI Ima with AI and Ima, we are saying the same thing. So that is from the I was looking from the political angle, like the politics of it. Now you are talking about the morality of his campaign. That is, that sainthood. That he's a purist. No corruption. Is different from them. Now he's not joining them. That is one struggle. But I was speaking about the politicking of it, the other part of it. So we are both correct, just a different angle to his struggles. So that is what is finding it very hard to convince them. So people like this girl Yesufu, maybe you guys did you guys what was a video today? It was sad to watch her defend her joining ADC. It was pathetic. You know what she said there, Ima? Ima, she said they came to us. They came to us. We didn't go to that. I said they came to you. You're the one joining ADC now. Nobody came to you. So what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Okay. Okay, BT. So, what percentage of these followers you're gonna blame for their youthful exuberance?
I would say about 85% of them are politically naive.
Well, there you go. Because we all heard them. So, they are the structure. Only people that don't know Nigerian politics or know anything would say that they are the structure without actual structure on the ground.
But
So
BT,
there we go.
what about the
And by the
older
way,
ones there?
one second. And by the way, I think Obi assumed. If you ask me, I think Obi assumed a role. I don't believe that Obi actually sold all those things, all those attributes, and all those things they talked about him to those people. I don't think Obi did. If you ask me, he assumed the role that about the things they said about his candidacy, really, because Obi himself was quite cautious. If you ask me, yeah, he talked, but he never gave that lofty idea or symbolism about himself as a
Prince, it was
candidate.
more of Prince. It was more of their projection on him of what they want him to be, as opposed to what he really is.
Exactly,
That's
to
what
the
the
point, to my
problem is.
point. Yeah. Yeah, so Obi assumed the role of all those things. And that's why I blame his followers. A lot of them seems to be maybe new to politics. They don't know how it works, and quite frankly, not like I know myself and many other grown-up people know. But if you follow Nigerian politics, it's quite linear in a lot of ways. The structure on the ground plays a lot in the candidacy, and Obi
Prince Daddy,
doesn't have that skill nor that ability.
Prince Daddy, do you remember we've been projecting that Obi may not be on the ballot 2027? If you remember, people have been saying that on this platform.
Thomas, I have a
Yep,
question for
yes,
you.
now, yeah, yeah,
Thomas, I have a question
yep.
for you guys. I have
Yeah.
a question for you guys before you guys. So, just like Peter in the Bible, when
Peter the Rock.
so when Peter comes to when Peter betrays the obedient movement, what because it's going to happen at some point where he reveals his
He's
true self.
already betraying them by style now.
But they are very naive.
He denies them.
Almost, they are very slow. So give them as a minute. When he becomes VP, what do you think that betrayal when he comes to you?
Babati, let me tell you something. there are some people from Obedient platform, even if Peter Obi deputize himself to Atiku, they will still follow him. The angle from the ego
no. Thomas, forget those ones. I'm discussing the ideologues. Oh, he's a saint. He's against the establishment. Those
they will be disappointed. They will left him. They will leave him.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't. And I'll tell you why they wouldn't. Because those people are hypocrites. The vast majority of them are hypocrites. Okay. The notion that this ideology that they propose, it is born of hypocrisy and ignorance. It's not born of any sincere conviction. Okay. I don't think they will leave. And to be frank, I can see the argument BT is proposing, that this man is playing a game, okay, whereby he knows he wants to be a deputy. And I can't blame him for wanting to be a deputy. That is a legitimate means by which it could possibly be a president as well. Okay? If it deputizes Atiku, if Atiku does 4 years or 8 years, irrespective, he might be in a stronger position to run for presidency. So he might look at that from that angle, and he might have been sold that dream. And he might believe it's
Aro, that is somebody that is not stable.
No, I wouldn't say so. That might be a legitimate. That might be a legitimate calculation. That might be a legitimate calculation. I mean, if I was in I would never be Peter Obi because I'll never be a callous liar. But if I was such an individual to be in Peter Obi's scenario and dealing with an Atiku, I might go down that route as well.
Aro, maybe you guys did not read
what are his chances for 2031? Really?
No. Sorry, Aro. Did you guys read the former VP's response to him stepping down for our Obi?
No, he said blatantly he's not stepping down for nobody. He said it this evening.
Thank you very much. That confirms my position that Obi is going for VP. That just confirms it. It's obvious.
So was Atiku talking to
being fair to Atiku? Why would any reasonable Nigerian tell Atiku to step down for Obi?
AI.
Every reasonable Nigeria that wants Nigeria to move forward might say that. Sorry.
We are discussing obedience. They are a little bit slow, so we must be easy.
Imagine an obedient BT.
I am not an obedient.
You are a virulent obedient.
Listen. Okay, let me tell you where I stand.
Let's have a good conversation. You said every Nigerian who wants Nigerian to move forward, we tell Atiku to step down for Obi. For what reason?
I don't know, my sister.
Let him answer.
For what? I'm not saying he should step down for Obi.
No, you say every Nigerian who wants Nigerian to move forward. Should say that Atiku should step down for Obi to become contest for president, probably win, right? Why would Nigerians that want Nigeria to move forward say that? That's the question I'm asking.
Because Atiku has been in the political arena for too long, and Nigeria has never benefited anything from it.
And Obi is not in political arena for too long.
He has been, but it's not as much as Atiku has been.
You see, I said this thing sometime, and somebody almost slapped me. Babati, please, not to cut you short. I know I've been talking. Sometimes I like talking bullshit. You see, on several occasions, I've come here on this platform and asked, who are we, Nigerians? Because we are complaining about something that is not good. We want. What is making that noise? I hope it's not coming from you. Is it me?
Ima, can you mute your mic? You have that just for a second before
I don't think it's from my own side.
Oh, it's Aro.
Oh no, that's me. It's not me.
Oh, Thomas, your Nokia phone, please.
It's not me, definitely.
It's Thomas.
Thomas, pause yourself now.
Kilo Nje is eating something. If you want eating.
You should pause yourself now. Okay. You are complaining about something. You want to replace it. You are replacing it with the same thing. When you replace it with the same thing, you continue complaining. It's either you go away from supporting the person when you see that it's clear to you the person is no longer good, or you continue supporting him blindly. I don't really know. Just as Tinubu is using voodoo to every politician, don't get me wrong, I'm trying to be superstitious. To all the politicians in Nigeria, so is Obi is using voodoo to his supporters. Because I keep asking, why would Atiku step down for Obi? Atiku has, at least in a good party, I'm yet to see that now that he's going to ADC. When Atiku is in a popular party, he carries weight. The high and mighty is following him. When I talk now, people will tell me, hold
I
on.
might be right, I might be wrong. Oh.
When I speak now, some people will tell me, Obi is for the people. Election is not won that way. If elections are won that way, if I talk about that another country now, people will say me it doesn't happen in Nigeria. If election is won that way, people will not be going to beg emirs and beg for churches and beg for this and beg for that if you have the masses.
Even
Are you telling me,
Madam
I want
Sister,
to ask you a question. Are you telling me that somebody like David Mark, forget about his stupidity and all he did as a bad, of course, all of them are bad. Somebody like David Mark, Air Rufai, name them, will come out as a politician and file behind P2B and put their money in P2B. Do you think that will happen? Do you think so?
I don't think so.
I think so.
It's possible, Madam
I think
Zita.
so. I
It's
think so
possible.
because we are talking of Nigeria here, and we are talking about the president as a rock. We are talking of the commander in chief. The commander in chief runs everything.
Listen, let me tell you. If they see
the
Obi,
way I see
listen, if they see Obi the way you said Obi is, they can't but kick Atiku away. The way you supporters of Obi see Obi is not the way an average politician in Nigeria see Obi. But the question I'm asking is that why don't Obedient sit down and have a nice conversation about a very prominent politician in Nigeria? Ask him, this man got 6 million votes. Why is it that you guys are not craving around him to support him to be the president? You only want him to be a member of your party, but you don't want him to hand him the ticket. Why don't you people sit down and ask them that question? At least they will be honest to answer you people, because the way you people are seeing the guy is not the way me and other politicians in Nigeria are seeing him. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if that guy is existing, Tinubu doesn't know with his 6 million vote. You leave somebody who got 6 million votes and you are going to discuss with somebody who has 1 million votes. It speaks volume. But well, what do I know? I'm a stupid woman.
No, the thing is that the figures you're mentioning is paperwork that was announced to us. If everything was to be laid down in a plain field, I think we're gonna be getting a different result, because the election has been rigged from the moment electoral college or electoral electoral body released their rules and regulations. From that moment, They already selected the president. That's just it. That's the country
Okay,
we're
let me
living in.
hold on.
Are you talking about this past
Please,
election? That's
please,
such a stretch.
praise daddy, please. Let me comment here, because this is what I just spoke about few minutes ago about disgracing our institutions. He has said it. The result has not already come out. So now, what you are saying now is that it's only you and the obedient see the capacity and capability of P2P. Only you and the obedient see that if the electoral body put their laws together, Obi will win. Now, let me go back to today. The electoral body is still the same. So why are you? It's still the same. So why are you still seeing him as a potential winner?
I'm not seeing him as a
No,
potential
no,
winner.
no, no.
He
He
has
said
not.
any reasonable
He has a
Nigerian will tell
he
Atiku to
has
step down for Obi,
he
who
has the
wants
freedom.
Nigeria to go forward. That was what they're saying, that if he wins, he will be
Yes.
the one to take Nigeria forward. You and the obedient are the only ones
Okay.
seeing him that way,
Oh,
that he
okay.
has some sort of winning buckets around
No.
him,
It's
that the
all
electoral
about.
body is
It's all
stopping
about the
him
ideology.
from exploding.
Okay. Is Atiku going to take us forward?
No, you are not getting the point. We are talking about winning here. We are not talking about taking forward, because you have to win first before you take
You have to win
forward.
before you can govern. Yeah.
Yeah, because you said any reasonable Nigeria will say Atiku should step down. If the who wants Nigeria to move forward, because by the time you say move forward, that means it's a short banker he's going to win. Now, the electoral body is still the same. Nothing
It
has
hasn't
changed in
changed.
the electoral body.
It will never
And
change.
it's only you and his supporters that are seeing those buckets of ballots of papers around him, that the electoral body in Nigeria is not allowing to explode. So if that is the case, even as we speak today, so why are you still saying he can move Nigeria forward? When I get problem,
His
you people should stop
ideology can
insulting
move Nigeria
Nigeria
forward.
and their institutions.
So,
I beg you.
Wait. He said we should stop insulting Nigeria and what?
And the institution.
Ima, can you talk us through this ideology? I want to listen to this ideology, because it's possible that some of us can ultimately be convinced. Some madness can come over us, and then we may become convinced.
No, I am not. Okay. Okay, wait.
Be more.
I am not saying you people are
Hold
not.
on now, please.
I am.
Please now, hold on. In your
Okay.
response to Arrow's question, please be more specific about these policies of that binds you together. And I want to hear about. Be more specific. Thank you.
About what, please?
He asked you about your so-called obedient ideology. So please be more specific about areas
Okay.
what it means to be an obedient.
Well, I've been hearing him speak. I've been hearing his ideas as in what he wants to do, taking Nigeria from one consumption base to production level and all that. And I think, to me, somebody who has that kind of ideology, yeah, maybe he has a plan.
Ima, you have not spoken about the ideology. You have that's not the ideology. You've not spoken about it. I want to take Nigeria from consumption to production. But what does that mean? How do you go about that? So as bad as Tinubu is, and as bad as we can say he has not actualized his 80-page plan, at least before he became president, people could talk about progressivism. People could say that Tinubu and his ilk of people from the ACN, that they were given to the idea of federalism, of decentralization. But I want to listen to what this obese, not obedient ideology, but obese ideology. Not that he wants to convert Nigeria from consumption to production, but what are the mechanisms through which he's going to do so? I don't want to talk about. I don't want you to tell me he wants to. because I don't think there's any Nigerian that does not want to take, well, except for the sharks, okay, and the individuals that have been pulling us back. But there's a lot of Nigerians right across the country that would like to take Nigeria from consumption to production. Obedient is not the only politician that would like to do that. But what is the mechanisms through which he wants to do this? I mean, obviously, you have a conviction in what he's saying. You say you've been listening to him talk for a long time. So I want you to expatiate on how he has promised to do that. How does he intend to do that? What are some of the what's the mechanisms through which he's going to do it?
I think one of the areas I think he's going to look into is by cutting down the corruption rate that is siphoning our money and putting our money and Nigerian money in different areas that Nigerians don't need. And I think he's going to make sure that the money that Nigeria that comes into the federal treasury will be utilized very well, and he can account for it. That's my own opinion, and that's my own way. That's how I understood what he's
sorry,
saying.
Manuel. We're not
Nigeria has
your
the money.
opinion. It's not your opinion. Is that what Peter B said? Is that what Peter B said?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay.
It's not my opinion.
Okay.
That's what I had from him.
So Peter Obi is going to sanitize the civil service, and he's going to sanitize political excess as the executive president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, circumventing the legislature. But I want you to still expatiate, because that does not take Nigeria from consumption to production.
It's a very vague response now. It's not.
That actually does. I mean, I'm not I'm not Einstein. I'm not. I'm not an economist. But even I know that sanitizing the civil service and cutting political excess would not take Nigeria from consumption to production. So I want you to let me know.
Okay, when you utilize the amount of money Nigeria is getting, or Nigeria has, utilizing it on education and utilizing it on building.
Wait, speak on industries.
Let me chime in. So
no. When I mean building industries and stuff like that.
No, hold on now, Ima. If you want to
so federal government builds industries.
They can create policies, and they can create platforms where.
Okay.
No, you didn't say that. You said it's going to build industry. So are you proposing?
Let me chime in real quick. In the sense that
there are a lot of things into it.
Hold on a second, Emmanuel. Hold on a second,
please. Clearly, Arrow is.
Prince Daddy come here. Obi doesn't have brain. So continue. He doesn't have brain. My brother, go on.
What I'm about to say is not unique to Nigeria, by the way. But usually when somebody promises to do something, right? If they become the president, look, it's when the president comes into power, there are already structures, individuals with power, there are institutions, and a whole host of other things already on the ground. It takes someone with the ability to maybe convince people, bring people together, cooperate, work together, and to get things done. We all can see right now the kind of opposition that Tinubu is facing in his administration, just like other past presidents. See, even if Peter B has on paper the best ideas and things to do in that country, he won't be able to get it done. Not even 1 or 5% of it. He won't be able to get it done because this guy has shown himself. Hold on, apart from there's corruption everywhere in America, in every damn place. But see, Peter B is the most plain candidate Nigeria has ever seen. Why? Because we see this guy on display. He has no skill, no ability to get anything done. We've seen him, even the small Labour Party, his inability to bring people together to the table and negotiate and talk about things or work things out is been on display. This guy has never won a primary before. He has never won one. It shows his inability, to work with other people. So this idea that Peter B become the president and all of a sudden corruption will be gone from civil servant, the bureaucracy and all this thing will disappear is for the birds, for little kids. That's what I'm saying. That obedience, young people in politics, they don't have a clue about how things work. They don't know how life works. To the point you talk about Peter Obi will just show up and everybody will cast out or bow down to Peter Obi's a new revolutionary idea for the country. It's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, the reason why Tinubu is making headway somewhat is because Tinubu has built a structure, a kind of it's been on the ground for such a long time. It's built a relationship in different parts of the country. So when he's about to make a move, he has to consult with certain people that buy into his idea. Peter Obi has none of that. No, it's simple. Forget about the Southeast. Peter Obi cannot operate successfully as he has shown in Anambra. He couldn't do that.
But even in the Southeast, he couldn't convince everybody in the Southeast. Even. To the point.
Not even in Southeast, Peter Obi will make any damn dent in their politics. That guy is hopeless. So you guys talk about Peter Obi as the next thing after sliced bread or Einstein. It's just funny, just comical.
Please, Daddy, let me say this, please. We've been asking for those people that the commissioners, the permanent secretaries, the special advisors that work with Obi during the 8-year tenure. Have you ever seen anyone coming out and speaking for this guy? Who did this guy build? Who? Just tell me, who has he built as a leader? If I don't know them, you can tell me. I will go and verify, as is always said. Who did this guy build? Where is the commissioners? Where is the permanent secretary? Where is the special advisors? We never see them speak for this guy. And you want this guy to become a president of that nation?
BT, you know what BT, do you want, as much, I don't hate Nigeria. I really love Nigeria. But I wish Peter Obi could be the president of Nigeria so we can get over this nonsense. That is really my greatest wish. If we can just be the president for like maybe 6 months, or maybe 1 year, or maybe we give him 2 years, so we can get this nonsense out of our system.
No, anybody that can move Nigeria forward, that is the person I'm rooting for.
No. Ima, you're an adult. You're an adult, yes. And we're all adults in this place. Please do not. Please, we're not foolish. Okay, don't hide behind the finger with this. Anybody that can move Nigeria forward. We know very clearly where you stand, and I think you should have the confidence.
No,
to stay,
I am not.
No. Ima, please, we're not foolish. Please, there's several things I would accept. I'll not accept anybody running me around. Okay, now there's no problem with you supporting your candidate because you believe in it. Now I can ask you, okay, and I can prod you on his policies because you said you believe in his policies. Now I can, and that's fine. Peter Obi, and there's people, and I have this problem with some obedience who seem to have a problem with us discussing the personality that's Peter Obi. Peter Obi has put himself forward as an individual, or public individual, in the candidacy that concerns all of us. So he is fair game. Tinubu is fair game. Atiku is fair game. Anybody that has put himself in the public eye is fair game. It can be criticized. It can be examined.
Exactly.
But
there's people in the comment section there that seem to have a problem with us discussing Peter Obi. I don't understand what a problem is. Okay, he's a public individual.
So nobody should have a problem discussing Peter Obi.
Forget it.
I'm open to discussion. As we are talking right now, I'm learning certain things I don't even know about Peter Obi.
Can I ask a question? You've been obedient. Remember,
so don't ask me a question as an obedient. I am not an obedient.
Okay. You've been you.
Yeah.
Obi going to the Labour Party. We on this platform question it because Labour is more of a socialist party, right? It's more of a socialist movement or party, and Obi being a capitalist himself. People say because that did not align in terms of their belief system. Have you taken time to look at the ADC manifesto and if it aligns with what you people in the obedient space believe is the right policy, or does it align with your own political beliefs, or you just going with Obi regardless of where it pitches its tent?
I am
Baba T, come on now. That's political
I said
calculus. They don't go that far. Come on.
I am not an obedient.
but you're supposed to be now.
Yeah, but I like I said, every individual, you see someone, two devils, you pick one. You get what I'm saying? So I like what he said about what he's gonna do and what he wants to do. That's my own thing. And because he is not an old politician, I can say he is part of the whole thing that put us where we are. And I feel like I'm more comfortable with him than all these other ones that has been there that I have not seen any result.
Emmanuel, nobody will penalize you for who you want to support. Yes, I respect that. I don't dispute that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I don't know how old is Emmanuel is, but Peter Obi has been around since Abacha's time. Do you know Abacha?
Yes,
Emmanuel?
I know Sani Abacha.
Okay, for someone that's been in politics for that long and he's been connected with the worst of what Nigeria has to offer in terms of leaders. How far?
So you call
I
Sani
mean,
Abacha a worst president or head of state?
Yeah, man, the worst thing that ever happened to Nigeria is Sonny Abacha.
Some of the worst things that Nigeria has to offer.
Do you disagree,
So yeah,
Tell me the worst thing that ever happened to Nigeria about Sonny Abacha.
Arrow, Ima, please. What do you think about Abacha before you move on? Because just to clarify, I just want to clarify. Do you think Abacha was a good president, Iman?
Nigeria has never had any good president.
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be more.
I'm being honest to you guys.
No,
I'm being honest to you guys right now.
Okay.
The only person that come close as in being, a little bit nice or good is Yaradua, but he didn't last long.
That was not the question.
That's not the question.
The question is what?
You do this now? I say, was he a good leader? That was the question. Don't tell me everybody was not. That's not the question I asked. I asked about Abacha.
The way he put Abacha is like Abacha is the devil. But
well, I mean, we didn't have any other president that had his hitmen shooting people on the streets of Lagos and the streets of Nigeria. I mean, Kudirat Abiola wasn't killed by tortoises and birds. She was struck down by assassins. What's the name of this publisher, this newspaper publisher that was this elderly man that was shot in the eye? There's several other people. People weren't being chased out of the country. People were being detained. So many journalists that disappeared that we can't see anymore.
That's a good about Abacha's record, but Emmanuel was quick to defend the man. So
don't get me wrong.
There was bomb blast in Enugu. Tell me who was anywhere near worse.
IBB was there.
As bad as IBB was a saint compared to Abacha.
Well, that's your own analogy.
IBB is an angel.
Okay. That is your own analysis. My own is when you kill one person, it's equal to killing 20 people. That's my own. That's where I stand. You are not even supposed to kill.
So Emmanuel has a soft spot for Abacha. That's what I'm deducing here.
Emmanuel is an interesting guy. Killing 20 people.
Emmanuel, the day Abacha died, okay, I happened to be myself and my mom. I happened to have gone to summer. It was sometimes in the summer, late summer, I believe, June or July. All right, we've gone to Lagos. I'd spent the week in Lagos with some cousins. We were on the way back. To Ibadan. I can remember the roads were very funny that day. Things just didn't seem right on the road. We landed in Ibadan, and like Abacha had died, we were dancing on the streets.
Yeah,
and I come from a privileged background.
Okay, when
Abacha even privileged people were still absolutely overjoyed that the man was gone.
A lot of people rejoiced.
Tell me, if the man wasn't such a devilish man, why would people be happy that a man has died?
They have their own reasons. Me, when military took over power in 1980 or 81. Hello?
Oh, we follow you. Go on.
Yeah, when military took over power in That is the Buhari regime, 83. People rejoiced. And afterwards, what happened? People started grumbling. And people started saying, this is the worst. Military regime should go, military regime should go, this and that. They don't want it. That is Nigeria. That is people for you.
No, I agree with you. People dance and rejoice for all kinds of things. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean the person is good or bad.
So
But I
it
tell you,
doesn't mean anything.
but
But
let's not shift it. Let's keep it on Peter B. Peter B.
yeah,
Abacha is gone. Peter B
yeah,
is the center of focus right now. And because you talk loftily about Peter B being this and that, and I think again it's just is the idea about him that excites you and many others. Not because
yeah.
Peter
But
B has this.
the thing is that there are a lot of things you guys have revealed to me, and I know definitely, a 80% this must be true, because there are certain things a role a man will be playing, and you definitely know this is where he is heading to. Because Peter B cannot tell me he is not desperate and he is making all these moves he's making. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I like what he said. I feel like he is making sense more than any other person. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, he could be making some mistakes, and that mistakes could result for me to rethink about where I place him.
You,
Does that make sense?
you don't need to do that on our own,
No. That is
No,
not even. This platform is not the only platform I talk. This is not the only platform I associate myself with. You get what I'm saying? And it's an eye opener for me to really understand the person I am. There are certain things now we spoke about Sani Abacha. There are certain things I will reveal to you about Sani Abacha. You will feel like, oh, wow, was he this way or this way? Or someone else, like our lady, this lady that spoke about Buhari, and I was like shocked the way she presented Buhari and his ideology, and that how he sees or how she sees Buhari. I was like, wow, Buhari was this sent? Does that make sense? So everybody has a way and concept they understand or they see every individual.
Ima,
Yes.
do you believe that Obi would have been better served if he stayed in Labour Party? Or because this is my major issue with Peter Obi. I believed he had the opportunity to galvanize a new crop of leaders, the youth, to build a better Nigeria. That he might not be the one that will benefit from it politically, but he will raise so many people up.
Yes,
that's where I believe.
I believe that too.
But he blew that opportunity by aligning himself with those so-called corrupt that people actually
I
felt
have
that he
I
was
have
supposed to.
issue. I have
So,
issue with that.
so does he? Why does he believe that he failed the cause? That's because, to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Opitobi, but he had that opportunity that I believe he blew by leaving Labour or not building a strong political movement. That he had the very he had the power.
Baba T,
But
this is the
BT,
problem I
he
have
never
with you
had the
guys.
intention for that. BT, stop. He never had the intention for that. He doesn't have the capacity and never had the intention. You are talking
Baba
about.
T, that's the problem I have with what you people think and believe Obi is.
Okay.
Obi can't do that now.
Okay, AI.
Baba.
AI. Okay, let me give it to you. I'm kind of okay. Let me give it to you right now. I'm kind of projecting on him, maybe too much of what I want him to do as opposed to what he is. I get that. I feel like he just had a small window that could have changed Nigeria political landscape forever. But maybe because, like to your point and to Arrow's point, he lacks the capacity to do so.
No, BT. I'm not talking about the capacity.
No,
I'm
it's
talking
not
about the intention.
capacity.
We're talking about intention.
No, not the intention.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because not the intention. Baba T, you cannot give what you don't have.
That's with the capacity now.
No, it's not capacity. It's not capacity.
Okay.
Listen to me. You are saying he would have bring a new dimension to Nigerian politics. He is not new. So the dimension cannot come.
Mm.
You people are seeing him differently from the way I see him.
No.
Yeah,
He is
I'm
not
with
new.
you.
Look.
you see, that's
Okay,
true.
wait.
That's true because your point
Bribery.
is.
Politicians bribe, Obi
Mm.
bribe. Politicians lie, Obi lie. Politicians do GBD, Obi do GBD. Now, yes, he must have told everybody, or most people must have believed something different about him. Now, a group of people followed him. If he is different from the existing, it would have shown. He doesn't need to galvanize them. It would have just shown. Okay, let me give you example. When Republicans and Democrats, I'm just giving an example, they have a pattern they run in the United States over the years. If you, at least for somebody like me that followed them from the time of George Bush Sr., there's a way they run, both parties. When Donald Trump came, he was something new. He changed immediately, he changed the dynamics and the structure of Republicans. He took the party over from them. He didn't need to galvanize everybody. People galvanized immediately behind him. And they followed him suit. So because he's new, he don't need to keep talking and lying and telling people I'm this, I'm gonna. He was just busy doing him. So Obi is not something new with the present politicians we have in Nigeria. So he can't change anything. So saying he would have changed the dynamics of the, I beg, I'm done with this
Let me
segment,
maybe
honestly. Can we change the topic, I beg?
yeah, please hold on, please, so you understand what I'm saying. Is of the old guard. I agree with you. Like I said, it's not for him or his own political. Like to Aro's point, that intention was not to do that. Maybe by accident. Remember earlier I mentioned the protests and all those kind of things that came in earlier before him. It kind of benefited his political movement. So my point of that creating a small window was not necessarily for him for his own political benefit, more like a bridge from the old to the new. But
No,
say
there's no bridge.
no, hold on. Yeah, let me finish. More like a Moses that leads you to the but doesn't get to the promised land kind of thing, where you can ride him to that edge, then the youth then take over to whatever they want to call it. But it's a link from that old guard to what I believe should have supposed to be a new Nigeria. I think he blew the opportunity. That's my point. Not that
BT, Obi is not a generous leader that wants to build people and make people. We know that, we can see that from the fact that in Anambra, okay, it was a governor. Okay, in 2022, 2023, we were made to believe, according to all the obedience, that this man is a saint. He has done no wrong. He sanitized the system. Is a good man, is a righteous man. And he continues to tell us as a good man, a righteous man, a simple man that does not buy too many pairs of clothing. He has one pair of shoes, he has a wristwatch. But we do not see individuals who over the years are devotees of Obi, who were with Obi in 2008.
God bless you.
Who believed in his passion. As bad as Omole Showore is, okay, and as unsettled as he is as an individual, we can see the disciples of Omole Showore who have always been his disciples, who believe in what he believes in, who believe in the movement, who are passionate and who will not believe and will not move. The people that are Omole Showore supporters would never support Tinubu. They will never support Atiku. They will never support Peter Obi because they believe in what they believe in.
Foley will not leave AAC to go and join AD.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
And there's people like that across Nigeria that believe in what they believe in. Okay, I'm not, and there's people on this platform that believe I'm not a Tinubu person. I don't care for him. I don't care for Atiku. I don't care for Obi. I don't care for any of them. But I like to criticize all of them because they are public individuals.
It's not actually believing in them. It's actually people who want something new. And they see something new, they follow it.
Obi to me
The
is a
problem Obi
manufactured
is having is that it's not
image.
something new.
Yes.
It's not something new. I have said this severally here. His 6 million votes is based on situation. I rest my case.
No, we don't differ too much, and I think I would kind of put it. It's more well spoken than I am, so it put it better the way I wanted to phrase it. That even though he's of the old guard, they know he's not a new politician, but for some reason he was, for the lack of a better word, anointed. It's like a Saul moment where you're not the ideal candidate, but God just chooses you to lead people. Then people have to ride off your momentum for that time period. So my belief was that, okay, I'm not the ideal candidate per se, but let me be the sacrificial lamb for the future. I already get my point. Let me be that bridge from what we are used to what is new and different from what. So it was supposed to be that Moses of leading people not to the promised land, but towards the edge of the promised land. But he wants to be in the promised land. Doesn't want to give up that mantle for the youth, for the other people around him.
Yeah, what you're saying is true.
That's what I said earlier too. That people ascribe a lot of things to Peter B that he doesn't deserve, nor did he claim to be one. I think you kind of saying the same thing. There's nothing about Peter B that purported what you're talking about, and that's why I can't even hold him responsible. I can't hold Peter B responsible for what you're talking about.
No. Prince Daddy, I can, because I think initially Peter Obi seized the moment. Okay. However, although he seized the moment, I don't think he actually understood what he was taking control of. And I don't think he had the intellectual capacity to actually to manage it.
Yeah.
Peter Obi, remember, Peter Obi is an individual that is not new to me. Okay. I started following Nigerian politics passionately sometimes around 2010. And I followed it daily. Like absolutely daily. I used to be a member of a political party in this country. I actually stopped being a member of a political party. It didn't make any sense to me. And I actually stopped following politics in the most, I personally didn't engage in politics. I only cared about Nigerian politics. So I know a lot of what has happened in Nigerian politics. Nigerian politicians are very, very funny people. And anybody that follows Nigerian politics needs to follow it daily, because any single day Nigerian politicians are doing something, and by the next day they are going to change tune.
Flipping.
They are very flippant. Mm-hmm. If anybody wants to document what has happened in Nigerian politics in the last decade, I don't think we're able to document it using 100 million pages. You'll be able to write a beautiful story about any number of Nigerian politicians, and you make a movie out of it.
Thomas stayed there.
Thomas, do you think Obi will end up as a political footnote looking back in years to come?
No, it'll be a considerable footnote, because I think, if for nothing, he has brought a lot of
second. Yes.
No. Irrespective, Madam Zita.
If he has, the election was one of the closest we have to free and fair election. That's why he got that vote.
Madam Zita,
if he had come
about
second, yes, even
Madam
if it's
Zita,
with that 6 million vote, he would have made a lot of footnotes.
Madam Zita, forget the footnotes. He's there.
Answer me now.
He's eating or something. He has to go to the fridge once in a while.
Madam Zita, forget the footnotes.
Irrespective. Where you there, US or Canada?
US.
Okay. Who there outside US for here?
I there outside US now. I know they for US.
Where you there?
I there for Europe now. I there for Ireland.
Panama.
Ireland.
Which day will they go come carry your president?
Nigerian president of the one for here.
No, I mean Irish. America, they carry presidents now.
They go first carry. They go first carry the Cuba and Colombia president before they carry anybody else. If he go first carry that Cuba president and Colombia president, and then everybody else is free game.
Did you read Trump's tweet? Trump said, well, we're going to take about 40 million barrels, and I'm going to then decide how the money is going to be used in Venezuela. I'm like, but what happened to the drug cartel? You forgot about those ones immediately. I mean, so it's
No, the drug, they have removed the drug man now. So the drug has ended. They want to get back their money.
I think which drug? You forgot the drugs. So now all they will become.
Did they announce the day when they will come carry your president? Because if you like say they announced dates now.
You see, America will always get all the resources they invested in trying to bring you back here. They will get it, whether you like it or not, one way or the other.
Laugh,
They will
one
get
kill
that
me.
resources. Yeah.
Victor, let me chime in quickly on that topic. See, as a big Megatron supporter, kind of a
Prince,
disappointed
how did
actually.
you go from drugs to oil? Where is that transition? How
Well,
did you go
see,
from
this
drugs to oil?
is what Trump. Let me give a rundown. What's going to happen, perhaps shortly in the next few years. Trump, because of his see, when you're I guess when your not idea, but when what you want aligns with other people, you have to be careful with the people you're aligning with. See, what Trump is doing right now is a playbook of the neocons, actually. And the worst kind of people and the kind of people that he actually campaigned against in his past two elections, pre-elections actually. And this neocons, somehow, some way, Trump has fallen into their trap, actually. Because eventually, in the short term, it depends on how things go. They may use this, Maduro's capture to actually penalize Trump. Okay, after this maybe midterm, it all depends on how it votes for Trump or the Republicans. They may go and try to impeach Trump again,
He
and this
says
time
he's
around
going
they
to
may
keep
actually succeed.
Prince.
He actually said it today. He said it today that if the Democrats win, he's going to get impeached. He actually knows.
They will pitch, but they can't remove him from office now.
Hold on.
Wait, let me say
Did he
my
say it
own.
today?
See,
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
land. Let me land. He said that today. Okay, good. Say, well, I didn't hear him say that, but I'm reading what is going on. Trump allowed his own personal ambition, which I think the reason why I went after Maduro has to do with the election of 2020,
Yeah.
part of it, and
Yeah.
also
Midterms.
and also no, the election of 2020 actually that he lost. He thought Maduro has
Okay.
something to do with it, and
Oh,
also
okay.
the China's hegemony in the Southern America, South America, right? There's a part of it which aligns with the neocon and the need to go to war and spend America's money. So Trump has pretty much, I mean, MAGA is kind of furious and his supporters. Trump has aligned with the
I'm
worst
not
part of
furious.
American
So I'm
politics.
celebrating him and I'm celebrating the military. I'm not furious anywhere. Never gonna be furious with that kind of a thing because look, Prince Daddy, let me tell you, maybe you don't know the history of Venezuela and the oil. If you know the history, I don't know why you say they will use it there. Anyway, it's like most people in the United States, they don't really listen to, they make a lot of things all about Trump. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden put 25 million bounty on that man's head. And they say catch him dead or alive. So why all of a sudden it become a problem? I don't understand.
Well, that's a driving policy again of the neocons.
That is
The
what I'm
neocons
saying now.
they
Wait,
traverse
I
both parties.
understand what you're saying.
But Madam Vita, what has
The two
Maduro done?
people,
What is his crime? What's his crime, anyways?
eh?
Maduro?
He
What
has
is
a lot of
Maduro's
crime.
crime?
Oh. No even talk the go there.
Oh,
No be waiting I
AI,
go discuss there. He has a
more
lot of
than many
crime.
other leaders around
And
the
for your
world.
information, he's going to jail. Forget
AI,
about that
you
one.
are missing the
He
point
has a lot of crime.
AI. You're missing the point of the question. If by Maduro standard you are picking him up, then half of the president of the world should be picked up then for crimes.
Is that what?
Like the question Prince asked you, like what was his crime? He
I
said it's
don't need to
drug.
start saying it here now.
No,
He's
no, no,
drug.
no, no. Hold on,
He has killed a lot of people. He has killed
AI. Wait
Americans. He
now,
has.
wait,
Mhm.
wait. By that logic, you should pick up half of the president of the world that have committed crimes like that too. They are killing people too in different part of the world.
Including European leaders.
Exactly. So why not picking them up?
Excuse me. Let me tell you something. Eh? None of them has seized $8 billion worth of American equipment. None of them. If they try it,
So compared to
they,
Mexico, no.
they will
AI,
face his
AI,
problem too.
AI. Wait, hold on, please.
Let's start from the simple
No,
one.
Ima, please, very, very important because that is very wrong. Who is doing more damage to America's economy by your own logic, Mexico or Venezuela? So we should be picking up. Even Canada. So by that logic, you should be picking up Canada, Mexico, and other people now.
Please,
Even
please.
Yes,
Argentina,
exactly.
even Argentina is doing damage, and Trump bailed them
Hold
out.
on now. Hold on.
If
Please.
anyone, she
Can
should be
I
picked up.
can I
She
No,
should be
you
comment?
picked
do.
up from China.
What is it? What has been this problem? It's not today they have been having this issue with Venezuela. It's not today. The problem actually started when their company was expelled.
Yeah,
After
what?
building, when their companies were expelled from Venezuela, that's when Venezuela started having problems.
And why did their companies expel from Venezuela?
He domesticated it.
No,
You don't
this
do
the
such a thing like that.
okay. No, wait,
Was it
my
Maduro or
sister,
After
Hugo
being
Chavez?
my sister.
wait
Let me tell you.
now,
That was
Let me
Hugo.
tell you the
That was Hugo
let
Chavez now. That was Hugo
this
Chavez now.
the
can we
secret
continue
behind
now?
the whole thing is
Okay, since you
Maduro.
know.
Maduro is aligning himself with Putin. That is it. He's aligning himself with Putin, and the American intelligence are getting facts that Putin is about to build a base,
No, you are
a
starting
military
the story
base.
from the middle. You started the story
Okay,
from the middle.
this is
I want us to start where the problem started.
okay.
Because they didn't from the one started quarreling. They were doing well together as partners. And actually, let me tell you something. The last thing America will tolerate from anybody is to demean them. For some reasons, they feel that way. Hate them, like them, I don't care. They don't even care either. For somebody to invite a company into your country and they spent 8 billion building an infrastructure, even if they're doing something you don't like, it's for you to renegotiate, not to expel them. That's not done. And since then, since those
Madam
decades,
Zita.
wait, let me finish now.
Okay.
I said, let's start from the beginning of the problem. Since that time, those companies has been crying blue mother. And all of a sudden, what are you doing? You said you want to domesticate your refineries. And now you are bringing shadow refineries from other countries. Who takes that now? Not even America. America cannot tolerate that. And there is one thing I used to tell people. You see,
But now,
American.
what is the whole story? You talk about American side of the story. What's the whole story? You make it sound like American corporation are like fair citizen wherever they go to. Let's not go there. Okay, I'm not supporting Maduro or the Venezuela, but
He
let's
said
not pretend
what?
like
He said
American
what? What
company.
did you say? What did you say?
You make it sound like American companies are fair citizens, are good citizens wherever they go to. Why you make it sound like you're
Okay, let
talking?
me explain to you. You don't. Maybe you have to go back to read the American Constitution and their history. That is why most companies, most countries in the world don't want them in. Because if you give them a portion of your land and they be an infrastructure that place, it automatically becomes their land. That's
You
the way
know,
they see it.
I
Like
came across
them, hate
an
them,
history story.
they don't care.
That,
Now, when it
that's
comes
what,
to their company, okay, continue.
now I was gonna say
When you
your
finish,
adopted
I will
country.
continue.
Your adopted country of Norway. I watched a history about it not too long ago, and I was super impressed. I was super impressed the way they did not do deal with the American oil company, because if they had done so, Norway would not be the country we're talking about today. Actually, they were able to negotiate and did things much differently than the African countries and many other countries like Venezuela. We know American companies can be what do you call them? Charlatans in so many ways when they do business overseas. And so, for the reason why Maduro nationalized American companies, nobody, I don't even know the story. We know he did it, and it's not fair, so to speak. But what happened? What happened? What is the story behind it? We don't know the true story.
Whatever the story is, they're gonna get their money back. Period. We can hit our head on the wall for all we care. I'm just making joke. Oh. I'm just trying to pull you people's leg. Who is next to be picked? Because it's
So
like the night
hold
them
on.
all.
Hold on. So they put 8 billion, but Trump wants to get out 40 billion. That's a good return of investment.
For the two companies now. It's not
Eh,
something that no. What he's trying to get is the expense of coming to pick the guy. Please. It's not the oil now.
you
The
came to
oil is
pick
yet
no
to
no no no
come.
no no the experts. You came to pick in my own country, then I have to pay for that for each
That's what
country.
they do. That's what they do.
And that will cost you no, and the cost is 40 billion for that.
Yeah, that's what they do.
No. That's the estimate for the pickup, I mean.
Yes.
They didn't. They should have called. They should have called Uber now, or both. They should have called both or Uber for that.
Baba T. Eh?
You
When person big
know,
pass you, when person big
AI.
pass you, there is nothing you
I
go
don't
you go fit
care.
do.
See,
Leave out.
But let me say though, the only thing I
But the
support,
thing is that, but
the only thing
the
I
thing is
support
that,
Trump about it, I don't support the capture of Maduro, but for sure, I believe in the Monroe Doctrine, right? I don't believe that China has established itself so strongly in Venezuela and South America. So
And all their weaponry failed.
okay, and for that reason, let
Prince,
me land. And for that reason,
you can't do this.
I can see why we don't want China in our backyard. Okay, I can see the reason why.
not only China, even Russia.
Can I? No, Prince. Can I? Please, very important. You say you believe in the moral doctrine. The backside of moral doctrine also includes economic sabotage of countries that want to challenge your power in your hemisphere.
Of course, no.
So if you look
Yes,
at what
you're
happened
right.
to this country, the Messi country. What's the Messi country again? What's it called? I've forgotten the name. In South America.
Argentina or
Yeah. That was what so their economy. It was the moral doctrine. So you can make this with them about economic growth, but they can become too powerful for their own good. So you're going to literally destroy them, and then they flood into your country. Then you complain about it. People come from Nicaragua. No. People come from all those countries to America. Why are they coming in? Because America literally
the instability. Yeah, well, somebody's made that good point. Also, I can see that,
So
but I tell you,
Even Cuba, even BT, look at Cuba. Look at the history of Cuba. They went from a ultra capitalist country to having freedom fighters that developed because of the ultra capitalism. You know, people like Castro. Castro didn't just grow out of thin air. It was a reactionary, a revolutionary because of the Monroe Doctrine.
And how are they doing today?
It's the hypocrisy.
Well, no, I'm not talking about how they are doing today. We are talking about the consequences of the Monroe Doctrine, because the fact is, look at Fidel Castro. Okay, you can call him a socialist and a communist, but actually he wasn't. Che Guevara and Castro's younger brother were the communists. Fidel just got dragged into it. He was just a reactionary individual who reacted to the ultra capitalism that was happening in Cuba as a consequence of the Monroe Doctrine that the United States had actually enforced on Cuba.
The lighter
Fidel Castro's younger brother and Che Guevara were the communists.
AI. Don't say no. When it involves people's lives in their millions, then there's no sunny side to it. It's all dark.
Well, and that's the fear. That's the fear I'm talking about, and that's the trap. At the end of the day, do not be surprised that this neocon will walk against Trump in Venezuela and start having American American military men hide and private citizens hide. And when all this starts to happen, it's Trump they're going to blame. Nobody else but Trump.
Hold on, please. American militaries has been tied. Even before Trump was born, some of them buried in shallow graves. Nobody knew. Cannot be traced today. So it's not something new.
No.
Yeah, but I
Madam
think what
Zita,
Prince Daddy is
Madam
saying is
Zita,
these
you know
people
what I'm talking
they
about
found a
now.
whipping
See,
boy for history. When history tells the story, these individuals are going to be the beneficiaries. Trump will be the villain.
Okay,
So
so the other
I think that's
presidents,
what
what are
exactly
I
my
they?
think.
point.
I
The
think that's
other,
what
hold
Prince
on,
Daddy
the
is
other
saying.
What happened
presidents
in
of
Vietnam
America,
or all
what
those
are they?
places. Sorry?
The other presidents of America, what are they? They're heroes.
See,
No. That's not
Madam
what I'm saying.
Zita.
I think
See,
the other
hold on.
presidents themselves, they weren't. Trump is the other presidents were willing accomplices. Trump, unfortunately, is being led by the nose. I think that's what Prince Daddy is saying.
That's exactly, that's a good point. Madam Zita, you know American politics and you know where Trump stands in this place.
What
The
you are,
Republicans
I
don't,
understand what Prince is saying. Prince saying that
Republicans
he's going to
don't like
backfire
Trump.
on him
Yeah.
at the midterms. It's
Republicans
round
don't
the
like
corner.
Trump.
Let's see.
Democrats don't like Trump. Nobody likes Trump. You know, they don't like Trump.
You
The
see,
reason Trump is so
listen to
strong.
me. Listen to me. This is actually an argument I made with one professor in the class. That was in 2022. And last November, he apologized. This professor walked into the class. It was a elective course. He was giving instances of how it was business 103. He was giving it, I purposely choose that course because I needed to do one elective course. He was giving instances of how countries run their businesses. And then he was putting out policies, most policies that United States put to wage away some of the influences and some of the losses that are making because they sold out their companies, blah, blah, blah. That's by the way. He talked about George Bush Sr., this one, Clinton, George, this was a, so he jumped, he now talked about what Trump did in his first time. So one girl in the class now, he stopped there. And one girl in the class said, and then what did Joe Biden did? The whole class started laughing because he was the president then. Then the man now turned and said, Trump is the most hated president of America. I got up. At that point, I couldn't take it. I said, what you're saying, the statistics doesn't prove that. That's wrong. And you people have been pushing this thing, trying to convince those you want to convince that it's a mere media propaganda. He said, what do I mean by that? I said, okay, I don't know what you mean by the most hated, but let me say this. Most presidents, when they contest an election for a second time, they lose vote. Why do they lose vote? Because what they did in the first time, most people don't like it. Yes, they voted for him the first time. He gets so many people offended and they lose vote. But this man you are saying that is the most hated got extra 12 million votes. Yes, he didn't win the election. But you cannot tell me that somebody went into an election for the first time and he's the most hated. He got extra 12 million votes. And you, that is his supporter, is still saying the same thing. So
Madam,
you are not
let me
seeing, hold
clarify.
on,
No.
please, let me finish. I don't support anybody. I vote who I want to vote. I talk about who I want to talk about. I always tell you people in this platform that I like Trump because he's brash. I like very rich people who are wealthy and influential. I like them when they're brash. Honestly, sincerely speaking. That is me. I like it when you talk to them anyhow, they give it back to you. They don't care. I like if Dangote is like that, I would very much like him. You've made your money, you've made your name. You
Okay.
don't talk to me anyhow. I talk back at you. Period. I like him because of that, not because of everyone. And he's a very funny individual anyway. He makes you laugh. That's
Yeah,
by the
it's
way.
funny.
But let me say this. Let me say this. You cannot be saying something that the statistics doesn't prove.
But okay,
And
then let me
let
respond.
me
Let me
finish. You
respond.
are still pushing that propaganda. And
No, I'm not
again,
pushing the
you are
propaganda. You didn't
pushing
listen to
it
me carefully.
because this is
I wish
what the
somebody else heard what I
media.
said.
Let me finish. You said nobody likes him. That's the
No,
word
I
you
didn't say
use.
that. I didn't say that. I didn't
You
say
want
that.
us to rewind?
You
You
can
said
rewind it, but
Democrats
I know
hate
what I
him.
said.
You
Who heard
said
what I said?
Democrats hate him. Nobody likes him. Let me finish. I'm talking about statistics now.
Okay, among us
I'm
here,
aware
who
of the
likes him?
numbers too. I'm aware of your number. I'm aware of the numbers.
Among us here, how many people like him?
That is what I'm saying. That is
No,
what they
I'm not
sell to
talking
you
about you.
people.
But okay,
Madam
let
Zita,
me come in now. Hold on.
I think you know what Prince Daddy is trying to say. You're just
No,
that's
no,
not
no,
what
no.
Prince
I
Daddy
don't know what
meant.
he's trying to say because statistics are not good.
He's talking about the political elites that nobody
Hold
like
on,
Trump
Exactly.
hold
would
on.
say the
Thank
political
you
Yeah, they
very
are
elites.
much.
using him.
Thank
It's
you.
being used by the political elites. It's being
Hold
used by
on.
him.
Yeah,
Calm
you
Okay.
just say
down.
nobody
Can I
likes him within the
speak?
political
Can I?
elites.
I
Exactly.
understand what Prince Daddy is
The person got
saying.
my point. No. The person that responded right now
I
get exactly what I'm
understand your
talking
point,
about.
Prince Daddy, but I'm
So I'm
telling
not
you
talking
that
about the
your
vote. I'm not
point.
talking about the voters. I'm not talking about the voters. We saw the numbers. He did very well in the second in 2020. He did exceptionally well, more than any other incumbent president. He did excellent. And in this past election too, he did great. He won the 7 swing states. So I'm not talking about the voters. I'm not. But let me tell you, I've said it before many times. The Republican Party, the members of those political elites, they are people that hate Trump more than the Democrats. Trust me. And
I
up to
agree with you
right now.
now. I am not. I agree with you. I am not
Okay, that's what I'm
disputing
talking
what you're
about.
saying. Hold on. I quite agree with you that people hate somebody is a given, but saying nobody, that is where I come in. And you say most hated, that's where I come in. That's where I come in.
Well,
But do you know people can vote for you and they still hate you?
Okay, if that is the way, then you rule over them. They will die of their hate. You rule over them. That doesn't make sense to me.
the
But let
kind
me
of hate
say
that I'm
this.
talking about.
You people will make me lose my thought.
Go
Let
ahead.
me say this. Everything you people are saying, I agree with you. But the numbers does not show that. It does not show that.
Yeah, people are voting for him based on his ideology,
You,
not
you, you
because
know
of his.
something, Madam Zita, do you know the risk that Trump finds himself in? And
Now you say
I
that. Let
don't
me
want
hold on.
to, let me say
Before I
this.
lose my thought.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll come after you.
He made a comment yesterday, which is a given in the United States. Every government in power loses the house. That's a normal thing. That's how it works in the United States 80% of the time. So if he loses the house in November, it's not something like, hey, it's unheard of. That's how it goes. He's only saying that they should win it. They should change the angle. That's all he's saying. Because if they
Hello,
don't change the
Nigeria.
angle, they will continue with their impeach. Because this guy has been impeached
But
twice. They will impeach him the third time, and
his
nothing will
recent
happen.
actions,
Hello, Nigeria.
his recent actions will not allow that. But let me say this, okay? Trump, I'm not trying to compare him with this character. I'm just trying to talk about, because of what President said about the political elites and the electorate, and the fact that the electorate can vote for you. They might pretend to like you, but when you are high and dry, and they can actually pretend to support your actions, but at the end of the day, they would actually abandon you. And it reminds me of a particular individual called Adolf Hitler. In the late 1930s, the
Okay,
socialists.
that Adolf
Wait,
Hitler you mentioned is the person I want to talk about.
let me finish. In the late 1930s, Adolf Hitler came to prominence.
Please,
It came to prominence as a consequence of actually a euphoria in the German society. A euphoria like the Americans. The general populace was frustrated. There was no development. They felt left behind. They felt like the world was leaving them behind. They're a powerful nation. They are these individuals that pride themselves in their past glory. And this is an individual that talked about them regaining their lost glory, regaining, and he spoke to them, and they supported them, and the general population supported them. In fact, it brought them to a war. But the thing about it is, by the end of 1940s and the 1950s, until this day, the man's name, his legacy has been banished. In fact, it's almost illegal to say that name in Germany. And that's the risk that Trump, and I think that is what Prince Daddy is talking to, that Trump is being used and
Prince
abused by the
Daddy, let
political
me ask you
elites.
a question. I want to ask you a simple question, and I want you to answer me honestly. You're a Trump supporter. If this election, midterms, is being run on the basis that Trump will still be on the ballot, do you think they will lose the House?
Well, probably not. Probably
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
I don't get
Probably not.
that,
But
Madam.
again,
I don't get that question. I don't get that question, Madam Zita.
Sorry,
I want to
what was that?
throw.
What was that question? What was that question?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Okay,
Say it
I
again.
wanted to clear something.
Yeah.
And he cleared it for me.
No, what was the question?
You
I didn't
people
hear.
are
What was the
saying
question?
that, hold on. You people are saying that he's the problem. And I'm saying he's not the problem. You said he's the problem. I say he's not the problem. And I asked a simple question. As you people say he's the most hated, nobody like him. And I asked, if this election coming up in November is he to be on the ballot, do you think they will lose the House?
Yes.
They will lose woefully.
Well, he's on the ballot either way. He's on the ballot. He's the incumbent president.
In fact, Trump run
all
for
the
another
time he
election,
has
he
been
will
in the
lose
ballot.
woefully.
Okay, no
Right now, they are already losing. Republicans are losing the House right now.
Not only just Republicans losing the House, but people. You have to look at even Republicans, diehard Republicans, are finding it difficult to follow.
Listen,
they're actually abandoning them.
Aro, I think you guys, the problem we have sometimes is that we see the issue and we try to bend it. You're saying they are trying to use Trump. No, nobody is using Trump. That is who Trump is. The man is corrupt. He's a transactional human being.
No. They are using them. He's been used. He is corrupt.
Nobody is using Trump.
Used.
So
the
jet that Qatar gave him, who was using him to go and collect jet from Qatar?
The Qataris were using him. Yeah, he's corrupt. Yes, he's corrupt. The Qataris are using him.
He's a corrupt human being.
Yes, they are abusing his personality. Okay, look at Saudi Arabia. Look at what the Saudi Arabians did.
It is transactional. You put money down, that's it. You put something down, that's it. You put once you offer Trump something, then you have a conversation with Trump. That's it. It doesn't matter whether you are.
That's what we mean. That's what we mean by it's being used. That's what we mean as well. We agree with that.
Do you not know how Taliban became regain control in Afghanistan? It was Trump that went to negotiate with them.
President to be picked. That's the one that is making me dance everywhere.
Let's volunteer Tinubu now.
Madam Zita, I know, Madam Zita, listen, you guys are Prince Daddy, you were saying that the Trump is behaving like the neocons. Do you understand that Madam Zita is a neocon and she's very hawkish? So no, you don't be surprised that she's supporting such policies or such behavior of Trump. How do you go into another man's country, invade another man's country? Then you turn around and you're criticizing Putin, you're criticizing China, you're criticizing what then give you the right to do those things? You have no right to behave in that manner.
That's a good point.
Thomas, when are they coming to pick your president?
No.
They can't pick our president.
He's going to pick the Colombian president.
How can Trump, that's a convicted man, a convicted criminal,
about this thing.
a convicted criminal, be telling other people that they committed crime? Charging
Maduro to be convicted. They'll be both convicted.
Hold on. I take offense to what Madam Zita just said. Prince Daddy, please hold on. No verse. Madam Zita, I take offense to what you just said. Which president are they picking?
Hold on. I just asked which is the.
They are going to take the Canadian Prime Minister next. That's the next person is going to take. And then he's going to annex Canada.
He's
going to annex Canada.
Okay, which president
are they taking? You said you take offense to what? Hold on, please. I can't hear you. What did you say?
Which country president are they taking? Which country? You have someone. When are they taking?
Canadian Prime Minister. Madam Zita, the Canadian Prime Minister, that fourth guy in Canada that's been making mouth. Some go carry out.
Hold on. Madam Zita, they listen to you. Before I know what I go talk, I want you to retract your statement. Which president are they taking?
I said, which is the next one? That's what I asked.
Okay, better not speak. Anybody that talk of Nigeria president, are they ready to fight?
No. Nobody is talking about Nigeria president. We're talking about the Canadian Prime Minister and that Canadian guy that's been talking nonsense. That Ford, what's his name?
I was volunteering Tinubu.
Is that Ola?
Tinubu.
Yeah.
Ola, wait.
Yes.
You see, when I came in here today,
no, I don't want to see. I just want you to be.
Hold on now, calm down. Be coming down. Be coming down. I
know they calm down. No, they mention my president of Nigeria.
No, not at all. Nobody's taking Nigerian president. Hold on now. Hold on. Ola, wait. Haba. Nobody's carrying your president. See, when I came in here, when I came in here this morning, I made a comment. I said, when you downplay, ridicule, demeaning somebody's resilience, strength, intellect, power, the person will keep whooping you. You people are looking at this, the political angle, this angle, the black angle. That is not where I'm looking at. What is making me laugh is the simple method of going to another person's country. This country, go and look at what they bought from China. Their defense systems they bought from China. China even sold one. I'm saying this in the global platform. Go back and look at it. Sold one that they said will do this thing to F-35. Whatever they were reading, my husband was telling me. Wanting China said they developed. They sold to Venezuela that can deal with American air systems and blah, blah, blah. And the news I'm getting is that before they even go in, they blind those things. I'm working. I'm looking at the strength. You people should not get me wrong, go.
But I'm Zita, that lie. China said those people fake, that they carry them a wolf. Should I tell you what happened here? The Chinese have been developing systems, okay, progressively. They need to test those. They need to test those systems out. The ones they sold those guys that are wolf, they know. Even the Chinese knew that it wouldn't work.
We claim. That is
no.
People will claim.
Madam Zita, I actually follow a lot of military. I've interested in
failed. It's not
Madam Zita, let me explain now. Let me explain. Madam Zita, okay, they are multi. They call it it's a multi something array. I can't remember. It's a type of sonar. It's not sonar, but it's an electronic array. Okay, but the Chinese have been developing it, okay, progressively. Remember, the Chinese they're far behind when it comes to this stealth technology and anti-air defense systems. They've been developing their new defense systems. The ones they've sold to the Venezuelans, there's two things. Number one, defense systems is not just about the solar. There's a number of systems that you need to have. It's not just one. It's just one system that makes it work. It's not just even the system. There's a lot of things that are involved. So when the Americans went in, for instance, Venezuela, they shut down their power grid. The problem is the Venezuelans have a centralized power grid. Okay, whereas someone like Americans, they have any serious country that wants to have a proper defense system, they will not have a centralized power grid, for instance. Okay, they will have multiple systems that actually cooperate, whereby they have redundancies. They did graduate for the Venezuelans. That's what the Chinese did. They sold them a false promise. The Chinese for sure knew that those systems could not defend them from the Americans. And now the Chinese also know the vulnerabilities of those systems, and they also they'll use their learnings to develop what they have further. You need to understand this. I follow a lot of military doctrine stuff. The Chinese sold graduates to the Venezuelans.
I agree that's the simple part. So it's graduate. So what you are saying is that the one China has now in their country will not fail.
Okay, wait. Okay, so look at this. No, look at this. Okay, the Americans. Okay, so why are the Americans not flying supersonic jets over the Chinese to take pictures of Chinese facilities. I mean,
So,
they have jets. They have jets that they have stratospheric. So the Americans have stratospheric jets, okay, that can fly over China, take pictures of the Chinese installments and all their installations, and know what the Chinese are up to. But they don't. They wouldn't risk it because they know the Chinese will shoot them out. No, they don't, because we know they don't.
Okay, hold on. Let
So
me
what?
ask you a question.
What
You
about?
said, hold on. You said you know a lot about military.
No, but I mean we know this. Okay, for instance, Madam Zita, 4 months ago, the Chinese had a parade, okay, to celebrate the 100 years, okay, of liberation from Japanese, all right, or whatever, okay. We saw on display a number of assets that nobody anywhere nobody in the intelligence or military ever knew of those assets, and in fact, that was even some of their assets.
Saying this kind of a thing now? Come on.
No, because everybody. I mean,
okay, let me ask you a question.
I follow a few. Even you go on the internet, you go on Reddit. There's a lot of military guys there. Everybody was saying this is stuff nobody's ever seen before. I mean,
okay.
We're gonna leave global politics.
Go back to Nigerian politics because one of the agreements between Nigeria, between the United States and China is the intel. They actually get that intel from US. So continue screaming. They actually, one of their business agreements is intel. And anytime US want to move it from them, they will find one thing to do to United States to continue giving them the intel. But if you think they are developing something that nobody knows about, I wish you luck. Anyway, the important thing is that if you say Nagbaju they sell to Venezuela, I agree with you. Nagbaju, because he fell. So the one way they get for now. Hold on now, come on. The one way they get to in their country.
Let me tell Prince Daddy about his uncle. You see that guy, I think it's not an Adolf Hitler that just changed location and reincarnated somewhere. So look, how this guy is going to get to a state that is going to test the resolve of the global community. So if America want to tame that guy now. Because it looks like he's winning now. You understand? You will just wake up one day. Don't let this man relegate America.
You go cry blood by November. Don't worry.
Hold on. What are you talking? What's going to happen in November? I don't care. I'm not an American. So let Americans, let Babati and Prince Daddy go and deal with that. I don't care. I'm in Nigeria.
Oh, you are in Canada. So your president is the next.
No, you all know that you are joking anyway. Why I won't even waste my energy or emotion on thinking that.
Nah, this catching of president, they sweet me.
No. See. No, what happened in Venezuela was always coming.
But that's it. That you are looking for wahala.
Let me be honest with you.
Anyway, why I'm even speaking this? Let us talk about Nigeria.
This catching of presidents,
before I move on, I was going to make a point to Arrow's comment. Arrow, America didn't just show up to Venezuela's shores overnight. They were camped there for like weeks.
I know. So, they were there for months.
Okay, good. So if this Chinese system were going to work, okay.
They were never going to work. Prince Daddy, that's what I'm telling you. Those Chinese systems are bad. The Chinese sold the Venezuelans bad. Don't you get it?
Prince Daddy, let me make my point. Hold on.
Prince Daddy, you sold bad and you keep original.
Prince Daddy, quickly, I want to but let Madam Zita also kept quiet for a while now. She's been talking all day. Let's other people speak.
I want
to quickly say something so you can take it as part of your point. That's all I wanted to do. So I was going to say to you that if America, apart from Israel, which other country has American Iron Dome? None other country has American Iron Dome. Chinese is not going to take they are one of their best technology and go and dump it in Venezuela, knowing that technology is going to be vulnerable to the United States military. Nobody does that.
Without American intelligence knowing.
Yeah, nobody does that, man.
Yeah, I wrote to your point. I don't. If it was Badger or not, I don't know. But I don't believe it was Badger. But I didn't say. Apart from that, the Venezuelans were not even prepared nor stationed to use any of those weapons. They did not. They were not going to use it. I mean, they were too afraid to use it. So it's not about being a graduate weapon that Chinese sold them. No, they were not going to use it because they had a ample of time to have stationed themselves, positioned themselves. If they really wanted to use it, once their lights were cut off, they should have had a backup power source to deploy whatever weaponry they wanted to deploy. But they were not planned. They never planned to do it. They never did. So I'm not sure about if it was graduate or not. I don't think it was graduate. They were not even prepared to use it.
What I think happened was that their military was compromised. Simple. So it's not about graduate. Some people just their military was compromised. So it's just like if they want cash, like people are saying they want cash Tinubu or whoever they want cash, for example. Now, if you do not compromise, it's not that easy like that too. So let's just say, I mean, Chinese they didn't say graduate. Anyway, that's their own headache. I don't know whether it is true. I hear that the power that be, they're already discussing how they are going to partition Nigeria. So anybody heard anything about that? They'll be discussing partitioning of Nigeria now. So Tinubu might just be the last president of Nigeria. Yeah.
What do you mean by partitioning? I don't get it.
Dividing Nigeria. Dividing
all
Nigeria.
The Sharia states, they may eliminate them from Nigeria.
If they are going to do that, they should divide it into three. Okay, not just all the Sharia state, because that country, to be honest with you, certain people, I don't think I want to be sharing countries, not just the northerners. There are southerners that I don't even feel comfortable being the same citizens with them. So if they're going to, if that is going to happen, we have to sit down and properly draw that map and draw it very well, so that we don't come back to this conversation in 20, 30, 40, or 50 years' time. Let everybody, even me now, I used to be one Nigeria, but today I don't even I don't want to hear that word one Nigeria anymore. Like it is even
so
if Trump can even do that,
ethnic and religious lines. So
if Trump, no, it should not have anything to do with religion. It should be based on ethnicity. That's all. Throw away that religion thing. Ethnicity.
Then if it's based on that, Nigeria will split. Those
ones who can be 3 million or 2 million people, let them go and form their country. Those ones who are 5 million people, let them go and form. If they can divide it to 20 countries, it's okay. I don't mind anymore. Okay, I'm tired of this nonsensical, non-patriotic, non-affiliative citizens that you call your fellow citizens. I don't want to have it anymore. If you are part of a country, you want to have citizens that put their nation first, regardless of who is the leader of that country. That is what I stand for. But that is not what we are seeing today. So there's no need for Nigeria anymore.
Okay. And the Prince Daddy, what's your question again?
Yeah, I say from your source, how do they plan to partition Nigeria going forward?
Where they said they are considering two options. You know, immediately they said those two options.
He reached to Aximo.
Hold on now. I'm asking the antennas of my head just raised immediately, because majorly I think they are looking at partitioning along the religious line. Majorly, it's like that's the influence, and that's where I even scared. I'm scared already. All the 12 states, all Sharia 12 states will be fair for be carved out of Nigeria. No, they go. So that now, you know this guy that said this thing. You understand? Where I'm scared of this guy is the guy's in Italy. But I followed that guy over time. I realized that more than 80% of whatever that guy said were actually true. I started wondering
I've heard about it. You are not the only one. I've heard about it.
You understand? I keep wondering. You know, so something that the guys that are happening now, the guy said that thing like about 2 years ago. I started wondering that, okay, was this guy part of those people that planned this thing? Because I can't just figure it, because that guy is just too precise and accurate. You know, till even the event of
what do we do with the Muslim Yorubas? Do we push them north, or what do we push them to?
Now, because that is challenging too, because it's majorly because all the Sharia states now, for example, they are marked to be even dangerous to whatever new unity. And one of those options is this: Southern Kaduna may be partitioned into two, where the Southern Kaduna will go. But then Bauchi or Bauchi automatically. Bauchi is going. Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, Gombe. But Adamawa is headache. It's a concern. Niger State is a concern. So, although Kwara not so much of a concern, but my that concern, whatever concern I have about Kwara is personal. And the part of negotiation is this: some states, you understand, you don't have an option. You have to sign that secularity. You can't. So you can't have any religious law if you want to have religious law, you just join those people they want to carve out. So how do you handle the like of Kwara, just like you said? So so 12 states, all those 12 Sharia states, they are going for sure. They are going. I'm sorry, I should not even be saying for sure. Based on information, they are going. You understand? So then I reason with what this man said, what Hakim just said. You understand?
Is Kaduna part of it?
Is that what?
Is Kaduna part of it?
No, they are going to Kaduna. Southern Kaduna will be partitioned to the United States of Nigeria, and the other guys.
Wait. What are you saying? They are going to partition Nigeria into two?
Yeah, they are going to cut all those Sharia states out of Nigeria.
Who is going to cut it? Who is going to cut it?
You know the matter. Hold on. You know the matter of all those Sharia states. You know it has been since the time of Gideon Oka, right? People are aware. Yoruba Nation petition, the United Nations. The Igbo leaders are led by this lawyer guy that he formed one forum like that. Very brilliant lawyer like that from Igbo. You know, that guy is not a fan of Kanu. You know, he was the one telling us that Kanu is just a noise maker. You understand? Do you know the lawyer? I'm trying to remember the name of that guy.
Is it Wazirike or Mezirike or something like that?
No. I don't think Wazirike. This guy, very eloquent, very he's a prof.
Is it Odin Kalu? Odin Kalu.
Odin Kalu. No, not even right. Odin Kalu is one of them, but not. Yeah, Odin Kalu is one of them. Yeah, Odin Kalu is one of them. So the thing is, because that Odin Kalu was the one that was explaining that our this thing has expired, right? That our amalgamation already expired. I was trying to.
Odin Kalu was the former human rights, not human rights, but this one of this. I can't remember the name of the organization.
You mentioned the right name. The thing will strike. It's still not striking the call. But I know the guy, but when I see, I will check for the name of the guy. And so,
now you have the map of Nigeria here.
Yeah.
So tell us how they are going to partition. What did you call it? Partition. What did you even call it?
Yes. When they say partition, we are. You understand?
It's another name to separate.
Okay.
So Sokoto gone, Safara gone, Kebbi gone, Katsina gone, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno gone.
So there will be Kaduna.
No, Kaduna will be partitioned. So another Kaduna gone.
Wait. Who is doing the partitioning? That's the one thing. That's the one question I want to first ask. Who is doing the partitioning?
The language the guy uses is they say our matter don't deal with the power that be.
Who is doing the partitioning? Who is doing the partitioning?
Our matter don't deal United Nations. How many times
Okay. At the end of the day, when the partitioners are there, who are they going to join with us? Because me, I'm from Ile-Ife, and I want to know the people that are coming with me. That's all I care about. So
the thing is, these people really care about. Okay. This is a theory. America, they know the mission that all these jihadists, the jihadists is the focus. Now, I showed something in the private this thing. There's a group called JNIM, or you understand. Those people, they are training their military. If you see the type of training some of these terrorists are receiving, you understand, you'll be shocked. Forget about what they are talking about, Traore and all those Somalians. Those guys, they are already occupying, they are taking the territory of those people, and some people will be lying. They'll be lying to us that, Traore is doing this thing, the Malian this thing.
Oga, you didn't answer my question. I said I'm from Ile-Ife. I just want to know the people that they are going to take with me.
Who is partitioning them?
And
now,
who are they partitioning me with? That's what that concerns me.
Just hold on. Let me make my own narratives. Let me give my story. Now, because they know that all these jihadists, they want the resources of Nigeria and they want the resources of the Gay Republic and some other parts. So this guy want to form jihadist republic. So now, once these people have access to resources, it's going to be a big problem, even for United States and the so big big nations. That's what the people are not being sensitive. That's why people are not paying attention. So why do you think Israel is suddenly coming to Nigeria? Now, American military cargo landed in Nigeria yesterday or 3 days ago. You know what they came with? They came with the modern, Ado. Because I don't know whether the YouTube will trigger this thing. If you know what they call Ado, Akara. You understand? They came with Akara. But this Akara now, they are the one with intelligence that, okay, you want to send that Akara now to where you want to capture terrorists. So you will direct that Akara just to land in the midst of that place without impacting without impacting the environment. So you want to reduce collateral damage. Those are the things they just landed here yesterday. And those weapons, it's accelerated. Unlike before, they were big. Now two attack helicopters. Now you understand. They have been accelerated too. So a lot of equipment will be accelerated and they will brought that into Nigeria. And so they are not joking with this thing they are talking about. So when you are saying who is going to partition Nigeria, United Nations will partition Nigeria.
I don't want to know who is doing it. I want to know who they are going to partition me with. I want to know the people that I will be co-travelers with after the
okay, what is on ground now is that you are going to stay with Southeast.
I don't want to stay with South and Southeast. See, is that what you want to hear?
How is that my problem? Do you
go to the United Nations? Look at this man.
Okay, so there's no war in Nigeria per se. There's no war. There's no famine. There's no really catastrophic event going on. So United Nations is going to wake up and say Nigeria needs to petition, and they're going to start petitioning us.
Prince Daddy, ask yourself question: why Shetima suddenly will address the Arewa group that they should not allow anybody to partition to divide Nigeria, to partition Nigeria. So when someone was giving a narration, that's a narrative that okay, they were discussing how to partition Nigeria, and suddenly, now, like I said, the guy that said that thing, about at least 80% of what that guy said came to pass, and it's not the prophet; it's just an analyst. Now, coincidentally, Shetima now went to Arewa Forum and addressed them that people should resist any attempt to partition Nigeria. How do we reconcile those two? Because that's your vice president, right? You do, at least you want to believe that the vice president, they know,
but
they hear information
as an organization,
too, right?
Arewa as an organization has always believed in one Nigeria. That's their stand.
So where is Abuja going to be?
Okay. Let me give you an analysis like this. Okay, they realize that Nigeria. Okay, they look at change of government, right? They realize that change of government will never change anything in Nigeria. Change of government will never change anything in Nigeria. If you like, take Tinubu out, put Obi and Christian there, it's not going to change anything. You understand? All governor you have. You understand? All governors you have, change them to Christian. Anything is not going to change. Change all your national assembly to Christian.
But Mr. Ola, okay. I don't care about all this stuff. I don't care about all this stuff, okay, Mr. Ola. I am a Yoruba man, okay? I don't want to go from being in a Nigeria where I have so many different problems across the country to being in a Nigeria where I still continue to have problems. So them breaking up Nigeria and not putting me in Southwest with Southwest people is not my best. I don't want it.
Okay.
So if they're going to break us off, they should break me up. I want to be in Southwest.
I know what you are talking. You want Yoruba nation. I want Yoruba nation.
Nothing else. I only want Yoruba nation, nothing else.
But unfortunately, the people that want to partition us, they are not even thinking along your own. We're no. They are fighting for their own interest. They are fighting for their own survival. They are not. See, they don't care about you.
Okay, well, they will care about us in the end. Don't the people that they're going to they will come and do it again. Once they partition us,
they care about those people that are going to partition, they are going to send away. Okay, now let me tell you one thing: if they partition Nigeria, they send all those states away, they are bringing base to south to whatever that we take out of Nigeria now. Now, the northern part, you take them away. Now, let's say from southern Kaduna down to south, they're taking those people out. They are bringing their military base to us.
And how does that make my life better as a Yoruba person?
That's what I'm saying. You are the one to fight. You are the one to fight for Yoruba nation. But these people, they don't care. All they care is this: what can they do to make sure that their own country are not threatened? That's the problem. Okay, now America is one of those people that want to partition you. Now the problem is this: if Sahel fall in the hand of the terrorists, they know they are in trouble. Now, you know, many people don't really know. Okay, you see Gumi that is shouting now. You see Gumi that is shouting now. Gumi has had issue with America as far back of that Obama. You know, you see, it took me time to even know why America didn't even want to send equipment to JEJ. You know, that guy, that Abu Mutalab, that time, you know, that guy mentioned Gumi. He mentioned Gumi, and it was when Gumi entered Saudi Arabia. You understand? They detained that guy before they banned that. You know, it was Jonathan and Nigeria that helped Gumi back to Nigeria, and Obama was never happy with Jonathan. Then again, that time, Obama wanted to form AFRICOM in Nigeria, refused. Then what happened is Obama refused to send Nigeria weapon. What happened? Terrorism fester and grew. Now at this stage now, America understand that the whosoever is empowered in Nigeria will not be able to curb this thing. So what they are looking at is this: they are looking at cutting away the problematic country and form an alliance with not so problematic country, so that from that not so problematic country, they'll be able to face the problem in the Sahel. Yes. You understand? Because basically, they won't allow this guy access to the sea, and they'll be able to corner them to wherever they are. Even despite that, you understand? You know, I don't trust America whenever they talk this way. You understand? It doesn't mean they are not going to cut this with all these people they want to cut out to. Because when you look at that northwest and northeast, they have some kind of rare earth minerals too that they want to access. But the major thing is this: they want to play there, but they know they are problematic to Nigeria now. It's better to cut those guys away. When they cut them away, the people that they don't see, you know, from that middle belt down to the south, they will form alliance with you. So you understand? That is where the difference. So they will have access to see everything. You understand? Why they make sure that this guy, they will never have access to territorial water. You understand? So this thing, when you hear that thing, you'll be afraid, because it seems as if this guy, in their plan, you are not in their plan. Whatever they are planning about themselves, not you.
Okay, that is fine. So at least after they finish their plan and they cut us away, me and my Yoruba brethren will be able to cut ourselves away as well, Abi. Is that
whatever partitioning they are doing now, that's where you have to stand it. Okay, in our union, let us put some kind of referendum and do all those stuff.
I don't want joint union. Okay? I don't want joint union. Let us just go our separate ways. Because if we
Chairman Laureate, how you dey, brother? Is this thing just a rhetoric or academic war, or is a real thing you guys are discussing about partitioning, separations, and this thing as a practice? Is it a real? I don't know.
No, okay. This is my basis. The guy that said this thing, at least 80% of what that guy said has come to pass. You understand? At the point I was thinking, should this guy a normal Nigerian like ourselves, or this guy when they do this meeting? You understand? You know, like when the guy was predicting what will happen during December, you know, that thing really happened. When they were doing that surveillance, that thing really happened.
Who is the guy you're talking about? I'm not aware of.
No, I will talk about when we go to the background. I will talk about the guy. You know, sometimes we have to keep the secret of our information too. Now.
I hope it's not this Henry prophet, the prophet of doom.
No, this is not a prophet. He's just a normal guy like you and myself.
Oh, okay.
You understand? Probably the guy has military background or security background. That's the only thing I don't know. But that guy is doing investigative journalism. So, you know, Baba.
Africa is still coming to Africa, whether in Nigeria, whether we like it or not.
That's why they want to.
Yeah, but they already have a base. They have a base in Ghana already now.
Who is this voice I'm hearing now?
BKO.
Sounds like so real.
BKO duplicate.
It sounds like so real. I mean, so real AI.
No, that Timu version of show.
Adewale is not show AI. So the thing is this. Africa is coming. You understand? Whether we like it or not, but they will call those Gideon Cardi thing. Niger State, to be honest, Niger State is headache. Abuja is not going with all these Sharia states. And you know the interesting thing there is this. Interesting thing is the depth. This guy, by the time the partition, the depth that we go to all these war-torn area. Oh my goodness. I hope they will be able to survive it because you know they are going to divide Nigeria depth across guy. If you see the depth of these people that want to do jihad.
Ola, can you please recap who is dividing what?
America is leading. You know, when America is leading, you will find United Nations there. So
United Nations need to be scrapped.
You know, prior to this time period, we've had complaint. You know, all those they complain of those Yoruba nation, all these indigenous. Kanu, I think Kanu is the name of this guy now. Am I making mistake? I think Kanu or there, but you understand.
That guy that you just mentioned his name. To be honest, the guy does not deserve to be listened to.
But they are
no, I'm trying to even get he formed one group. Remind me of that group because I listened to that group like
the one that was invited to Lalu, former vice president spokesperson, was saying rubbish.
No, this guy has a name of his own group. I'm just trying to.
Oh.
Dewale,
Baba Malabere. Happy New Year. Nothing much. I always come online, but I won't, sometimes I won't join. I'll just be listening to people.
Dewale, so why are you dividing? Who is dividing what?
We're not dividing. We're just, this phase is just, it will pass. When Trump eventually finds his way out of power, there will be stability in the world. He's rocking it. Him and his brother in Russia, they're actually rocking this. And China too is not. They're breathing through their neck, and they are not giving up. And I think
do you know what the president of China Energy Security Institute said? He said, "If you want war, we will give you."
I listened. I watched the video too.
Yeah, if you want to destroy China,
China hardly come out to boast or to talk tough like that, if not because of what is happening in the Western world.
No, Trump has overstepped now.
They got nothing to talk tough on. That's why.
You see the Trump,
Madam Zita,
Trump spokesperson
was above everybody too. You cannot win the world. Let's forget it. Don't. If anybody know Trump, just one Trump, I beg you. Don't. America is so omnipotent. I beg.
My brother,
Ebola, you have still not satisfied my curiosity. Okay, I'm saying as Yoruba nation, all I want to hear is that they've cut the Southwest away from the rest of these people because their problem is too much for me.
Nation just like you, Arugidigba. As a matter of fact, when they say they want to, I went immediately. I got it. I go look at what are the resources we have. We have a 4 billion deposit. We have. I
don't care. I don't care. They should take the. I don't care. We shouldn't have resources. I don't want their wala anymore.
You are not getting me. You are not getting me. I want Yoruba nation desperately, just like you. You know me. I can't pull some excesses into my own. That I want Ilori people. If you can just negotiate with them, carry them. Those people that want to do a thing, and when let's carry them, go down there for if you need to pay them, hold on. If you need to pay all those fanatics and yadis in
I no agree. I no agree. We are not dividing anything. We are all in this shit together. We will stay in it. We are going to be in the shit. All of us contributed to this shit, and we have to take it.
I don't care that you are who you should all of you
included. You guys are not going anywhere.
Okay, who is talking before I respond? Who is talking before I respond?
Iman is talking. You see, this one Nigeria.
Okay. Iman, let me tell you something. I can tell you that Yoruba didn't contribute. Let me tell you one thing. We all agree to have a federal state. You understand? Igbo wanted unity, and even the northern part they wanted to go. You understand? Now we came together to form a federation unit. But Igbo came back because they had people in the military. They destroyed our federal structure. And since that time,
who destroyed it?
Igbo. Because Igbo planned coup in 1966 and made us a unit.
Which 1966 coup?
Hold on now.
Which coup was planned 1966?
Hold on. That is where Igbo contributed. Now, when Fulani people now
can you
realize
talk with
that
facts, please? Which coup was planned 1966?
Are you talking about the one of 63?
Kaduna Zogu now.
Is that an Igbo coup?
That wasn't.
What do you mean?
Is that an Igbo coup? What are you talking about? That is not an Igbo coup. Correct yourself. Correct yourself first.
You know something in Yoruba land, they say ojo gate ko jo gate. Egun atiro wole, eyan atiro jade. Let me tell you something now. Someone that staggers, you understand? Someone that staggers, no, you have a masquerade that was staggering, you understand? He staggered and he entered into a particular compound. And now someone that staggered, you understand, came out from that building. So you don't need to think too much before you know that someone the person that staggered out was the person that entered. Now the point is this: all Igbo leaders escaped that coup of 1966. Azikiwe, all of them ran away. But you pie all northern leaders, you pie some of those southern leaders. You understand? But all Igbo leaders miraculously escaped. And the unity system that you wanted, and the unitary system you wanted pre-1960, you now establish it. So everything that Igbo wanted, everything pointed to this is an Igbo coup. Don't even debate it.
No. I will debate it because the people involved in this thing has already come out and said it's not an Igbo coup.
I veto your opinion. Now,
when they wrote their book, when they wrote their autobiography or whatever account of the war, do you think as at that time Nigeria was already forming, they're already making Nigeria to Nigeria one slogans and all that. So unity was the center point. Now, for them to come out and say, you know what, it was a regional coup. This was what we were thinking, and it would be wrong for whoever wrote those books. So that's why the general consensus then was that it was meant to foster unity by taking out all the old guards. So 60% of the coup plotters were from certain regions. So, as at that time,
don't use certain region from Igbo.
It was even prevalent because at that time the Congo coup already happened. Ghana coup already happened.
Adewale, hold on. They said action and reaction are equal and opposite. Now,
the entire western region, southwestern of the Africa.
Hold on. You say it's not. People are saying it's not. That coup was not regional, right? How come that you now have another regional group that now counter? A group from a certain region, from Igbo region, they executed a coup. You understand? The thing affected other region, but it affected the northern part most. That was why the northern soldiers, they now set a counter coup. If it was a unity coup, why would a region, after executing their own, that another group said their own, to the point that Brigadier Ogudipe commanded, they didn't listen to him because they made the thing was coming from the angle of the northern counter coup. So see, no matter how we want to paint this thing, you understand? Some things because someone is saying this is Nigeria, you understand? There is a kinetic.
Agudikwe was supposed to be this next in line after Agoyin Rose.
He didn't listen to him because the northern soldier
the likes of Muritala Mohammed and co.
Exactly. So the northern soldier they can't tally. So you can't say it was not an Igbo group. What I'm saying is this: the Igbo people they destroy our unity. Then again, you see Igbo.
Have you listened to Ruben Abati every time on the show? He will say, "Oh, civil war has not ended," because that.
Now, okay, Babati.
Are you there? Hello.
Baba Yanti will also log up on fire.
I think we need to a deep dive into the minds of Emma because he has interesting views. Earlier on, he was supporting Abacha on this platform. That he wasn't a bad president, he wasn't a bad editor. So he has a very unique mind. So maybe one day we can do it.
But where is Emma from?
I don't know. He had his
because during the reign of Abacha, the southwestern part of the country felt his wrath. The southeastern part of the country didn't even care. The south also, they got part of his wrath as well, because some of their prominent sons were also spy and run out of the country. So if you're talking
about why did the Southwest get the heat?
Of course, because of the political democratic system that they were fighting for, and the South supported, but only the Southeast benefited immensely. I mean, who are those people that derailed June 12th? Majority of them are from Southeast. Athon Zeribe,
June 12th?
Yeah, Adon Zeribe and his brother, Arthur Eze was the better life for Nigeria that went to court to get Justice Ekpeme and got an injunction to stop the court. So, if we are talking about those people who, because as at that time, throughout the time of that man in power, the Southeastern did not even feel anything. Number one, they were not even at the center point of
how are we going to
power.
feel anything because we are not even anywhere?
Because they were enjoying the crumbs. They were enjoying all the crumbs from the table. He appointed a lot of Southeasterners to his government. A lot of, professional though. He appointed them. So, as at that time, he has no issue with the Southeast. They didn't even bother him at all. Only a handful supported the movement, but the majority from
at that point,
Southwest, South, Central.
Even from the time of IBB, Southeast has already knew, hey, you people have.
They've been close to the power for a very long time. They just never know how to play their games. They've been close to power. Today I was reminiscing about what played out during the Obasanjo's era, when Obasanjo left the stage and left the stage for Yar'Adua and Jonathan. Jonathan that is trying to champion the cause of PDP. Now, this is a paperless, weightless politician. He had no value. As a matter of fact, has always been an.
So somebody just said something about me having an interest.
What do you call accidental opportunist? You remember when his principal then in Bayelsa had issue with the government, then he inherited the office, then contested one, then from there catapulted to the federal, became the vice president. And the vice president, the principal also acquired again. Now he benefited from it as well. Now, tell me, it doesn't even have a political grassroots movement. And here's the man.
Adewale, are we still on this same topic, or you just saying this?
No, I'll just digress gradually.
Because I know Arogidigba doesn't want to. Hold on, Arogidigba doesn't want to share country with Igbo. And Akim said,
why now? Is he a tribalist? No, you can't do.
No. Akim too. They don't want to share.
No, there's no divorce in this unit. These people don't know this. There's no divorce.
Adewale, hold on.
We died there.
That's where we go die here.
You understand? The thing is this: Igbo are just full and Igbo are not living in the desert. They are not living in the forest because they have the same ideology. Expansion.
Why?
Because let me tell you one thing now. South said they are not Biafra. No, they say they are not Igbo people. You are saying they are part of you, because I've been in a space on this X space where people argue, that the South they are mostly Igbo speaking. You understand? They are mostly Igbo speaking people. I say, So Calabar people speak Igbo, Ikwere people speak Igbo, Ijaw people speak Igbo.
We have come a long way. We have come a long way. All these ethnic groups right now in Nigeria has grown. You can't compare their number now to what it was 1966 or 1960.
You are doing exactly what Fulani are doing to outside people.
No, what do you mean? What am I doing? What are you talking about?
Okay, now
I stand on the ground now. If the union is not working, let everybody go.
The union is working.
That's what we are saying.
The union is working.
You don't get it.
How is it working? You're talking of people who has grassroots. With all their grassroots up till now, what have they done for us?
No.
What have you done for yourself? What have you done for your country? John F. Kennedy said,
"Do for me? What did the country do for me?"
Ask what you can do for your country, not what the country can do for you.
What did the country do for me?
Earlier today, I heard one man.
You primary, secondary, and
I heard one. Earlier today, on the show, I was listening to one man. And it was telling, I think it was you or somebody else that sounded like you, about how Nigeria built the foundation where, is able to build on when he, traveled out of the country. Now, if that country has not made us who we are, we probably wouldn't have excelled where we found ourselves. Which is true. Everybody castigating and talking down on that country today. The fact that we grew up, we got our education in that school, that actually built us to who we are today. That's why anywhere we go, we can compete with anybody.
Okay. Yes, but remember,
so now it's still by the
special grace of God, because nothing stops us from not being an Alamajiri in Sokoto.
What are you doing to help your country? Are you doing things right? Are you still paying bribe? Are you still looking for a shortcut? Because that's what we are known for.
Adewale, let me respond to that. You see what we are saying now.
I'm here in United States. I don't do that.
No, you see, the problem with all is that we are the one that 60% of the problem we have is we, the people, not the government. Because the government, people in the public office are kind of like a mirror.
You can sort of anytime you want to speak. People here now, they don't go gaga. If you don't raise
we mirror the society. So we have people that will tell you to take a shortcut because they are not ready to follow the rules or follow the law. And that's where we found ourselves. So when you have people in the public office behaving some type of way, it's because of the way we are. So when was the last time you stood up for what is just? When? Nigerians will always want to take the shortcut. So when each time you are throwing one stone to the politician, to the people in the public office, throw another one to yourself. Because if you do what is right, okay, people will follow. And if people don't follow that, you're looking for leadership, it starts from you, start from your home, start from where you found yourself. Nigerians want easy money. Why? It wasn't used to be like this. All of a sudden, everything turned upside down. People are now praying for their kids to become 419. What you call them? Yahoo.
It's true. What you're saying is true.
Is it poverty? Yeah. People have gone through poverty and make them stronger. And the funniest thing, we blame everything on government. Yes, the government will have a social network for their citizens, but come to think of it, somebody said earlier in the early 60s, our population was in the 20-something million or 30. Come to think of it today, government tried around 80s to slow down the productive rate because we were ballooning. Today, no matter what we do, our dependency on oil cannot even take care of what we have. We can't build infrastructure. Over 200 million. Who does that for a country like that doesn't have technological advancement, doesn't have anything other than just banking on that oil, and we want to take from look, let's start from ourselves. Let's hold ourselves accountable first, then we cannot begin to look for what do you call it, the dirt in the eye of others. I'm not trying to preach. I'm not trying to preach.
No, well, you're saying the right thing. You're saying the
Okay.
truth.
That's what we
Yes.
found ourselves.
At the end of the day, we all have a personal responsibility to what we do or the things
Absolutely.
that things are entrusted to us. But at the same time, I'm not the one to absolve the government. Sometimes when government does a good job, when they think about the citizens, about the people, and they put in place plans, they put in place things that will improve the lives of people. People will see and appreciate it. Why are you talking like we have the best hospitals available to the people, or the roads are so great? Isn't that the job of the then government at the end
When
of their
you
job?
build, if you have ever built anything in Nigeria and you try to put Nigerians in charge to run for you, my brother, it's like a hand. They will hit you to the point that they will hit your bones. You will find you blame yourself even building or establishing a company. It's not, look, government can, the thing is about
The government.
orientation.
What is the government doing?
Okay,
Are they
so
satisfied what they're doing?
most of the government establishment. I'm talking about the infrastructure being built now. Once those things are being erected, guess what? When we talk about maintenance culture, these same Nigerians that have been put in charge will try to sabotage this infrastructure to make sure that it collapses and they begin to, pump money into it like a deity. And they'll be pumping money, and then you won't. At the end of the day, you won't have. It won't even show. Look, I grew up in a public school. Okay, when those schools were built, government were giving them money to make sure that the windows were repaired,
Everything was maintained.
louvers. There's a fan and all that. All of a sudden, as the money is coming to the local government, trickle down to those schools. Guess who pocketing the money? The local government chairman, the politicians around. Before you know it, those schools
Okay.
without windows. So
Okay.
the problem is we.
Hold on. I'm glad you live in the United States. So I know you know about what is going on in Minnesota and other places around.
No, we're not talking about American politics tonight.
No,
I'm not.
listen,
I'm not going to.
listen. We're not talking about American politics, but we can talk about when a place, regardless of where the place is situated, either don't have checks and balances, or you don't have
Wait till the
institutions that
report
are
comes
strong.
out and see who is who.
And now, when they don't have strong institutions or have checks and balances or way to audit things, people would naturally, if it doesn't matter the color of your skin, would take advantage of the situation. So I don't understand your point. I mean, if they have
See,
ways to audit the local government or the people that collect the funds they're supposed to spend on the citizens, if they have a way to monitor those such
Let me cast your mind
such as
back
there is
from
no accountability in Nigeria.
Big Daddy. Let me cast your mind back to 83, 82 when Buhari was in government. Guess what they will do? They said they're injecting discipline into the society. Most of those politicians that were picked up there, Buhari, the tribunal was giving them 200 years, 100 years, even though it was harsh. But it was meant to deter people, okay, from doing those. No, look, this same society, they will say, oh, thank God somebody is here to clean up the society. They are the ones saying, wait a minute, man, this is too hard. I mean, nobody stays in. But you know the funniest thing? Wait a minute.
Adewale, a point of correction. You know why that thing didn't work that time? Because
why?
Buhari was just chasing wise geese. Because number one, this thing you said, it was not happening under Awolowo leadership of while leading the UPN, because all those window they used to maintain, it was that right under the military that rubbish started.
But the military,
my brother, right from
reason they
1960, right from 1960, we've gained that independence.
Hold on. No, I'm only
Corruption has
talking of
been
UPN
a
state.
permanent neighbors in Nigeria.
No, the northern part, it was totally different. But under UPN, under Awolowo, you will not get money to go and fix window, and they burn that person well to shop that money. No.
Okay,
Because I was receiving,
why did they work
we were
on that
receiving all
Awolowo in
those
UPN?
textbooks.
No. Don't even say that,
Hold on.
because there was a
Please.
reason
Hold
why
on.
the
Let
military
respond.
decided to step into
Why did they work so
the
well under
leadership.
UPN and Awolowo?
Because there was corruption in the civilian rule. Remember?
No. Don't get it twisted. You said why it worked then? Because the western, the south western part up to Edo, right? Then Bende, right? They were able to work together and as a party. You know, the party was real institution that they consolidated. The vision was the same. it was not as if APC in Lagos we did something differently from APC in Ekiti State. You understand? It was the same policy. UPN, wherever you see UPN that time, the same policy. See, Chief Adekunle Ajasin, all for everything he did in Ondo State, even when Buhari pick him up, you understand? When they pick Ambrose Ali or when they pick all those guys, they lock them up. Did they get any penny from them? No, they didn't. Look at Adekunle Ajasin, for example. Chief Adekunle Ajasin, the vehicle that he was using before coming to the State House as the governor was the same vehicle that he used. He left the same vehicle. He had that vehicle before he became the governor, and it was the same vehicle that he was using. The same house that he built was the same house he went back to. He didn't build any house for himself.
Okay, so let me see. You didn't talk about like an audited system or anything. You talked about people buying hold on. You talk about people buying into the same ideology. In other words, they were less corrupt, or they were not even corrupt, if you want to put it that way.
No, UPN was not corrupt.
Mr. Ola, there's been corruption in Nigeria even before independence. Look at the president. Look at the rest of Zik. Look at the rest of Zik.
Let's set the record straight.
Zik was convicted of corruption.
Those politicians were not picked up because of corruption only. Indiscipline. Remember, during that time, electoral process then was cash and carry. It was like a wild west, right? So Buhari, when he came to power, saw
UPN was not cash and carry. Baba, UPN was not cash and carry. You can say togri. You can say
well, you call it togri. You call it you call it togri. But all those things were the vices of political scene then, and it needed to be eradicated. And that was the reason why the likes of Ajasin and Co were arrested. Okay, the Jackanders were arrested. Simply, Jakande was he arrested? Yeah, I think it was on house arrest. One of them was on house arrest.
He locked them up. I said,
okay, so it's not because of stealing money. It's about the fact that the way they were practicing their own politics was kind of inimical to the society we were trying to build, and that was already start to take them off the scene so that this can start on the. I'm not saying that he himself can absorb himself.
Adewale, what did Tinubu do to the MPN that was corrupt? You gave Shagari house arrest. But all those Ambrose Ali not even, you understand?
Buhari meant to say Buhari is what you meant to say Buhari.
You understand?
I mean, as at that time, that was
hold on now. Go and look
like
at what
now.
Buhari did to all those areas where they were really corrupt. Apart from the like of Umaru Diko,
what did he do? What did he do to Ekweme? I don't know what did he do to Ekweme.
Ekweme was put on house arrest.
He put Ekweme in jail now. He put
really? No. And then he put Ajasi and Babakekere in prison.
He put Shagari and Ekweme on house arrest.
And then Bolaige, Babakekere,
and Shagari were put on house arrest.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Ekweme went to jail where they were criticizing him that you see.
Remember, Shagari lost, I think his mother or somebody died there that he couldn't. No, I take that back. It was IBB that put Buhari on house arrest.
Yeah,
his mother died and he couldn't go to bury his mother. Yeah.
No, anyway. See that Ekweme you mentioned. You understand? He put Ekweme in Kirikiri because it was a wide criticism. So, okay, how will you put the president himself under house arrest, and you put the deputy inside Kirikiri when you know that the president was the boss?
But everybody knew Shagari was incorrupt now. Everybody knew even to this day. Have you read about Shagari? You know Shagari. You know he only has one house in this village.
Hold on. Did I hear you say everybody knew that Shagari was not corrupt?
Shagari wasn't even to this day. It's a forgotten conclusion that Shagari wasn't corrupt.
Hold on. So Shagari was not corrupt. Are you now saying that Ekweme was corrupt? So that was why.
I think on the balance of things, Ekweme was more corrupt than Shagari. Ekweme was an out-and-out politician now. Shagari. But on the balance of scale, Shagari was.
No. That's unfair to the memory of the man. That's unfair.
But Ekweme was a politician like every other politician. Shagari was just a man that was just foisted on the people.
Shagari was a common person. I'm not sure how
That was a teacher, man. The man was a teacher and an administrator. Ekweme was an out politician, like a proper, like a William Dina.
He doesn't even know how corruption works.
Ekweme was in any of the corruption that went on under the Shagari administration. Ekweme was, I would say, was somewhat involved. Where Shagari was just the man didn't even want to be president. They just brought him and just said that the man has been a loyal party member. Just put it there.
Shagari
one of the most simple people in the history of Nigeria is a tribal bigot.
Buhari was just a tribal bigot. That's what I'm saying.
I thought Shagari.
How will you put the president under house arrest and you now carry the deputy to put the vice president?
But Shagari wasn't even from where Buhari comes from. Shagari is a minority from the north. He's a minority from the northeast.
That's not the point. Buhari show a lot of ethnic bigotry. Forget.
But hold on, no. So, so what's your logical connection there? Well, the president should deserve house arrest, not be thrown into prison.
No.
Just like that.
This is the point. I just said something. I said UPN as an institution. You understand? In the recent, the outcome of the investigation, you could not pin anybody that was corrupt or the embezzle, from Jack Onde to Adekunle Ajasin to Ambrose Ali to all those people under UPN. You understand? Because you see, UPN as an institution function very well. All the thing will do investments. When you talk of everything they run, everything, transparency, you could see everything clearly. So it was not the function of someone shop money under them. But now, it was the federal government that was even corrupt. You understand? When you look at the like of Umaru Diku and co. You understand? Now, when you now came you carry, you could allocate Togri. You understand? Political Togri to the southwest. You understand? Especially on those states. When Omobori won, and Omobori used to be the deputy to Adekunle Ajasin. You understand? But he won. But he didn't won just because he won fairly. He won through corrupt means. Rigging, aggressive rigging. You understand? So that thing led to serious riots. And, it was part of the excuse that people brought. You understand? But when you talk of corruption, the headquarters, the land of corruption was within NPN.
Okay, you're talking about party politics or corruption, but Adewale here is talking about corruption.
And indiscipline.
Corruption. Well, it's talking about corruption that we can't do nothing about, and I don't like to blame the citizens, the common people.
Well, corruption is part of the human is within human nature. I mean,
hold on. I'm not disputing that.
Was able to enforce
people like Adewale like to bypass the government and blame the people for corruption.
No, you can't bypass the government for sure.
But the government and the people are one and the same.
No, Adewale does not see that way. That's the problem.
Let me prove to you where government can help solve corruption. Because I keep saying something, people laugh whenever I say, other than Obasanjo, you understand?
This your Obasanjo colonization is going to start again. The man is a devilish man now. You're going to call a
before I go sleep, I beg you. Let me talk. The thing is this. Apart from Obasanjo, Tinubu is the one that I see fighting corruption.
Obasanjo, Obasanjo is a devilish man. Baba Yoda.
Let me learn my point. You can battle whatever you want. This is my point. Just respect that. This is my point. Okay. Now, how do I mean that this guy is fighting corruption? You understand? Okay, Obasanjo put all those ICPC, put all those EFCC in place, made scapegoat of Alain Messier, Tafa, and some other guys. Okay, that's not even the point. Now, but you know what Tinubu did? Tinubu is not even running after you with police. He's removing the root cause of that corruption. It's uprooting. In Lagos State, there's no accounting system to trade. There's nothing to, when you carry file and everything, you put e-governance there so that you start capturing money. Without what Tinubu, without what he did that time, you understand? There is no way under heaven and earth that Lagos will be making about 1.8 trillion in revenue today. I can guarantee to you that about 60 to 70% of that money will be going to individual pockets, especially those people that cause the tax consultants and the banks in Nigeria. That's a way of fighting corruption. Now, he enforced that subsidy remover and enforced and he floated naira. You understand? Because that's a huge root cause of corruption. You know, those two things were costing Nigeria $38 billion. That's existential corruption that can the type of corruption that we grant. As a matter of fact, Nigeria was technically bankrupt because when we're using almost 100% of your revenue to service debt, that's technical bankruptcy. It's the only thing that they don't use the word bankrupt for country. That's why people didn't really know where we are. We were then, because when people just talk today, this man is corrupt. You understand? You don't really understand what Tinubu saved that Nigeria.
Bola, I suspect that Obasanjo might be your in-law or something, because Obasanjo that was bribing.
This is a serious discussion.
No. I'm being very serious, because Obasanjo was bribing the legislature with cash. In fact, the corruption we see in the system in Nigeria right now is because of Obasanjo and nobody else.
What you don't know, you ask. Now, you said Obasanjo was bribing or it was setting up. Because look, it was setting
because
them
of
up.
Total. Obasanjo corrupted everything because of Total, and all of us know this. Why are we trying to vindicate Obasanjo
now? Don't saint Obasanjo for us on this platform. Even though he's a Yoruba man like us, we know he's anticipated when he was in power.
Adewale, I've never said Obasanjo is a saint. I try to identify.
He's the most corrupt president since 1999.
It's one of the problems we have in that country. His involvement, his incursion, his unsolicited involvement in governance is what is affecting that country. That man, when he was in power, you know, in 1999 or 1998 rather, there was no institution. It was what was bequeathed to Nigeria that we continued, that we followed, and him being the former military man, he took over the power with a lot of support, right? But instead of him to have build or strengthen the institution, he was meddling. Money were flowing around. Remember, in the National Assembly, even though his party was majority, they didn't want to, because they wanted that independence. And they couldn't break free from this until today. National Assembly has always been in the pocket, only a few times. And during that few time, guess what? It was like a friction between the executive and the legislation. But then, instead of him to have allowed, I'm sorry, let me conclude.
No, we need to put the record straight before, because see, let me tell you one thing. That may be misleading. So I beg of you, please. I'm not here for just argument without focus. Please let me land. You may not like Obasanjo, but I'm just speaking something factual here, and you can go and use anything to check me, whatever. So you may not like Obasanjo, you don't have to. You understand? When I say someone is fighting corruption, it does not mean the person is not corrupt. Don't get me wrong. Tinubu is fighting corruption, but he's still corrupt today. That's not the point. Now, when Obasanjo got to that place, 1999, he was traveling on diplomatic mission, and he allowed Atiku to run the government. You know what Atiku did? Atiku facilitated governors forum, and he started incentivizing the legislator to perform their duty. Now, Obasanjo made an accusation. You understand? He accused Atiku that for the first time in the history of Nigeria, that Atiku will have to induce the National Assembly for them to perform their duty. He was bribing them. So, because Atiku was so ambitious that he could not even wait for Obasanjo to finish time, he was looking for a way to impeach him so that he would take over. And that thing escalated to the point that Obasanjo will have to prostrate for him to become this.
That still stands as a rumor. We're not there.
Obasanjo is just spinning lies now. Come on.
I'm going. You can have your discussion. I want to give a point. I'm not here for beer parlor gossip.
It's not a rumor. Even we can say this to 2023.
No, let me land my point. I'm not here. You don't have to like Obasanjo. I'm just here to educate myself and to pass the appropriate information. Sentiment is one thing, saying the fact is another thing. Sentiment is one thing, saying the fact is another thing. When people are saying we're saying Buhari was not corrupt, right? We can all see it ourselves. We have to be factual here. Now, see, this guy was pushing money to the National Assembly. And Atiku wanted to use National Assembly to impeach Obasanjo so that he will take over. And what this man did, he started setting up the Senate president. They will remove them when they go to stage. So that was why they were removing Senate presidents. Because already, Atiku already infiltrated. So because those assembly, they love money, he have to use money to induce them and trace that money. Once they trace that money, they will use that money as a reason to impeach them. That was what's going on as at that time. But when you are saying someone is fighting corruption, it does not mean, okay, someone built what do we call it, presidential library, and the governor contributed. That's a corruption. That's a moral corruption. It's not the point of whether
not just moral, Ebola. That was absolute corruption because those governors were forced, they were coerced, and they were forced to contribute money.
Why I said Obasanjo, apart from Tinubu, that Obasanjo,
and then they corrupted the judiciary by impeaching multiple governors. Come on, Ebola now.
No, you can say whatever you want to say. You understand? I know what I know, and you know what you know. So you.
But we are saying the truth now. I'm not lying now. Did you not corrupt the judiciary to impeach governors?
That's your perspective. I don't know. I'm only.
Ebola, that's not perspective now. We all know this.
Don't disrupt me. Let me land. Let me land my point. Now, why I said apart from Obasanjo, that who I believe that might have fought corruption till today, apart from Tinubu. I'm talking based on institutional framework. This man set up ICPC. He set up EFCC. You understand? That's the reason I said, okay.
Do you know how the act, that established those institutions, how it comes to be? Shifola, you know how it comes to be. It was a condition attached to the when it was gallivanting then around for the cancellation of our debt. It was part of the condition that has to be, and that was the reason why it was facilitated. It's not because he put his foot down and said this has to be established. No.
And even in their operation, they only went after his enemies. They only went after his opposition.
Weaponized it now. He weaponized
to follow up on Adewale's point, Obasanjo instituted what you call it, those safeguards that he himself was never under. He did them on his way out. He never lived under those policies of those institutions. He never did. Or did he? Am I mistaken?
No, he lived under them for sure. He lived under them now. He lived under them.
Disobeyed court rules and all that.
Yes. My position is Obasanjo is the root cause of corruption in Nigeria.
In their nascent stages when they were being implemented, Obasanjo did not live under them. He was not investigated. He did not. If he did, and they actually did their job, they would have found him guilty of a lot of things.
Not even that. Prince Daddy, he has presidential immunity. So
there you go.
Obasanjo. That was the same reason he was unable to deal with Atiku, because he made a statement. He said, information came directly from United States of America to EFCC. Now, just because there's no way they could deal with Atiku without informing him. That was even the reason EFCC informed him of what happened. Then Obasanjo now said, okay, there's no way to that he will not be able to, he will not carry Atiku along too. He has to carry Atiku along. You understand? They wanted to investigate Atiku, but you could not investigate Atiku without carrying Atiku along because of our constitution. You understand?
Hold on. What do you mean carry along? Let me
Obasanjo.
What do you mean carry along, Ola?
No, okay. How were you going to investigate Atiku that you will not question Atiku as the sitting VP? You have to ask some question about Kuja, about some of those private bureau of private enterprise.
So are you saying that Obasanjo stymied investigation of corruption? Is that what you're saying?
You said what? Can you say that again?
Are you saying that Obasanjo stopped or blocked the investigation of corruption? because
No,
of the
Obasanjo
DP.
didn't block it. Obasanjo didn't block it. As a matter of fact, they investigated. But you see, one thing is that they investigated, but there's nothing you could have done because of the constitution, because of immunity.
VP, VP has immunity too.
Yeah, they both are. Yeah. They both have joint immunity.
That's
no,
but my position is this.
If Atiku didn't have immunity, you understand, or for Obasanjo will have finished him.
Well, Obasanjo did try to finish him.
Crush Atiku.
Yeah, but Obasanjo did try. He did try to crush him. In fact, he tried to impeach him. But I'm not trying to muddy these waters, okay? But I'm telling you, and I'm putting it to you and everybody listening, that Obasanjo is the chairman, and he's one that oversaw institutional corruption in Nigeria. And I'll give you some of the examples. We have this. Was it? No. Even this PI&D contract, this notorious PI&D contract. Okay, that we only just build ourselves out of just recently. The inception of it was under the Obasanjo administration. Okay, and we talk about EFCC and ICPC. Obasanjo only used EFCC and ICPC to go after his perceived political enemies. And in the end, when the same Ribadu tried to be independent, and he tried to actually start, to start using the EFCC for the purpose it was designed for, what did Obasanjo do to him? Obasanjo sent him out.
But we are talking about his long-term ambition, and that is when all these things pop up now, not from the beginning.
No. Obasanjo from the beginning has always been corrupt. Okay, the extent of his corruption only just became worse.
Giving something that is not fact now. Why?
When was
set up EFCC?
And he says
something like this.
As of 1999 to 2000, tell me what Obasanjo did that did not have that did not look to benefit himself at the expense of the Nigerian people.
You are still getting this wrong. From 1999 to 2001, Obasanjo was still all over the country trying to portray Nigeria that is not a dictator country. That all those sanctions to make. What are you people talking, man?
Okay. So are you trying to say that Obasanjo is not corrupt as well?
EFCC. Wait, Oga. Why
are you saying Obasanjo is not corrupt?
Wait. Why the EFCC and ICPC was set up? It's not what the international community say because they have to set it up to show them. Go and listen to Obasanjo. All this thing is there. I don't know why. It's to show the international community that we are not in democracy. We are no more into a dictatorship.
That's what Aro said earlier. He had to do all those things to pacify the international community. Not because Obasanjo was such a righteous human being. Not because Obasanjo was a righteous human being and he thought he should put all those institutions in place for the betterment of governance.
No. Please, Daddy, you have to look where we are coming. Mr. Allah, please 1 second. Please, Daddy, you have to factor one thing inside. You have to look where we are coming from. We are coming from a military dictatorship. Nigeria was already sanctioned by many countries. You understand? So that was the first democratic president we have. Like everybody giving support because there are a lot of things have gone wrong in the country. It's just like the country was just a newborn baby. You have to start different. You cannot get everything right in that 8 years. You have to be part of it.
But we have to look at this. Obasanjo did not have to convince the West. In fact, Obasanjo was the choice of the West. When I talk about the West, I'm talking about the Western powers. Okay, Obasanjo is the only president that actually, the only 3 times American presidents visited Nigeria.
If he didn't confuse the West, those debt forgiveness, how would that have? How are we surviving?
What I'm trying to say is that the West, Obasanjo had the absolute confidence of the West, because you have to look at it. Obasanjo was a friend of the West. The only time American presidents visited Nigeria was under Olusegun Obasanjo. There's no other Nigerian president, okay, apart from when the first prime minister went to America in the 60s. Apart from that, there's no other American president that has been entertained by the West. Okay? Obasanjo received the Pope. Obasanjo received the Queen. Obasanjo received Jimmy Carter when he was a military president. He received Bill Clinton and he received George Bush.
The man of the time.
I'm just trying to put it. What I'm trying to put it to you is that Obasanjo didn't have to convince them.
Okay,
give me 1 second. Hold on. Ola, give me 1 sec. Ola, are you able to shut it down?
I will shut it down in like about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. You can shut it down if you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, you see what I'm doing here is this, you understand? I didn't come here just to come and spare several kilo you to argue and all those stuff, you understand? Now, some of us, we were glued to our TV that time, we were listening to presidential shout, we knew what was happening, so this one was not as if someone was just a toddler trying to grow up during that period, you understand?
Well, I used to listen to NTA that time now. You used to do NTA with Stoba and this woman.
I don't see. I want constructive argument because you were veering off the track, but you are so confident in presenting false narrative, but you were so bold with it. And since something can be so amazing, and someone will be giving very false narrative, and you'll be bold and confident. Even
what false narrative did I give?
Are you different from Nnamdi Kanu, for goodness sake?
No. What false narrative did I give now? I said Obasanjo was corrupt.
Hold on. See, this is not a matter of whether Obasanjo corrupt or is this, because that's a wrong argument you are focusing on. I only said, apart from Obasanjo, the only person that has fought corruption is Tinubu. Did I ever say that Obasanjo or Tinubu is not corrupt? Two different things.
But Obasanjo didn't fight corruption even.
Hold on. I've always said it that once you're a human being, number one, you represent corruption. Then once you're a politician,
somebody's sleeping. No, who's sleeping there? This is not a hotel.
Understand? So once you're a politician, already I know that.
I should block the person or rather.
So you don't need to even tell me whether Obasanjo is corrupt or not. That the problem is Obasanjo corrupt or not. That's not the argument. Let us focus on that argument. You can be corrupt, you can still fight corruption.
Okay, I agree with that logic. You said that. You said that earlier. I agree. Okay.
Exactly. Tinubu put a framework to eliminate corruption. That's what I'm saying. Obasanjo put a framework on ground to fight corruption. And under that, he dealt with Alamese, he dealt with Tafa Balogun, and so many other people. And it's still the same law that he set up that time that we are still using now. Even to point, Jonathan said, despite the level of corruption under him, he still fought corruption because of what he did. He eliminated fertilizer subsidy corruption. So you can be corrupt and still eliminate corruption and still reduce corruption rather. That's not the so what we are saying is this. Prince Daddy, want to speak?
No, go ahead, your argument, yeah.
So the point I'm saying is this, it's not about whether Obasanjo corrupt or all those kind of, I know that Yoruba generally, we have this problem. Yoruba praised Buhari to the high heaven. But once you mention Obasanjo, they would like to stone him. Yoruba, the part of the people that are going against, that are giving obedience, confidence today, are Yorubas.
Of course.
They put him back. In fact, they try to pull Oshiba Jordan too. But when another page,
why do you call Obasanjo Afonja?
That 97 election is the hate for Obasanjo in the West.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is this. Obasanjo is not a saint. Tinubu is not a saint. Like I keep telling you, even if you told me today that you are not corrupt, we want to rule Nigeria, it's a red flag, and it's a lie. Because when I say I'm not corrupt, as a politician, say I'm not corrupt, it's a red flag for me. I've said that in here several times. You understand? I want to see your competence. That's what I focus on. That I'm not corrupt.
Why do some Yoruba call Obasanjo Afonja?
Because they what obedient are doing now, exactly that's what the Yoruba were doing in 1979. They believe Awolowo won the election. It was not Obasanjo only. Even Akinjide was even one of the scapegoats. Now they believe that Awolowo won election in 1979, and they decided to give it to Ashagari. Exactly the same behavior that you see with obedient now. They are playing when you are claiming what never happened. Oh, Awolowo won. How could Awolowo won with? How could he have won with Christian ticket, for goodness sake? And UPN, you narrow your politics to southwest and a bende. How? Tell me, how were you going to win the North? Christian ticket in Nigeria?
Exactly. Just like what exactly you just got it right. Exactly what Obedient are doing today. That was exactly what happened.
Like Obedient. That was the why
just tell me that Obi won election. It looks so funny to me. So
Okay. Can I just make a statement? I know that you concede that Obasanjo was not corrupt. Oh, sorry, that Obasanjo did not fight corruption. But I believe that Obasanjo did not fight corruption, actually. Obasanjo, what he did was politically selective. Because you brought up the example of because it does. Because I can't even look at where Obasanjo, because we talk about Tinubu and we look at the systems Tinubu is putting in place to fight corruption. But then we bring up Obasanjo and we bring up ICPC and EFCC. But in all the situations where ICPC and EFCC were ever deployed under Obasanjo, they were deployed to actually go after his political enemies or his perceived political enemies. We bring up Alame Sia.
What's the definition of political enemy now?
Well, the likes of Alame Sia and Ibori. What was Obasanjo's issue?
But they were a member of his party, right?
What was Obasanjo's issue with them? That these individuals...
No, I will answer that question. They are a member of his party. They were
absolutely a member of his party.
No, what are you talking about? If I can try my father, you are not telling me that I am using the enemy against him.
Yeah, but it was selective. It was selective. Why? Because these individuals, he perceived them to be supportive, to be members of the governors forum.
Okay, yes, wait now.
Let me finish now. Let me finish my rationale now.
Add this to what you said now. Just add this 1 second. Now, Tinubu is EFCC. Let me not say Tinubu. EFCC now is taking up position. Abi for questioning them for corruption. People are accusing Tinubu that is using EFCC against opposition. Obasanjo used it against your party. You said it's corrupt. Tomorrow, now what Tinubu go now? You said Tinubu was corrupt. He was using it against his opposition. Nah, Nigeria will stop all this one.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, Ibori, for instance, and Almeida, Obasanjo perceived them to be supporting Atiku. Okay, and that the governors forum was strong.
In the UK now was not jail in Nigeria. What are you
I know, but you know that they tried to jail him in Nigeria. He got away. Okay, he got away. The investigation started on Obasanjo, but it really got away on that Yaradua and falling into Jonathan. But what I'm trying to say is that Obasanjo was selective. Okay, in this fighting corruption that you say. Yes, under Obasanjo, EFCC and ICPC were established. But ultimately, he used them for political. And even when Nuhu Rubadu tried to break away, stop.
Was Tafa Balogun his political enemy?
I believe Tafa Balogun was a political victim of Obasanjo, in fact. Obasanjo threw him to the dogs. Same as this man that was in charge of the ID, national identification. What's his name? It was Obasanjo's friend as well. What's this Baba?
You believe there is no empirical fact or there is no fact. You are more than all these things you are saying, honestly.
But on the other side of it is Mola that is vindicating Obasanjo and saying Obasanjo.
Nobody said Obasanjo is not corrupt. That is not. But you have to look at. He's talking about the institution that he created to fight corruption.
But they are. You like to defend Obasanjo a lot now. He pays us. The man's a wicked man. Really, the man's a very wicked man.
From corruption to wicked man.
Confirmation bias is what you are falling for.
Really? Someone that impeached governors illegally? Come on. What is decent about Obasanjo, please?
No, hold on. I don't do this kind of argument. I told you. There's no Nigerian politician who will hear this statement, or maybe you don't want to tell me you don't understand logic and syllogism. I said there's no politician in Nigeria that is not corrupt.
No.
You understand? But no, let us add it that Obasanjo is wicked.
Hold on. Don't do this. I said there is no politician in Nigeria that's not corrupt. That mean, or that brush has already painted everyone, including Obasanjo. But I'm not saying the fact that you are corrupt does not mean that you cannot fight corruption. Now, how do you fight corruption? By your processes. I now mention ICPC and EFCC that Obasanjo brought in. Then I went to that Tinubu. I said Tinubu used technology, Oracle in Lagos, and I said okay, he implemented fuel subsidy remover, and again Naira floating. without even sending police after you. I was just narrating the two sides. But just because I mentioned that Obasanjo now, so Obasanjo, even telecommunication, you will remove it. Even banking reform, you remove it. Even if possible, the data they pay, you remove it. That's not the point. You will.
But the man was wicked now.
I hear you. I'm not saying you have your opinion. I'm just saying let us just.
The man was wicked and vindictive now. Don't look at the man now. What? Look at what the man did.
I'm not even arguing that one with you. It's just like someone is saying.
What about election corruption? What about election corruption? What about election corruption?
Yeah, 2003 and 2007. Terrible elections.
Right?
Prince Daddy, nobody is even denying all those stuff. That's not even the basis of the argument. It's only when you are using sentiment to even divert from the core of that. I'm talking of fighting corruption with framework, but the next thing is that I'm prison. It's not, you understand? I'm talking, okay. Now, when I say, okay, everybody will say Jonathan was corrupt, right? But I will say it solved the problem of fertilizer subsidy to tomorrow. It's not that problem.
Mr. Allah, if they're even talking about election corruption, even the first 1963 election that was still run by the British, how was that corruption? That was where you hear that people were pregnant with votes, ballot paper. Even the British conducted election was flawed. The worst election in Nigeria, the one the British even conducted. The first election.
You know why I'm sounding like this? You know why I'm sounding like this? Because I don't want us to let Obasanjo escape.
That led to this first coup. Both were the slogan there. People were pregnant with ballot paper. The North overnight.
Yeah, the census was corrupted. Yes, I understand.
Overpopulated.
Yeah, the census was rigged.
For them to be able to read for the North. That was
yes.
So
you are saying you don't want Obasanjo to escape. See, guy. Let me tell you
don't let us let this man escape. This man he didn't do well for the country.
Let me give you another one. Operation Wait here is election manipulation that still caused that violence. It's election manipulation that people will die, pouring acid on people in the street.
And that's Awolowo. And 1983, that what led to this thing? It was still because of Awolowo.
So what are you going to talk? Just be like, everybody just look at it like 2003 is the first election.
But we are not talking about anybody else. We're talking about Obasanjo. We are talking about his actions and his inactions. We are talking about the way he corrupted the judiciary to impeach.
We're not going to say Awolowo was a wicked man, unlike Obasanjo. We're not going to say
Obasanjo was vindictive, wicked.
Prince Daddy, may we just
Carlos.
You understand? Let me tell you one thing. See, if you love someone, you can do anything. What Awolowo did to Akintola was not nice. Just because we love Awolowo, sometimes you see, that was the society to say, don't judge, so that you shall not be judged. You understand? You can see the wisdom in that verse. You see, one thing is this: when it is human being, except you call the two of them and you subject them to cross-examinations, both Awolowo and Akintola, none of them was nice.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
None of them was nice. See, for example, apart from Awolowo University now that you see today, that you understand, it was Akintola that actually built that university. But if anybody want to say today, people will be talking of Awolowo. Many projects that Akintola did was credited to Awolowo. Is that fair? In the record, and that thing is on record. And this man, the history is saying that Akintola was evil. A lot of lies against Akintola. Just let us put ourselves in the position of Akintola, that maybe we did a lot and someone now managed to hijack all those things. You understand? Do you want to call that nice? Are you saying we are being nice to Akintola, to be honest? So politics can be brutal and can be wicked. You understand? Obasanjo is not the nicest. In fact, Obasanjo is brutal. What Obasanjo did, some of this government cannot do. Do you think, you think if Obasanjo, if this Boko Haram issue started in the early stage of Obasanjo, let's say 1999, you think he wouldn't have given them that OD treatment?
No, it started in 1999. Now, what did Obasanjo do to their camp? When I say it's Nigerians in Meduguri, it destroyed it now.
What I'm even saying the one that Boko Haram started prying people. If that happened, Obasanjo, all this Gumi himself will have even been a victim.
They have been a victim long time now. Nobody can ever be coming out to say all this thing now.
Obasanjo will have cleared them because Obasanjo is the only person that will say that he did that evil act, that people committed that evil act.
Wait, was Gumi even one of those people that because when Obasanjo came, he retired a lot of military people. Was that when Gumi retired?
I thought maybe it's part of them.
So Obasanjo was interviewed with international state. Those people that were thinking that they were going to roast him, you understand, that were recommending him for ICC. He told them that, okay, if you were in my shoes, I was supposed to maintain order in my country and now send the officers of law that were supposed to be that order and you pie them.
George, you are right. George, you're 100% right. Yeah.
You tell me, what will you do at international TV? What will you do?
Okay, I understand this. Mr. Ola, I understand he was a firm person, but how do we then explain away his acts of corruption and the institutions that he corrupted? We cannot excuse the fact that he corrupted the legislature and the judiciary.
This argument...
Was it the president that was trying to seek the third term?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Nobody's exempting Obasanjo from that one of the legislature.
Security votes. Even security votes. It's him. All the security votes is him.
Okay. At the end, listen. At the end of the day, I think we can surmise that Obasanjo was